everyone.
Hi there.
I'm Anna,
I'm Shay.
and we're the hosts of the Teacher Think Aloud podcast, a podcast for reflective practice for teachers of English around the world.
Our mission is to support English language educators in reflecting on their teaching practices and in becoming more confident, happy teachers along the way.
And we want you to be part of our international community of listeners.
In each episode, we explore a topic within the field of English language teaching, from practical teaching tips to TESOL trends, issues, and career considerations.
All in an informal, fun conversation with ELT experts worldwide.
Listen and subscribe now on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube, or wherever you get your podcasts.
And don't forget to follow us on social media. We want to connect with you.
Happy teaching
and happy reflecting.
Text Inspector is the award-winning professional online tool that allows you to accurately and comprehensively analyse written and spoken texts for teaching, testing and research purposes. Based on up-to-date, in-depth linguistic research, it uses statistically significant metrics, including lexical diversity, meta-discourse markers, and lexical sophistication, alongside tools such as the British National Corpus and the English Vocabulary Profile, to provide a detailed, accurate, and informative analysis of language use. This allows you to accurately assess the productive skills of your language students according to the CEFR and develop effective learning and assessment materials with greater ease. Some researchers have used Text Inspector to track improvements in their students' writing skills over time, others to ensure examination materials are at the correct level. Text Inspector is trusted by organisations including Cambridge University Press and the staff and students at 145 universities and colleges across the world. Why not try it yourself? We're offering all conference attendees premium access for free. Text Inspector is the Text Inspector is the award-winning professional online tool that allows you to accurately and comprehensively analyse written and spoken texts for teaching, testing and research purposes. Based on up-to-date, in-depth linguistic research, it uses statistically significant metrics, including lexical diversity, meta-discourse markers and lexical sophistication, alongside tools such as the British National Corpus and the English Vocabulary Profile, to provide a detailed, accurate and informative analysis of language use. This allows you to accurately assess the productive skills of your language students according to the CEFR and develop effective learning and assessment materials with greater ease. Some researchers have used Text Inspector to track improvements in their students' writing skills over time, others to ensure examination materials are at the correct level. Text Inspector is trusted by organisations including Cambridge University Press and the staff and students at 145 universities and colleges across the world. Why not try it yourself? We're offering all conference attendees premium access for free.
Hello, and good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, everyone. Sorry for starting that late today. Technical issues always happen. So, can you hear me clearly? Is my voice clear? Hello, everyone. Hello, Sharaf. Hello, Dania. Hello, Valeria. Hannah. Muavia. Annie. Annie is here. That is great. Okay, that is good. So thank you for joining us for the fourth day in a row. So before we kick off today, let's play some videos before we start the day, and then we will kick it off. Okay? So let's do it. Before we start, I want you to drop how you feel today in the chat box. How do you feel today?
Hey everyone!
Hi there!
I'm Anna,
I'm Shay.
and we're the hosts of the Teacher Think Aloud podcast, a podcast for reflective practice for teachers of English around the world.
Our mission is to support English language educators in reflecting on their teaching practices and in becoming more confident, happy teachers along the way.
And we want you to be part of our international community of listeners.
In each episode, we explore a topic within the field of English language teaching, from practical teaching tips to TESOL trends, issues, and career considerations.
All in an informal, fun conversation with ELT experts worldwide.
Listen and subscribe now on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube, or wherever you get your podcasts.
And don't forget to follow us on social media. We want to connect with you.
Happy teaching!
And happy reflecting.
Text Inspector is the award-winning professional online tool that allows you to accurately and comprehensively analyse written and spoken texts for teaching, testing and research purposes. Based on up-to-date, in-depth linguistic research, it uses statistically significant metrics, including lexical diversity, meta-discourse markers and lexical sophistication, alongside tools such as the British National Corpus and the English Vocabulary Profile, to provide a detailed, accurate and informative analysis of language use. This allows you to accurately assess the productive skills of your language students according to the CEFR and develop effective learning and assessment materials with greater ease. Some researchers have used Text Inspector to track improvements in their students' writing skills over time, others to ensure examination materials are at the correct level. Text Inspector is trusted by organisations including Cambridge University Press and the staff and students at 145 universities and colleges across the world. Why not try it yourself? We're offering all conference attendees premium access for free.
Okay, and I'm back. Hello again, everyone, and I hope that you can hear me clearly. So it's so good to be having all of those people from all around the world gathering together for the sake of professional development. So in the previous 3 days, we were through lots of insights from different parts of the world, right? From different speakers, starting with talking about leadership in education. We had 6 excellent talks, and then we moved to talking about AI in education, from theory to practice. And yesterday was an excellent day with 5 more talks about curriculum reimagined. Today, everyone, and the 4th day of the EDUCAST International Conference 2026, we're tackling issues for educators. We're trying to empower educators. Yes, today I'm the host, and I'm also one of the speakers of today's, maybe today's what? Yeah,
Day number 4. Day number 4.
Yeah, of day 4. That's right. Okay, so everyone, let's welcome our first speaker of today. We will have some kind of change to the plans because of the different time zones. But before we introduce him, we will launch a quick poll. I want you to participate in it. Okay. It's just a simple question. How do you find EDUCAST International Conference 2026 so far?
Exactly. It's very important for us because we try to consider each and every feedback that is sent to us. We are always improving. So for our next webinars, sessions, and conferences, maybe you are going to share some wonderful ideas with us that we can implement. Never know. So be brutally honest. That's the key of the feedback.
Exactly, that's right. So everyone, we are encouraging all of you to participate. We cannot see your names. So, but we are really interested in getting your feedback because we are lifelong learners. We are really into developing ourselves. And, you know, as a result, we will be able to offer more with maybe a better quality.
Exactly.
So, yeah, in order not to waste more time, Blanca, the mic is yours.
Yes, it is my pleasure. First of all, I just wanted to say one more time good morning, good evening, or maybe good afternoon, depending on your time zone. I hope that we have everybody since day one. So let us know also on the chat. And without further ado, we are just about to start day 4, and it is going to start with very important session. And today, in general, we are going to find many answers for the question, what do teachers need? How can we empower educators altogether? What can be done on educational market to support everybody here? So the first session, I'm going to introduce you and Matt Starr. The session is called How Dyspraxia Can Affect Learning. Very important session. Hello, Matt. I see you are with us. Hello.
Hello. Hello,
Hello. How
everyone.
are you feeling?
Yeah, okay. Big audience. It's good to see.
Good. Yes, I can promise that our attendees are extremely active since day one. And this is what you can surely expect from day to day. However, before I'll leave you on your stage, because this is your moment, I'm going to briefly remind our attendees your background. So, Matt Starr is a freelance young learner and adult ELT assessment writer using vast ESOL exam and teaching experience to produce initial, formative, and summative assessment that challenges and engages learners. We love challenges. That's the reason that Matt is with us. His material focuses on inspiring or unusual subjects whilst remaining relatable to the target audience, whether young learners or adults, British or American. At the same time, he endeavors to incorporate key grammar and vocabulary that is crucial to the relevant syllabus. And as I mentioned before, Matt is going to cover extremely important topic, how dyspraxia can affect learning. So Matt, it is our pleasure to have you with us on a day 4, and the stage is yours, mic is yours. However, I'm in the background if any help is needed.
Oh, thank you very much. So I'm just going to share my screen first of all. And Blanca, confirm that you can see that, please.
Yes, we see your screen. All good. Perfect. Thank you.
Oh, so before I start presenting, what I'd quite like everyone to do is to go on the website ClassPoint on their phones and click join class. And there's a number in the top right hand corner that's 30945, and you can join the class. Now, the idea behind this is I'm going to give a presentation in the style that I teach, i.e., I'd like your interaction. I believe education is about sharing. So I want to see your point of views, and this allows me to do it. So again, if you could go on your mobile phones and go on the website ClassPoint and click join class, and you enter the code 30945. I can see the first person has done it. And that will allow me to get some of your interaction and feedback too. At the moment, there's only one person, so I'm hoping it does work. 2 people now. Give it a few minutes. If you phone on your computers, just to go on ClassPoint, the website ClassPoint, you can see it here, and you put in 30945. I'll just give it another minute or two. So there we go. Numbers are coming in now. We're on 7. equally, you can use the chat if worst comes to worst, and maybe Blanca or Mohammed will message in that, but numbers aren't going up. We're up to 15. Don't be scared of this interaction. It's just I believe, again, education is about sharing. And I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. If you don't know, the answer you don't know is perfectly fine. Okay, just give it another minute or two because the numbers are still going up. So while you're doing that, I'll show you what you're going to hopefully learn about today. So again, my name is Matt Starr, and I'm an ESOL teacher and ELT writer. I've worked in education for 10 years, both in the UK and abroad. And today, I'll be talking about dyspraxia from both a personal and professional point of view. But I'd like to start by thanking Mohammed, Blanca, and Educast for letting me talk today. Blanca or Mohammed, are there any comments or questions or concerns in the chat?
So far, not, but we will have a moment after your session to cover everything. So we will be prepared.
Perfect. Cool. So I'd like to start by talking about my own battles with dyspraxia, both as a child and into adulthood. The first thing to mention is that I hated receiving individual support growing up. I just didn't want to be singled out. Although in my GCSEs for anyone that doesn't know, are exams here when you're 15 or 16, they're very important exams. I got a computer and extra time. As for school in general, I hated sport. I was bottom level and set for everything. No one ever considered the mental health effects this would have on me. Other things I struggled with are what some might call the basics. For example, telling the time, or what I still struggle and don't know how to do today, riding a bike. As an adult, I continue to struggle to learning new techniques, particularly when I go to the gym. I'm constantly forgetting what I've just been shown. On a professional side, my board work can be messy, with my F's looking like S's, and I slide down the board when I'm writing. My handwriting is also not great, and I struggle to stay on the lines. Now, before continuing, here is the first bit of interaction. I'd like to know what your experiences with dyspraxia are, and perhaps what you think it is. And I'm going to do this via ClassPoint. If you don't have ClassPoint, you could write it in the chat. Again, what is your experience with dyspraxia and what do you think it is? And it's perfectly okay here to write, I don't know. This is absolutely fine. So I'm going to start it in ClassPoint. And again, at this moment in the chat, if you can answer the questions, what's dyspraxia? What do you know about it? What's your experience with it? What do you think it is? And if you don't know, that's absolutely fine. It's important. I'm already seeing a couple of people that don't know. These answers on ClassPoint for everyone that's using it are anonymous, so you can write anything you want here. Yeah, I see 3 people. Great. It's great to see that there's quite a few ideas here, people that don't know. Blanca, are there any answers coming through on chat? Because I'm just keeping an eye on ClassPoint.
So far, the question was dyspraxia. So I think we have more and more people that have no idea what it is. That's why.
Fine. I Googled it. I have a couple of students with the condition. Very nice. Okay, I'm just going to give a few more minutes because some of the answers are quite interesting on ClassPoint, and then I'm going to share them. Wow. Okay. Just give one or two a little bit longer. Okay, so hopefully you can see this now. I've just shared some of the results. It's a learning disability, but not sure what it is. I read about it, but I forgot. Fair enough. No idea. This is a bit more scientific. Neurological and development disorder, which affects motor movement. Nice. Misunderstanding with numbers, times, and fractions. Definitely. A disorder that affects physical movement. Absolutely. I want to know, but I think it is something related to distractions. Interesting. Okay, so lots of unsure answers here. Okay, fine. So let's continue. Whoopa. So dyspraxia, the first thing to say about it is that the general population indeed seem unable to answer this question, what is dyspraxia? When I tell people I've got dyspraxia, I typically get a look, quizzical look. What is it? I don't understand. I normally respond with, it's like dyslexia. And I'll come on to that shortly. But do note a really couple of things about dyspraxia. Firstly, it stays with you for life. Secondly, people who have dyspraxia often have other learning difficulties. There's a range from mild to severe, and it often runs in the family. So, I mentioned dyslexia. Let's have a look at the similarities and differences between them and dyscalculia. But let me make one thing clear. Although definitions exist, we don't fit perfectly into boxes. Also, signs, yes, I call them signs, not symptoms, may overlap and aren't necessarily prevalent in every individual. Finally, when I searched for definitions, one thing repeatedly cropped up. That is, intelligence is not affected by learning difficulty, by a learning difficulty. Now, before we look in more detail as to the signs someone with dyspraxia might have, I think it's worth looking at how you are diagnosed. Officially, you can only be diagnosed with dyspraxia aged 5 or over, although some signs can be recognized early on. The first step is for a guardian to talk to a doctor or special educational needs coordinator. The individual can then be referred to the relevant party for an assessment that tests the individual's motor skills. A score is then calculated and compared to the national averages of scores for people of the same age. Now, that's all the science out of the way. I'm not a science expert, but some people like to know about science. Let's get on to the more specifics of what are the signs someone might have if they're dyspraxic. And again, listening to what I've said, I open it to the chat and I open it to ClassPoint again. What do you think are the signs someone with dyspraxia might have? They could be very simple or they could be very complex. Do you know any, perhaps? For example, somebody might say bumping into things. Okay, fair enough. There's no wrong answers here. What do you guys think are some of the signs someone with dyspraxia might have? Perhaps you've got a student, a family member. What do they do that you go, yeah, okay, they're dyspraxic? And we're not talking scientifical here. We're talking just everyday, basic things. What do you think, guys? This is over to you. Put it in the chat. What do you think of some of the signs? Have a random guess. It could be anything. Okay. All right. So somebody says, the first response I've got here is someone saying that it's difficulty with schedules. Okay, cool. All right. Interesting. Blanca, again, can I come to you for anything interesting in the chat?
Someone wrote, I answered above that. I once only heard about ideational dyspraxia, and that's it. So we still have lots of things to cover.
We do, indeed, indeed. But there are some great answers coming through in the chat on the class point, though. There are some really, you might not know what dyspraxia is, but perhaps I've given you an insight into, is it someone that's got this or someone with this then? Yeah, there's some brilliant, brilliant answers coming through, which I'm going to share in a minute or so. Okay, so let me share some of the responses that I've had here. Yeah, so someone said that about sport. I said about sports, right? Well, imagine if you struggle with hand-eye coordination, or you struggle with movement, or you struggle with confidence. What you might do is avoid sport. Absolutely. Struggling with tidying up your room, yeah, organization as a whole could be an issue, right? But also the flip side of that is if there's a messy environment, it could be messy up here, right? It could translate into the mental. Okay. Replacing things, nice. Simple as if one drops things quite often, absolutely. Not just dropping though, right? So some people might take for granted just holding a pen, being able to do this, right? A lot of people that have dyspraxia might not be able to even hold a pen. They might not be able to write, things like that. They might bump into things. If they don't perform well in writing, yeah, for sure. The handwriting, I'll show you my handwriting, right? You can't really, it's not that clear, but it's messy, right? Cutting, writing, or doing art. Three huge sections there. Again, firstly, the scissors, right? Holding the scissors in the first place might be difficult. Secondly, because we struggle with hand-eye movement, if you're cutting, the idea of getting the scissors in the right place could be hard. And then also keeping it in a straight line can be really difficult as well. Writing was said, so handwriting. Another one I want you to think about is copying from the board as well. Doing art, absolutely. Again, same things again. Doing drawing, intricate techniques. We just struggle with it. Misunderstanding at times, exactly. So this can be due to lots of things. This could be due to struggling to keep up with a conversation. This could be due to lots of information going in at the same time and you're just struggling. This could be remembering the information that you've read or that you've learned about. This could be without context. How do you understand the structure? Overthinking is another one. This could be due to that. Understanding instructions, yeah. And imagine I'm an English as a foreign language teacher, right? So for anyone that teaches English as a foreign language here, you have the extra complexity of a different language, right? And you have that extra complexity of translating it perhaps or understanding it in my own language. Cannot solve puzzles, maybe. So that's quite interesting because the problem is that we don't all have the same signs, right? So I remember teaching a lesson and someone was observing me and they came up to me and I did anagrams on the board and they came up to me and they said, you shouldn't do anagrams because It's not inclusive. People with dyslexia, dyspraxia won't be able to do it. But I have dyspraxia and I can do, and I like anagrams. I find them quite fun and easy. I'm good with word searches, things like that. But not every individual can do them. I like this last one. Somebody's thinking outside the box here. Maybe those who probably cannot easily mingle. So all of the things that I've said before and all of the things on here, misunderstanding, understanding instructions, not solving problems, difficulty cutting, writing, doing art, avoiding sport, all of these things, well, they don't just have those the consequence is that it might be quite hard for the person to socialize, to mingle, right? Imagine that you struggle to follow a conversation, right? Well, how difficult is that to make friends? What the big thing I want you to think about here is that it's not just physical, it's mental, right? We get stressed, we get frustrated, okay? If you can't do, you see someone doing something really easily, but you cannot do it. Imagine the mental effects that has on you. And then the consequence is that you might struggle to socialize, right? Any other things, Blanca?
So far, not. So I guess like we are all brainstorming and thinking.
Cool, fine. And often bumping into things. Yeah, I bump into things all the time. I trip over small objects, things that aren't even there. I manage to do it. The word clumsy, is me in essence. That's an interesting one. The middle one there, perhaps, again, due to misunderstanding, or perhaps they haven't comprehended quite in the same way, right? Our brains don't necessarily work in the same way, so we're doing something different to what is going on. Okay, cool, interesting. So, here is a mind map I created of all the signs I could think of that someone with dyspraxia might have. Just give you a little bit of time to have a look at it. Now, naturally, I'm not going to focus on each one. I just want to point out a couple of them. In the top left-hand corner, remembering information. People with dyspraxia often need to reread, as we can struggle with remembering what we've just read about. And I want you to think about that in your teaching. If you give everybody the class, a new thing to read, a text, for example, the person with dyspraxia might take longer to read that information and might understand it differently. So what could you do to support that person? Perhaps give them the materials early, let them see it early, right? And that allows them to reread the information, make notes, and take it in themselves. Keeping up with a conversation on the left here. People with dyspraxia can struggle with focus in all walks of life. We've mentioned about if topics change all the time, people with dyspraxia might struggle to keep up. Okay, but in general, they might just struggle to focus, full stop. Other key thing, and this is one of the biggest things I want you to take away from this. We can put all the signs as physical, but the consequence is the mental health effects this has. As I said to you before, as a child, saw children managing to tell the time, tie the laces, ride a bike really easily. How did this make me feel as a child in school, bottom level and everything? How did this make me feel mentally? Well, we get frustrated, we feel anxious, we feel awkward. And again, this comes back to what somebody said before. That does affect our social lives, meeting friends, getting friends, keeping friends, things like this. Dealing with thoughts. People with dyspraxia often overthink. We take in a lot of the information and it just keeps ruminating like this. A big one we mentioned before for teachers, copying from the board. Something I notice at times is we change letters or we miss a word, miss a letter. This is all very well, but let me remind you that signs are different for every person. You might have some and not be dyspraxic, or vice versa. And one of the big things I want you to take away at the moment, something that I see in education is a kind of movement whereby we hear the word ADHD all the time these days. And I think it's difficult and dangerous to label someone all the time. Dyspraxia is not a fad. It's not a thing where you can go, it's cool, I've got it. No. I want you to be careful with labeling people as dyspraxic, not dyspraxic. The signs are different for everyone. This is what I'm trying to say. Okay. So another thing that we talked about was children. And there are some other factors children might have that are signs that they've got dyspraxia. Telling the time, for example, I struggled with tying laces. And these are some of the basic developmental things that people might have. Again, be careful with the signs. Signs are different for every person, and you might have some, but not be dyspraxic, and vice versa. Now, actually, what I'm going to do at this stage is just stop sharing, and I want to see the chat for myself and see what some of the points are mentioned here. So I'm not sure, Nassima, what you're referring to. My students experience this a lot in classroom conversations. Is that struggling to keep up? Paralinguistic features. Do you want to expand on that, Dr. Moon, if you could? So Google is an interesting one. Someone wrote this in the classroom. So just Google a definition. It kind of gives you an insight, but as we are seeing here, everyone is different, right? So it's all very well AI telling you, but each individual is different. And what we're going to see in a minute is the support on offer. And the support needs to be tailor-made to your classrooms and your environment. So Dr. Moon has written in the class there, a full class. So one thing I'm going to pick up on there, a class full of people. Now, I did a gym class recently where it was full and it was really chaotic. So someone with dyspraxia, this can be really stressful. They can find it overwhelming. There's so many people there. What we're going to think about is also what you can do to support them there. It's another sign of someone with dyspraxia, perhaps someone that just gets stressed at such a busy, chaotic scene. Anything else? Yeah, so interestingly, what Hannah says, I'm talking about it away from a classroom perspective in your students, but family members, colleagues, managers, friends. This could what I'm going to show you in the support section could all be used to help them as well. Most learners find it challenging doing basic tasks and do get over it at their own pace. What do you mean by that, George? Okay, so let's continue. And the next question I have, and the big question, what support is out there for people with learning difficulties, people with dyspraxia, dyslexia? What support do you know about in a global scale, a local level in your area to help your students, friends, families that have got dyspraxia? What do you know is out there? Let's put it in the chat. And again, I'm going to start a little answer session on ClassPoint for those that are on ClassPoint. What do you know that could help an individual with dyspraxia? again, I'm just waiting for some responses. Really like the first response that I'm going to, yeah. Yeah, some of these responses are brilliant. Okay. Keep them coming because some of them are really good. Something I want you to think about also. I teach and have taught asylum seekers and refugees where having a learning difficulty is still frowned upon, which means that you can't do a test can't be done. So how can you help that individual that you think might have dyspraxia or dyslexia, but you don't know? How could you perhaps help them? There's some really nice answers here, which I'm going to connect. Just 20 more seconds. Something that I want you to, yeah, there's something here also that I'm going to expand on as a few things. Opa. So there's two big areas that I like in this answer, and I'm going to connect them both. The first three responses talk to them, give more time, be patient. Unfortunately, nothing in my region so far. Well, this is one of the big issues. Nothing in my region so far. My language school doesn't offer them. I'm very restricted with time. Teachers work hard anyway. I don't have enough time to do anything. It's out of my control. Another comment further down says following school policy. Well, there's nothing going on. Okay, but let me bring it back to the first two comments here. Now, as a teacher, hopefully you are someone that people or the student trusts, right? You're probably the person that knows them well, better than a counselor, better than managers. You know, they might see those managers and counselors as, again, let me think back to when I was a child. I hated that extra help. So, hating that extra help, what do you think I thought of a school counselor that I only met to talk about my needs? And I didn't enjoy it, right? I didn't like it. Okay, so you, as a teacher, you as someone that that person knows, talk to them on a one-to-one basis. Even stuff like, how are you? Are you okay? Checking in with them. This could be all the support they need, just for you as someone they trust to check in with them. Equally talk to them, if you can and have time, about one of the biggest things here, what they want, not what they need. And I'll come on to that in a second. Ask them what they struggle with. If you've seen some of the signs, well, ask them what their signs are. Ask them what support they need. But fundamentally, you as a teacher could just do the basic thing of asking them how they are, asking them, is everything okay? Something as simple as that. Gamification and activities, can someone expand on that perhaps? Extra time with a child, though it will be stressful. Yeah, it's very difficult to know what to do in a way that isn't going to make that situation worse. Again, we're talking about being singled out, right? So this is where talking to them can help, you know, seeing what they're comfortable with, talking to other students as well, talking to other people, that's really important. Creating a safe environment, help them organize, absolutely. This could be something as simple as giving them a calendar. I've got my calendar, I write things down, right? Helping them do that. Your board layout, right? If your board layout is messy, is that going to help them? Just something as simple as writing the date on the board and the targets, perhaps that keeps them in mind. Yes, empathy and sympathy again. Empathy. Let them know we understand their challenges. Yeah, okay. And it's okay, right? It's not an issue. Use of assisted technology. We're going to come on to that in a second. Can be brilliant, can be problematic. Not that I know of, maybe just a few more counselors. Again, those counselors are great, but are they someone the individual trusts? You ultimately, as a teacher, probably they trust a little bit more and you have that better relationship with. Give them time, yeah, great, but how can you do that? Could you give them materials early? Could you give them longer to answer a question? Right, okay, but then you do that, think about their relationship with other students, right? If other students are seeing them get extra time, but they don't themselves, what could you do there? For me personally, I have had a student with, what did they have? They had dyslexia and they had ADHD and they had something else, I think. And this student was a teenager, an older teenager. And I worked alongside other students to help them. It's a great skill we as adults have to deal with a lot of the time, is working alongside or helping people with learning difficulties. So therefore, why can't our students help be involved in that process as well? Yeah, so this is one of the problems is that I come across in, when I'm doing these sessions, is that the support is just not there a lot of the time down to funding, right? I remember teaching in a college here. And in essence, what should happen is that each individual that needs that learning support and an assistant should have that assistant. Well, due to funding, it just simply doesn't happen, right? So in my class, I had two people that needed two or one separate person each to help them, but there was only one in the class. It's a big problem. What you have to kind of be able to work around that. And the way of working around that perhaps is simply just talking to the student and helping them individually. And you give your class all the instructions and then you go to that person after and you help them out, maybe. Daily practice tasks, that's quite interesting. So what I'm going to take from that is doing the same thing in each class. What I mean by that is doing the same type of activity for a week, for example, or for quite a year, whatever. Getting them familiar with that activity before you then mix it up and do another one, right? Building up their confidence and their knowledge, perhaps. Cool, okay. So, somebody mentioned assisted tools. Well, as technology has improved, so is the digital support offered to people with dyspraxia and other learning difficulties. One basic feature of Word that I like is read aloud. It's under the review section. It reads the work for you and is perfect for checking any errors. Now, a computer is great for showing these errors. It's ideal for form filling, something we really struggle with, and writing long texts. But I also like to have printed copies. As a writer, when I'm sent something, the first thing I do is print off the brief to read it through myself. And this comes down to check with the individual what they prefer. Perhaps they need copies before the class, or perhaps, like this session, could be recorded so they could see it afterwards. Helps the individual. On the side, you can see snippets of a poster that I'll show you shortly. It's in the appendix. I believe any staff room should have it. It's a useful tool of supportive applications. Do note there are different versions available. And remember, some people might prefer a laptop, but some people might prefer it printed. In terms of the classroom, ideally, collaboration should take place between parents or guardians, support staff, management, and other students to assist the individual. Yet, fundamentally, discussions within a supportive environment should take place with the person to decide what they want, not just what they need. Don't push things onto somebody if they don't want it. This refers back to my own experience of rejecting specialist support. Let me say that again. Ask them and talk to them about what they prefer, not what they need. It's very easy for us to go, right, they need that, let's give it to them. But is that really benefiting the student? Secondly, generic solutions aren't appropriate. I wish they were, I wish I could go, right, here's what you do with every student. But in reality, that's not the way it is. And at this stage, again, if you have an example that you're not sure how to help a student, or, in your country, you want some advice on what to do, now or in the Q&A is the time to message in the chat and say, well, I've got a student with this. What do you think I should do? Go ahead and ask me that, because it is case by case. Generic solutions aren't appropriate because the signs are different from every person. So equally must the support be. What works for me might not work for someone else. So again, feel free to message in the chat if you've got an example of someone that you're not sure how to help them, or in your country you're not sure what to do. Feel free to message and I can chat and give you some ideas. So perhaps the person needs something to hold. I have a little stress toy that I always hold and I always squeeze. And it helps us maintain our focus and provides mental health support. It used to be a case of, I think, that seeing a student doodling was bad. It was really bad, but actually it might have the same effects to someone with dyspraxia. They might be listening to you, but they're doodling to help them keep their focus. There are so many little ways support can be given. For example, when asking a person a question, have them write their answer down. Go round the rest of the class before coming back to that individual. They then read their answer out. And again, what some people mentioned in the activity before, you as a teacher, thinking about your trust, they trust you. Speak to them, check in with them, even if it's just asking a simple question to them after every lesson, or you okay, or how was the session, or something like simple as that, if you have time. However you support someone, structure and consistency are key, as is the clear communication and agreement of expected rules and behavior. Consistency is key. Now, I'd like to start this section by having a look at the picture. Anyone that's applied for a job or got a job, we know job descriptions are full of complex language, jargon, and meta-language. Well, this is what a job description looks like to somebody with dyspraxia. Ooh. It's personal preference, but I like to disclose that I've got dyspraxia from the start so that everyone is on the same lines. My experience of working in colleges is that once the job is offered, if you have declared dyspraxia, you receive a phone call from an external health support who then report to the college what help you need. In terms of observations, I've always declared my dyspraxia and how it affects my teaching. No one should unfairly report on things that are out of your control. Finally, from a personal perspective, here are 2 useful websites. I'll show you one of them in more detail in a second. For anyone that's in the UK, the foundation has local groups across the country. There are other foundations, I'm not going to go through them all, but I looked at some in France, in Italy. There are others that you can get helplines through as well. This dyspraxia forum is absolutely incredible. There's no taboo topic. Sometimes when you go on these forums and you write things, people don't answer. This is not the case here. I have been on this forum and I asked about the gym technique and I got loads of responses. It's people who empathize with you, give advice. So if you've got any questions about dyspraxia here, or you've got students that struggle and you're still not sure what to do, go on this website and ask people. Say, I've got a student. I'm in Italy. I've got a student that does this. Has anyone got any advice? People will answer you, and it's brilliant. So that comes to the end of my presentation. Before answering questions, let me just repeat some key things. Dyspraxia affects each individually differently. As a result, the support must be tailor-made to that individual. It can result in both physical and mental anguish. It stays with you for life. Find out what the individual wants, not what they need. And here's a couple of things. Here is the appendix, which again, I'm sure the slides can be shared and you can see. And I will also very quickly go onto the website for you. Just give me 1 second and it will load. I hope you can see that here. So this is the website and the topics come under different sections. They're moderated as well. And so you could click on something like studying and you've got all different topics here. Career, studying next level assignments, making notes in lectures. Okay, there is no reason why you guys can't go on here and go, I've got a student with this. Has anyone got any advice for me? People do respond. You can see pretty much everyone has got responses here, which is really useful. And yeah, thank you very much for listening. I hope that has given you some information. I'm sure there are quite a few ideas and questions people might have, so feel free to send them in. You can also add me on LinkedIn if you need be. That is who I am. You can add me
Yes,
on LinkedIn
thank
and
you,
send me
Matt,
the
so much.
matters.
We do have some questions and we do have some amount of time. Let's try to cover a few of them. First things first, I just wanted to thank you one more time. I loved the question that you emphasized a few times. So asking students what they prefer instead of what they need. I think this is a key question, not only for any neurodivergent student, but in general, because it builds connection and momentum. So thank you for reminding us about it. We have one question that I think it's important because very often we educators do not feel entirely qualified to talk about any symptoms. So, for instance, in Brazil, but I believe also in other countries, school need medical reports for students who have any neurodivergent condition in order to officially register it and, after all, provide guidance to teachers. So from your perspective, should dyspraxia also be investigated by medical doctors?
Well, so I've got a few things I've written down here. Firstly, I'm going to come back to that. I said the word signs, not symptoms. So I'm not complaining here or anything, but this little thing there could be a huge support for any students as well. You know, the idea that um, we, the idea that dyspraxia and dyslexia could be an illness. No, you know, trying to get rid of that in some of the countries, trying to get rid of that bad kind of idea thing. We're there to help them. You know, that sort of approach is all the student could need, is recognizing that actually it's not an illness and it's just the trying to treat it as a normal thing kind of thing. And then secondly, Blanca, sorry, I'm answering more questions than what you've had.
Yeah, much
The
appreciated.
second thing Blanca there said, which I can kind of relate to, is I was never trained in, although I've got dyspraxia, I was never trained in dealing with students that have special needs, you know? And and you can do certain courses to help you, but you're ultimately very restricted. But as a teacher, you do have those personal skills that could be all you need. The empathy, the being able to relate to people, being able to talk, helping students out. You know, you do have those skills. And those, if you're a great teacher, you've got those skills. So you already have it there. Also, another thing kind of I picked apart Blanca's question a little bit was it's one thing when you know the student's got dyspraxia. It's another thing when you don't know they've got dyspraxia. And you can't talk to them, sure, but you could still do some of the support. You could still offer some of the support without necessarily picking them out on a one-to-one basis, right? You could still offer that, I don't know, someone said repeating the same activity in a week, right? That would help them. Printed materials, not having them copy from the board. Okay, you notice they struggle with that. So why not give the class printed materials, for example? Now, Blanca's overall question, I kind of guess, are you asking me whether dyspraxia should be assessed? Is that what you're
Should it be assessed by medical professionals? So like if as you spoke about certain symptoms, all right, and certain signals, I would say, once they are observed by teachers, should medical examination be involved at the first stage?
I don't like to think of medical anxiety. I don't like to think of medical examination. That's not quite the right. I kind of go "Ugh," by that because again, we're thinking about is it an illness, and it's like no, it's not an illness. I think that question is very restricted because in all your countries, you're all going to have a different policy, and we
Exactly.
don't really have a say about that. The only thing we can do is refer to a special educational needs counselor or support person that has the expertise, and they'd carry out an official test more than I would say a doctor. But in some of your countries, it might just be a case of the first thing you do is refer them to the doctor, and the doctor is the one that does that. If that's the way it is, then fair enough. But they need that. Someone with dyspraxia, one of the biggest things they can have, I unfortunately don't have it on me right now, I've got it in my room, is a report that tells me I'm dyspraxic. I got this at university. I'm in my 30s and I've still got it, and will keep it with me for life. That report is so, so important because it's one thing going, I've got dyspraxia. It's another going, I've got dyspraxia. Here is the evidence, and here is what I need. So if you can get those students to get that official report, it's evidence. Yeah.
Fantastic. It's also a matter of self-care that you know what you need. So like you tell everybody if it's
Yeah, exactly. But Blanca, to be honest, that individual might not know what they need, right? You know, and that paper could help the teacher, the manager, the colleague understand perhaps what they need a little bit more.
fantastic.
I love that. I loved someone's comment, by the way. Students in middle and high school are usually anxious. Absolutely, I was. And not just middle school, but I'd say lower school. And you know, you don't want to be singled out, or most kids don't want to be singled out.
Mm.
Treat them like a kind mother. Yeah, what can you kind of, you need that professional relationship, absolutely, 100%. But perhaps if you've got 20 seconds, 30 seconds at the end of your class, you just go, "Are you all right?" You just ask that individual with dyspraxia a question, perhaps.
Mm.
Students
Exactly.
hate to be labeled and don't label them. I said to them at the start, there's boxes with definitions, but we don't fit into definitions.
Exactly.
Don't label them.
Fantastic. And this is what we have to finish with today. So instead of labeling, let's just have meaningful conversations and a dialogue that can help us to move further. Matt, thank you so much for your informative session. I believe that it opened our eyes, not only in terms of dyspraxia, but in general about these sensitive areas, because very often teachers and other educators aren't trained. Very often it is not an element in any curriculum and teacher training. So one more time, thank you for that. And dear attendees, if you have further questions, and I saw you have, feel free to contact Matt by LinkedIn or other social media. As he openly admitted, he is more than happy to answer all of them and help you in further steps here.
Just one last thing, Blanca, if I may say. I've been there. I know how scary it can be. Don't be daunted by it. Don't be worried and fretting and stressed by it. Reach out and ask people, what support can I give this individual? We're there to help you.
That's the message. Exactly. I'm definitely with you on that one. Let's not be afraid. That's the reason that we're creating this community. And that's one of the reasons that EDUCAS International Conferences is happening again this year, 2026. So one more time, Matt, thank you so much. And without further ado, without any break, we're just going to hop to another session. And I'm going to tell you a bit more about the upcoming session. But first, I need to see and check if the next presenter is ready. I think that he is ready, but I just need to check that. So let me quickly check. Mohammed, are you with us?
Yes.
You
Hello.
are with us. All right. So it is my pleasure, dear audience, just to have this quick change. Why it's a pleasure? Because sometimes changes are inevitable. I would say maybe more often they are inevitable. And today we do have certain change. So I am absolutely happy to present another session and the speaker and my friend, and the person that altogether we brainstorm, we think about education, what can we do for everybody, and basically what further steps should be taken. To introduce Mohammed Nabil, I'm going to tell you that he is an educational consultant, teacher trainer, and conference speaker with over a decade of international experience in teacher development, curriculum design, and educational leadership. As you heard a few times since day one, he is the founder of EDUCAS International, where he leads global conferences, professional development programs, podcasts focused on evidence-based practice, teacher agency, and ethical innovation in education. His work spans ELT, assessment, AI integration, and leadership development across MENA region and international platforms. Mohammed regularly collaborates with universities, publishers, and educational organizations, and is known for bridging research, policy, and classroom practice. It is my pleasure, dear attendees, to invite you to the session called Empowering Teachers to Find, Shape, and Project Their Professional Voice. It's all about well-being and what teachers need. So, Mohammed, the stage is yours.
Okay, hello everyone. Hello, can you hear me? Is my voice clear? That's the obvious question in online settings, right? Yeah. So could you please drop number 1 in the chat box if everyone is ready for this session? Because obviously many people would confuse the focus of my session. It's not that thing about education or about teaching. It's about teachers themselves. It's about empowering teachers. So this is 100% related to our theme for day 4 at the EDUCAS International Conference 2026. So I'm so honored to be having all of you here today. And yeah, if you have ever attended a talk for me before? Please drop number 1. If no, drop number 2. Let me check the chat box. Okay, that is great. So obviously I have lots of people attending here today, and this is not the first time for them. Some people are meeting me for the first time. Okay, that is good. So anyway, I hope that you enjoy today's session. And again, it's entitled Empowering Teachers to Find, Shape, and Project Their Professional Voice. So I'm talking about um, developing confident speakers. So I'm trying to help teachers today to find out about their own voice and how to project it to the world. So again, good afternoon, and thank you for joining me today from wherever you are. Before we dive in, let's get our minds and keyboards energized. And I want you to find in the chat box right now. Take a look at it. And I'll ask you a question, and I want you to type your answer in the chat. But don't hit until I say go. Don't hit enter until I say go. So the question is, what is one word that describes what you love most about teaching? 1, 2, 3, go. Okay, so we can see knowledge, students, growth, learning, empowerment, students again, kids, awareness, motivation, learning, edutainment, that's amazing, improvement, learners again, okay, critical thinking, seeing in my students what they can't see in themselves, motivation, that is amazing, facilities, being a role model, collaboration, learning initiatives, helping students to be confident, okay, good, purpose, amazing, that's fantastic. I'm seeing lots of great words, lots of great contributions. And this is actually the core of our session for today, developing something that enables you to love your job more. So take a look at these two images. And actually, I'm the one who is standing on the stage in both of these two pictures. So before we dive deep into the topic of our session, I want to quickly share a story about myself. So it's about a speaking experience I had at a particular conference a couple of years ago in Egypt, and it is the ILACE conference. And actually, my slides were ready, and I knew my content, and I had been preparing for weeks. I was so much confident in my material, but as I went live, my heart started, you know, pounding. My hands were clammy, and for a split second, I completely froze. My knees were shaking. All I could think was, what if I forget everything? What if the audience doesn't connect with me? So the question to you is, has anyone ever felt that way during an online meeting or presentation? That moment of panic? The feeling you're about to fail? If so, you're not alone. What I learned from that experience is that fear is a natural part of the presenting experience, but it doesn't have to define us. Maybe it's something that is natural in human beings, okay? But let me tell you something. What is really surprising is that this feeling is more common than you might think. So, from a study by the National Institute of Mental Health, found that glossophobia, or the fear of public speaking, affects about 75% of the population of the planet. And it's often ranked higher than the fear of death. So people are afraid of public speaking more than their fear of dying. So if you've ever felt this way, know that you're in the majority. So no need to worry about that anymore. So today we're going to explore where that fear comes from, and more importantly, how to manage it and build lasting confidence. We will be discussing stage fright, the affective filter hypothesis, and practical ways to move from stage fright to the spotlight and help you to be able more to project your voices. And of course, we'll have some time for your questions at the end of the presentation. So, again, if we want to start really practically in this session, we will start with the problem. We need to diagnose it, right? Just like going to the doctor to understand what you are suffering from in order to give you the right medicine. So the question right now is, why do we fear? In the chat box, I want to see some of your ideas. Why do you think we fear? Okay, Diana is saying criticism. That's interesting. Okay, uncertainty of the outcome. That is great. Yeah. Lack of confidence. Great answer, George. Great answer, Mohammed. Okay, and brain feel of, oh, okay, fear of doing mistakes. That is great. Less confidence. That's right, Khairi. Okay. Fear of making mistakes. We're afraid of making mistakes. Not being well prepared. Bad experiences with audiences. Yeah, that's right. Judgment. Not measuring up. Okay, so I think the reasons will differ and we will all agree on them, right? So actually, it turns out that there are several common reasons, and we often have a fear of judgment. We worry we will forget what to say, we fear embarrassment or making a mistake in front of others. And sometimes it's about technical failures. And think about the start of the conference this day. I would definitely relate to it. We started a little bit late due to some technical issues. But the point is believing in the fact that technical failures will always happen, right? But as speakers, what if the microphone doesn't work? We keep thinking of that. Or the internet cuts out. So for many, there is the fear of freezing completely, just like what happened to me before. Or the feeling that we are an imposter and don't belong on the stage, feeling that other people would do better than us on the stage. That is right. So we have different reasons to tell here. So right now, I want you to think about the last time you stood on a stage or had to do a presentation, whether in a conference or in a classroom, or even when you were given a demo lesson. I want you to describe how you felt in just one word in the chat box. How did you feel, and why do you think you felt that way? Yeah, symptoms of being perfectionist. Okay, usually first experience is frightening. Yeah, I can tell. One has to be prepared to avoid negative feelings during public speaking. That's right. Nervousness. Yeah, that is right. That's the right word. Embarrassed. That is great, Hibatullah. Okay, nerve-wracking. Yeah, so expressive. Okay, what else? Yeah, nerve-wracking, unpreparedness, stress and lack of confidence. That is right. Amazing. Why do you think so? Okay, it was my class of modern drama today, and I felt quite comfortable because it's a daily routine. Okay, that is great. So you keep practicing it. Okay, at first I felt under the spotlight, uncomfortable. Later on, it wore off. Okay, great. Confident, I was older than everyone in the room. Okay, that's a great feeling. Being clear as it was a speech with several key figures of the community also nervously came toward the end. Well, again, our experiences might differ for sure, right? Okay, so after understanding the problem, we need to dig deeper into why, the reasons why we fear. Well, actually, if we're talking about the reasons why we feel scared on the stage or when speaking in front of other people, um, we're talking about the fear of judgment. That's obviously something we will all agree on. Since we are teachers, if we're talking before other teachers, we will be afraid of other people's judgment, right? So again, referring back to the fact that 75% of the people experience some level of fear when it comes to public speaking, it's nothing to worry about, right? Don't care about what other people think of you. But the problem is in the questions you keep asking yourself. Maybe you keep saying to yourself, what will they think of me? What if I say something silly? What if I'm not good enough? These thoughts are just rooted in your need for approval, right? But here's the truth. Your audience is usually much more supportive than you think. So they are there to listen and to learn, not to criticize you. They are spending one of the most valuable things they ever have, which is their time, right? So no need to worry about that. Number two, the fear of forgetting. And it happens, it keeps happening to the most experienced public speakers. So it's a big one, yes. And you've probably imagined yourself standing there, blanking out completely on the stage. And that fear alone can be paralyzing. But here is a helpful reminder. Even experienced speakers sometimes lose their train of thought. So the key is how to recover, not whether it happens, because it will happen anyway, right? There is a huge possibility that it will happen, right? Okay, and this leads us to another reason, which is the fear of embarrassment. And maybe you worry about tripping over your words. A non-native English language speaker, so I might mispronounce something or accidentally click the wrong slide, right? And this is so much familiar to most of you. But we often overestimate how big these mistakes will feel to others. Most of the time, the audience doesn't even notice, or they quickly forget. Another thing, since we are here gathering in an online conference, is technical failures. So maybe the mic is not working, right? Maybe the slides disappear or freeze. Maybe the internet cuts out if you are online. These situations can be really frustrating, but they are not the end of the world. Having a backup plan and a calm mindset can make all the difference. Another reason is the fear of freezing, and some people also fear that they will freeze on the stage, completely unable to continue. And again, this is so much natural. This is a natural fear, but it's also preventable with a bit of mental preparation and breathing techniques, which we will cover soon in this presentation. And lastly, the imposter syndrome. And here we're talking about the feeling that you're not qualified to speak or that someone else could do it better. And this is something even professionals struggle with. But if you're speaking about something you have prepared for, something you are passionate about, you're absolutely worthy of being there. So what I want you to do right now is to take a deep breath. All of these fears are shared by many, and you're not alone. And more importantly, you can overcome them with awareness, practice, and the right tools. Moving from understanding the fear that we face or that we have on the stage to what causes it. Yes, we have been through lots of reasons, but we need to get into the scientific or the theoretical aspect of understanding the problem. And here we're talking about the affective filter hypothesis in 1982, which is one of the 5 key hypotheses in Stephen Krashen's second language acquisition theory. And actually, it emphasizes the role of emotional variables in language learning and how they can either facilitate or hinder the process. So what I want you to do to understand the core idea of the affective filter hypothesis is that there are some emotional factors such as motivation, self-confidence, anxiety, and attitude. All of these factors can play a significant role in how effectively a person acquires a second language. But we're not here talking about learning a second language. We're not talking about our learners. We're talking about ourselves. We're talking about our audience. So these emotional factors act as a filter that can either lower the filter or raise it. So if they lower the filter, they allow more confidence. Okay, they allow more language input if we're talking about our learners to reach the brain and be processed effectively. If we're talking about the filter when it is raised, well, this blocks everything. And then we lack confidence. So again, think of this as a door or a gate. If the gate is open, well, everything is good. The affective filter is low. If the gate is closed, the affective filter is high, and you won't be able to do anything. And to elaborate more, I want you to imagine your brain just like this picture. Your brain has a filter, a gate to ensure that you got the idea. And this gate controls how well you can access and use your prepared content. When this filter is low, the gate is open. And this happens when your emotional variables are positive. Okay? So make sure that you lower the affective filter, and I will tell you some tips for doing that. Okay, that is great. So again, here we're talking about what might affect your performance and your confidence on the stage: motivation, confidence, low anxiety, and attitude. Okay, moving from this to the example I was just telling you about. Here, the gate is open, the affective filter is low, the gate is closed, the affective filter is high. Okay, so which one do you want to have? An open gate or closed one? Okay, so the good news is that we can develop something called coping mechanisms. Yes, we can learn how to manage this fear. And we can manage our fear by developing these coping mechanisms or these mechanisms. And here are a few practical techniques you can use the next time you feel that anxiety creeping in. Well, number one, we have some grounding techniques, and it's all about bringing yourself back to the present moment. And what you have to do is simply feel your feet on the floor or pay attention to the desk in front of you. This simple act can disrupt the cycle of fearful thoughts. So you're bringing your thoughts to the present time, not to thinking about whether you will fail or not. Okay. Another thing is, that's a technical failure. Yeah. So another thing is that you can reframe your thoughts. Instead of thinking, what if I make a mistake? What if I mess up? What if they don't like my presentation? Try to reframe it. Keep telling yourself that this is a good opportunity to share something valuable. It's a powerful shift, actually, from a negative to a positive mindset. So talking to yourself while you are on the stage is something positive. So you need to change the way you think while you are on the stage. You need to reframe your thoughts. Another thing is to build mental resilience, and this is like a mental workout. It's about the more you practice. So the more you practice these techniques, the stronger your ability to handle stressful situations becomes. And this is where we actually turn fear into fuel and anxiety into awareness. Okay. So, again, if we want to dig deeper into each of these techniques, talking about grounding techniques, so that's the first tool that we can have here in our toolkit or toolbox. I'm going to share something really interesting that you can try to do right now. So, one of the most popular grounding techniques is something called the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 method. So I want you to drop this in the chat box. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 method. So if you are on the stage and you're having difficulty, if you are struggling with your fear of being on the stage, you can think of 5 things you can see, 4 things you can touch, 3 things you can hear, 2 things you can smell, and 1 thing you can taste. So you're using your 5 senses to escape your fear of public speaking. And actually, this technique pulls your attention away from those negative thoughts and gets you back into your body, grounding you in the now. Okay? Another simple method is just to press your feet firmly on the ground and feel the support beneath you. So you keep looking for something to support you. Well, the ground you're standing on is something that can really support you. So let your body remind you, I'm safe. I'm here right now. Okay. Talking about reframing thoughts, and that's another coping mechanism. Well, instead of saying to yourself, I'm nervous, try to say, I'm excited. Well, this feeling deep inside might be out of energy, not out of anxiety. Okay. So if you keep telling yourself those positive thoughts or ideas, this will help you overcome the fear you're having at the moment of your talk or your demo or whatever you're doing. Okay. So it's not only about telling yourself at the moment of your talk, it's also about reframing your expectations after the talk. So instead of aiming for a perfect presentation, and I know that most of teachers are perfectionists, right? So instead of aiming for perfection, aim for making a good connection with the audience. So my piece of advice is to focus less on performance and focus more on communication. Okay, number 3, and here we're trying to help you build mental resilience. And it's your ability to bounce back and stay focused in case things don't go perfectly. Okay, so what you need to do is to follow these 3 steps. Number 1, practice, practice, practice. The more you expose yourself to speaking situations, the less threatening you feel. Number 2, reflection. After each speaking experience, ask yourself, what went well? What can I improve? And this will definitely help you grow instead of just criticizing yourself. And number 3, self-compassion. Be kind to yourself. Mistakes do not mean failure. They mean learning. Speak to yourself like you would to a close friend. So again, practice, reflect, and practice self-compassion with yourself. Okay, so what we're talking about here today is to help you develop confidence. But my question to you right now is, are we born confident or it is something developed? Looking at the chat box to see some answers. Are we born confident or it is something developed? Exactly. Practice makes perfect. That's a great contribution. Okay, Muhammad is saying developed. Diana is saying speak to ourselves as we do to our students. Yeah, that's right. Zawan is saying developed. It can be very helpful. Yeah, that's right. Okay, both developed. It must be developed. It is both developed. Okay, mostly developed. That is good. Learned. Impressive myself. Okay, that is amazing. Well, actually, I might disagree with some of you. Well, of course, we are different and we think differently. So we might have different perspectives on everything that we know. But again, actually, confidence isn't something you are born with, it's something you build brick by brick, like building a house. And in public speaking, confidence comes from these three essential foundations. The first one is, or refers to, what do you think it refers to? Any ideas in the chat box? Yeah. What does it refer to? Exactly, Hannah, that's right. It refers to practice. So, number one, practice. Number two, visualization. Number three is breath. So, again, if you want to develop your confidence, there are three foundations you have to think of. One, practice. Two, visualization. And three, breath. And let's take a closer look at each of these ones. So, talking about the first picture on the left, we can see someone who is practicing. Maybe he's trying to build some muscles. So, actually, this is not a person. This is confidence. And confidence here is considered as a muscle. So, this image represents confidence as something you build and strengthen through consistent effort. And it shows a person working out with brains instead of weights. And this is to emphasize the mental nature of this exercise. So again, confidence is a muscle. Keep practicing, keep growing it. Okay, number two, if you take a look at this young man, he's trying to build something, right? He's building a tower, maybe. And actually, this is not an actual building of a tower. It's to illustrate the idea of confidence as something that is built carefully, one block at a time. And the blocks are labeled with key actions like practice and preparation, showing that a strong foundation is necessary for lasting confidence. So again, confidence isn't gained in a day or two. It requires hard work. It requires practice and patience. Number three, and here confidence is as a light switch. You know, when you turn on the light or turn it off, okay, so this is confidence. And yes, this image is so simple but powerful metaphor. And it shows a conscious decision to turn on your confidence. And it highlights a single action can transform a situation from dark to bright and manageable. So think of your confidence as a light switch. If you use it to turn the lights on, well, you're the winner. You can also use it to turn off the lights. And of course, no one likes to turn off the lights, right? So here we have three metaphors we need to keep considering. Confidence is a muscle, confidence is a tower, and confidence is a light switch. Okay. So again, I think we already talked about that. Confidence is a muscle, confidence is a tower, and we need patience. We need key actions like practice and preparation in order to build a lasting confidence. We don't need it for just a moment. We need it to be lasting. Okay. And the last thing is the light switch. And obviously, we should use that light switch to turn on the lights, not to turn them off. Okay. Great. So how can we build confidence? Again, number one, practice and prepare. And this is the first and most effective way to build confidence. So there is a saying that I really love, which is, the more you sweat in rehearsal, the less you bleed in battle. And actually, it's very true in public speaking. When you know your materials very well, when you have rehearsed it, when you have rehearsed your timing, and when you have walked through the slides or the script multiple times, something powerful happens. You reduce your uncertainty. And if you reduce your uncertainty, you reduce your anxiety. You fight against your fears. Maybe the fear of forgetting, the fear of not being good on the stage, the fear of not or being judged by others, or you're not worth standing there on the stage, right? So if you think of that, think of something. Uncertainty is what fuels anxiety. So we have to avoid it. And how can we do this? By practicing and preparing for our talks. Number two, positive visualization. And a very simple example for that is I'm a huge fan of Barcelona team, football team. And I still remember Barcelona versus Paris Saint-Germain, maybe a couple of years ago. So Barcelona had to score maybe 4 or 6 goals. I can't remember that well. Okay. And if they aren't to score these goals, they won't qualify to the final match. And guess what? The players kept talking to themselves. We're gonna win this. We can do it. What we are talking about here is positive visualization. And it happens with most athletes when they keep convincing themselves that they are going to win. You're going to get it, right? So before your presentation, find a quiet moment, close your eyes, and now picture yourself walking into the room, standing tall, speaking clearly, and connecting with your audience. And imagine them nodding, smiling, and engaging with you. Visualizing success helps your brain adjusts itself to perform better. Okay, so it's another way of getting yourself ready to master the stage. Number three, and it might seem and sound to many people really simple and it doesn't have that impact, but actually it helps a lot. And we're talking here about deep breathing techniques. And it's about using the easiest thing that you can do to stay alive, which is breathing, okay, to gain confidence. But how can we do that? Well, actually, we will try this right now together, okay? Because I think we are already behind time, but we will try to do it really quickly, okay? So what I want you to do is to inhale slowly through your nose for a count of 4. So, and now we have 4. Hold it for 4. And then I want you to exhale gently through your mouth for 6 seconds. So if you repeat this a few times before stepping on the stage, before stepping up to speak, this deep, intentional practice will lower your heart rate, clear your mind, and help you center yourself before you begin. So confident doesn't mean having to fear or having no fear. It means feeling the fear and being able to overcome it. So with consistent practice, positive visualization, and intentional breathing, you can train your mind and body to meet fear with strength. So again, confidence is a skill, and just like any other skill, with practice, it grows. So my final thoughts, so that we can finish this. Fear is not the enemy, and it's actually a sign that you care. So you have to embrace it, okay? And because obviously it means that the moment matters to you. So instead of just trying to eliminate it, the real goal is to understand it, manage it, and grow through it. Okay? So in today's talk, we went through lots of things. We understood why we fear and how we can overcome this fear. And we shared some practical techniques that will help anyone on the stage overcome the fear, whatever the stage is. So again, everyone, confidence is a muscle. The more you flex it, the stronger it gets. The more you practice, the more you face your fears, the smaller they become. And remember this, you don't have to be fearless to be great speakers. You just have to be brave enough to begin. So thanks a lot for this. And before we end this, before I give the mic back to Blanca, I have a couple of questions and I want to hear your answers in the chat box. What was your biggest takeaway from today's session? And what's one thing you will do? I'm looking at the chat box at the moment and trying to read your reflections before we move to the next talk. Yeah, just type something that you took away from the session. A practice makes perfect. Fear is a sign. You might want to share any of the metaphors I used for today. Fear can be overcome, that's right. So the idea is not to avoid it. It's about how to manage it, how to improve confidence. Confidence is a muscle. It's a tower. It's a light switch. That is right. We can use our 5 senses. We can use our feet to bring ourselves to the moment. That's right. So actually, again, getting back to the question, we might be born confident, but it's something that we need to keep working on. So everyone, I really had the pleasure of presenting at EduCast conference today and having you all here. Before I finish my talk, you can scan this QR code to connect with me on social media. And for all the attendees, there is a discount of 50% on Master the International Stage live course that is starting at the end of February. Okay, so we will drop a link to get more details and get your discount in the chat box. Hopefully the coordinator drops it.
Yes, we are going to drop it. Everything will be there.
Exactly, that is right. So
I
if you have any
think
questions, if you have anything, yeah.
Thank you, Mohammed. There were huge ideas that I believe that our attendees need to allow to sink in, because as you mentioned, it is a muscle, it is a process. So without further ado, because we already have takeaways of your sessions, and I think that we need to wrap it up a little bit in our mind. So we encourage you to build the muscle of communication, creativity, and collaboration, which, by the way, you are actively doing. So please keep up the good work. And without further ado, Mohammed, I hope you agree with me. We are going to introduce our another speaker. So day 4, what educators really need. So all about well-being. Very often we are in this loop of thinking about our students, about parents, about our clients, companies that we cooperate with. But where we are in this whole scheme, in this whole math diagram, we also have to remember about ourselves. That's why another session that will be covered by Claire Martin is going to give you practical strategies for teacher well-being with a beautifully designed title, Rest and Rise. I think this is something that we have to cultivate. I will tell you a little bit of Claire's background. She is a psychological coach with an MSc in Applied Positive Psychology and the owner of Gold Crest Training. She's the founder of the Wellbeing Ambassador Program, which helps organizations embed practical, evidence-based well-being strategies into everyday leadership. The program is also licensed for delivery by independent consultants and internal facilitators, with Claire providing training and standardization. With a background in teaching and lecturing in psychology at both further education and postgraduate level, her approach blends academic rigor with applied insight. She is also the author of Wellbeing Ambassadors: How to Help Your People Be More Resilient, Innovative, Successful, and Engaged at Work. Claire, it is our pleasure to have you during EduCast International Conference 2026. And what can I say? I can't wait for your session, because I'm also a huge believer in well-being and self-care, which is not related to ego. We must learn how to do it better. Without further ado, Claire, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm going to share my slides. I think if I can be... Great. So hi, everybody, and thank you so much for having me on this conference. It's really exciting to be talking to fellow teachers about some really, I hope, practical strategies. That is the goal for my session, is that I will be inviting you to share and think and engage. So I can see the chat box is really alive during the last session. So it'll be lovely to see you kind of chatting and engaging and hopefully literally starting to think about your well-being now in this session. You know, we've got 40 minutes together, and my invite to you is use this as a moment to spend and gift yourself for your own well-being. As teachers, we often spend a lot of time looking after everybody else. This is an opportunity to give yourself some time. So a quick sort of overview of what I'm going to cover in this session. Rest and Rise is the title there, as you can see, of this talk, and I'll go into sort of the motto, the idea behind that in its simplest form. You might guess, sort of rest and rise. If we need to look after ourselves, we need to rest in order to rise up and be at our best. But it's also a core model in the program I run. So it goes a little bit deeper into really creating this idea of a whole organizational approach to well-being. So we might need to start with ourselves, but then it's like, how do we embed that? How do we spread that? How do we share that with others? In order, obviously, to talk about well-being, there's an element of needing to know, what do we mean by well-being? So I am going to kind of invite a little bit of that from you, that kind of question, and give you a definition that I used to explain what we mean by well-being. And then we'll move that into this idea of, I see too much of it, that people are in survival mode. And what does it mean to step into a space of thriving? How do we get there? And what's that link between well-being and thriving? And I'll use sort of a reflective tool there, again, inviting you, if you're willing, to stop, notice, and see where you're at today, in this moment, and also maybe on a bigger scale in your careers, in your work and things. I do want to give you those practical pieces. So we're also going to hone in on this idea of, what is your well-being toolkit? Now, I'm sure there are already things that you probably do for your well-being, which is fantastic. But I know, even though I, do training on this, even though this is my whole career to talk about well-being, support people with that, I still need reminders. What is it I'm doing that is supporting my well-being proactively? Not just when I'm maybe tired or struggling, but literally every day, as a way to maintain my well-being, creating this, holistic and proactive approach. So we're going to go into that and invite you to maybe even make some commitments to yourself today. And the REST method is part of the Rest and Rise model that I'm going to explain to you. And that will give you, I hope, a specific way of starting to say, if there was one thing I was going to do new for my well-being, how could I make it more likely that I'd stick with that habit? So I'm going to introduce you to my Rest and Rise model, and part of that is the REST method, and it'll give you a bit of a, hopefully a boost in your motivation to engage with something new. And then I'm going to bring in this idea of, can you be an ambassador of well-being? So to understand what well-being means to us, and maybe start to look after our own well-being more, many teachers are already in a role model position, right? You're literally role modeling to your students. You also might be managers. You might be, role modeling to other staff. And so I will introduce this idea of well-being ambassadors, which is the core model and program that I ran. And I'm delivering a live course on that program coming up at the end of March. And I've got some details for you on that. So if anybody is interested at the end of this talk, I'm going to offer a 10% discount code that's live just for the week while the Educast International Conference is taking place. So if you make it to the end and you're still interested in what I'm talking about, you might want to look into it a bit further. So big idea. Yeah, what is it? What is the whole essence of what I'm trying to get across? And for me, it is this recognition that it is important. And I think mostly I'm preaching to the converted probably if you've turned up to this webinar, but it's so important to rest. We have to give ourselves time out. We have to do things to look after ourselves if we want to step up and rise and be at our best and to really thrive. And, you know, for me, knowing that is one thing, but giving ourselves permission to do it is another. Right? And I can see in the chat box some people saying, you know, need well-being so badly. And, you know, there's that aspect, someone saying it's something that's really ignored. And I think it's true. You know, there's particularly in the education sector, we are so much giving to others that we don't always remember that we need to stop and look after ourselves. And so that's really my invite today is, you know, even if that was the only thing you take away from this and you do it in whatever way works for you and you know, maybe you don't take any of the other pieces of information and the models I'm going to show to you, but if you just let that sit with you and gave yourself some time to rest, that might be 5 minutes. That might be, you know, doing a breathing exercise that, you know, in the last webinar, there was a beautiful example of just taking some time to do some notice our breathing and calming our breathing. That could be that moment of rest in a really busy day otherwise. So that's the concept. I'm obviously going to go into it in more detail. And I want to sort of put it into context of the model that I use in my Wellbeing Ambassador program. So the Wellbeing Ambassador program is designed to support people's well-being, and specifically I'll focus on people who are in a position of leadership. So they might be leading a team, they might be leading a whole organization, they might be leading in the sense that teachers are leading, you know, their students, they're leading people from a role model perspective. You can see there's quite a lot of detail here, and I'm going to go into kind of the white rings. So it says organizational outcomes on the outside. What we find and what we're striving for with the Rest and Rise model is that we want to see the RISE outcomes, and they stand for increased resilience, innovation, success, and engagement. And, you know, all wonderful things. And you might be thinking, okay, that's great. Like, how do we do it? And so this model is trying to say that we've got to take a whole organizational approach to it. If we're looking at this inside a school education system, we need everybody to be engaged with the idea. So the board, the leaders, the teams, and I'll come to that a little bit more in a moment. And then we actually need to have something to do, right? We need practical strategies. And so I introduce, and that's what I'm going to do a little bit, give you a bit of a teaser of today, different well-being interventions that can actually help people be more present with themselves, that can help people build their resilience. So having strategies to think differently, to understand what really makes them, you know, grow and develop and thrive. Introduce things about connection. We talk about physical health, and I'm going to touch on that all today. And so we invite this REST method, which is relatable, enjoyable, sociable, and trackable. And I'm going to go into that in more detail today because it's such a useful method to apply into creating a healthy habit, which is what I would love for you to do and have as a takeaway from today. So the zooming in, or kind of taking away some of the detail there on the screen, this idea of having a whole organizational approach means that we're not just saying it's down to the individual, right? It is important for me as an individual to look after my well-being. But if I can have the support in the system I work in to, you know, create opportunities for me to look after my well-being, that is really where we start to see like the systemic approach to well-being. You know, I'd love to hear thoughts in the chat box. You know, we're sort of proposing here that we need to have the board setting a wellbeing strategy. I'd love to know who works in an organization where you have a proactive wellbeing strategy, not just one that addresses problems when they arise, so like a mental health strategy, but one it is specifically focusing on proactive. I'd love to hear. I can see some not me's coming through in the chat box, and you know you're not the first to say that to me. So, you know, for me, this is such a big thing that we need to acknowledge that if we're not even setting the strategy, how is it that we can implement it, right? We then need leaders to be driving that change. They need to be driving the wellbeing culture. Do I have any leaders on the webinar at the moment? Like anybody in a position where you may be managing other staff? I would say arguably you're all leaders because you're role modeling and supporting students. But if maybe you've got specifically any managers, it'd be really interesting to know, that idea of that responsibility to maybe support and drive wellbeing culture. Okay, thank you. Yeah, see, we've got someone who's a science coordinator, so you might be in charge of a department. That kind of thing puts you in a position where others are looking to you, right, for support and guidance. And then we branch that out and say supporting wellbeing initiatives has to be embraced by teams. So it can't just be the leader is there, or somebody in HR or somebody at the senior level is saying, oh, we've got this, new wellbeing initiative, and it's kind of thrown at everybody, but nobody really engages with it. So we want to see how is it that we get to engage at the team level as well. And one of the things that we found to be really successful is inviting people to become wellbeing ambassadors. So that a wellbeing ambassador, you could call yourself a wellbeing ambassador, of course. I obviously run training for this so that people become wellbeing ambassadors, but they start to see how they could support maybe strategy, maybe influence it even if they're not on the board. They might not be at that senior level, how they might be able to support leaders and support their team, their people around them, and maybe just even their colleagues. Inevitably, when I deliver this with teachers, lots of people want to also do that and support their students, which is wonderful. I can see we've got a few coordinators, people in charge in schools on the call, which is wonderful. So that's the kind of idea I want to sort of embed in this session, that kind of structure that we can go bigger than this. Today, I want to, I hope, focus on what's going on for you as an individual. Because if you are to become a wellbeing ambassador, if you are to be promoting and supporting wellbeing in your organization, the first thing is we've got to look after ourselves. We have to rest before we can rise up and support everybody else. And, I don't know about you, but maybe you hear it in the staff room or people, your colleagues. But when I work with people and when I worked in education myself, I would hear things so often that suggested that people's well-being was suffering. It was not optimized. And they say things like, I wake up in the middle of the night and my mind is racing. I don't know if in the chat, again, if any of you can relate to some of these, whether they kind of fit your experience personally or whether you hear other people saying them. I've got some yeses and me's coming through in the chat already. I don't have time to do anything for me. That is such a common one. Sometimes I'll ask, what is it that you do just for you? Tell me one thing that you do just for you, and I'll get blank looks. Like it's like as though I've asked something funny, like it's like a joke that I'm making. That they might have time to do something just for them, right? I can see sleep and eat are the only things coming through, and that's good, right? If we, at least I hope, are prioritizing some of the physical needs for ourselves, so sleeping and eating. But is there something that we do just for fun or for joy? Work-life balance. This phrase gets thrown around a lot, and it can mean slightly different things to different people. But I'll often see it used as a joke, like work-life balance, like, how don't be ridiculous. Like, what is that? We're teachers. We don't have a work-life balance. Maybe when the holidays come, if they're not spending all the time prepping or marking or, doing other things. But, I would love to see a situation where we're not seeing that as a joke, where it is a possibility to start to understand what it is that means for us. I'm feeling overwhelmed and I can't switch off. I can see someone's put in the chat box, my weakness is I tend to prioritize the needs of others over myself. Yeah. I see it all the time, and it leaves us feeling overwhelmed, and most of us feel like we can't switch off if we go down that route. And that's so challenging because it impacts our sleep, it impacts our social life, it possibly impacts family connections, social connection, which we all need outside of work as well as inside. And the other thing, you hear it a lot from people in education, teachers, they often do it because they love it, right? I mean, who here, you turned up to an education conference, I imagine you love it, right? You love the work. But some people get to that point where they're just so tired. I can see some nice things coming through in the chat, which are great. We encourage other people to switch off. It's obligatory in our school. So sometimes if your organization is actually leading well-being through the systems it applies, it might be things like There's not an expectation to be checking your email after whatever time of the day is kind of the cutoff point. And there is that kind of encouragement to switch off, to leave, literally physically leave the premises and not stay and do extra work, that kind of thing. So that kind of stuff's happening. It's brilliant. But then it's what happens for us in here, right? Like what happens in our minds afterwards once we've left. And that's that psychology piece that really interests me, because even if the system's there, we still as an individual need to have a way to embrace it. Okay, how do we cope? How do we stop ourselves? And I can see the word burnout has just popped up into the chat. How do we stop ourselves getting to that point where we feel like we are going to burn out, or worse, are actually experiencing it? And I am going to kind of go into this in sort of a reflection piece in a minute when I talk about the difference between surviving and thriving, because that survival space is the danger zone where we're getting everything done. We're turning up, we're doing the work, we're being awesome at our job, but we perhaps aren't really looking after ourselves enough. And so that's when we start to be, it's like we're doing it, but we're not really caring for our own well-being. And we then become at greater risk for moving into that place where we're really struggling. So I do want to kind of hone in on this word well-being. I obviously use it a lot. I'm going to talk to you about the Wellbeing Ambassador idea of how you can role model and support wellbeing. So we do need to have a bit of a definition of like, what does that mean? So I would love to see some ideas in the chat box. And, whatever, like it might be just a word that pops into your head when you think of the word, when I say, what is wellbeing? Or you might have a whole definition or phrase that you use or model that you use, because there are lots of different ways that people define wellbeing. So if you've got any thoughts on this, please feel free to put it into the chat box. One of the things I want to kind of go, into is this the idea that there is a difference between mental health and well-being. They are not just at opposite ends of a spectrum, where one is we are struggling, so mental ill health, and then the other end of it is well-being. But I'm going to propose to you that they are actually on completely different scales, so that we can do something proactively to support our well-being, even if maybe we're struggling with a diagnosed mental health condition. There are still things we can do for our physical, emotional, psychological well-being. I can see things coming through like well-being means taking care of ourselves. Well-being is having, being in a good state. It's about eating healthily. That's brilliant. It's a balance between mental, physical health. It's the whole package. Mental clarity, emotional comfort. Yeah, doing sport. So being physically active. I like that. This idea of well-being, and I think someone's, broken the word up there, that well-being, being well in ourself. And we are going to look at that from a holistic point of view. It is not just the absence of mental ill health. We want to start to see the nuance here, which allows us to actually do things proactively to support ourselves. And I know, as I said, I talk about this stuff all the time. I know that we all need reminding of this stuff. If you're in a great place right now, which I hope you are, that would be wonderful if you are, you're also in a position to share ideas and role model and support other people that maybe aren't. And having a way to explain and describe what we mean by well-being can be really useful. Doesn't mean this is the only way to define well-being. I'm going to share the definition that I use in my Wellbeing Ambassador program with you, because it kind of brings the clarity to how I'm going to structure the sort of well-being toolkit that I'm going to ask you to start thinking about. But there are lots of different models out there. And really, it's about having a shared language. In your space, in your colleagues, in your organization, in your school, how are you talking about well-being? Is it being talked about, right? Is it even being talked about? So this is the definition that I use. It is the idea that it is a physical, emotional, and psychological experience that is characterized by feeling good and being satisfied with life. Okay, so it's quite holistic what I'm saying. We're looking at physical, emotional, psychological. We're looking at all those three, and I'm going to go into those in more detail. So, because I want to expand on those and give you an opportunity to question where are you at. But it's the idea of like, how do we experience our physical well-being, our emotional well-being, and our psychological well-being? And it's about our experience. It's not, we can't really just measure it from the outside and go, you are this, that, or the other. It's a subjective experience. It's how do you feel about that? And there's this element of do we feel good? But in addition to that, we want to piece together this idea of feeling satisfied with life as well, because there's a lot of research in psychology, and particularly in the field I come from, positive psychology, around experiencing meaning and purpose, in addition to experiencing positive emotions and feeling good now in the moment, right? So we can have short-term positive emotions, but we can also have longer ones that are very long-lasting, like love and gratitude, really deep, powerful and important emotions for connection. We also need to have this sense of growth and purpose and meaning in our life, and that's where that satisfaction with life piece comes together. So we're really talking about those two pieces. How satisfied are we with our physical, emotional, and psychological experience? How good does it feel, right? Like how good do we feel physically within ourselves and emotionally and psychologically? So hopefully even just that as a definition starts to create a moment of pause and reflection for you to question, where am I at right now with my well-being? Like, how do I feel? How, good is my experience of my well-being right now? And obviously that is very subjective, but just take a moment to reflect on that, because it becomes really relevant in this next model. And this model it's described as states of thriving, because the recognition is we can move around this quadrant model depending on what's going on for us. So we're not set. This isn't, you're in one box and that's where you end up. But it's this recognition that well-being is distinct from other life challenges. So you can see the vertical axis says high well-being, and then the horizontal axis says high life challenge. When we talk about life challenges, this includes mental health. So a mental health challenge problem. It includes physical health problems. It can include financial problems. It can include, political, structural, societal challenges that we might be facing. The things that are essentially often out of our control. I could pick up influenza, a virus, today, and that's going to physically impact my body. And it could create more life challenges because I'm now, I'm physically fighting a virus within my body. Or I don't want to jinx myself and I should touch wood, but let's say there's some flooding in my house and suddenly my house is not inhabitable. That would be a life challenge I didn't have control over, and it's just really, it's going to cause me strain and stress, but it's not something that I can necessarily control. So we look at these life challenges as, things that maybe life comes our way, right? And we've all had that sort of experience. And then the well-being is where we're talking about our physical, our emotional, and our psychological experience, right? How good is that? And those are the things that, to some extent, we have control over because we can do things proactively to influence them. So the top half of the quadrant is when we are proactively doing things for our well-being, and we enter into a state of thriving. A state of thriving is really defined by increases in resilience, innovation, being more creative, being more able to problem solve, come up with solutions to things. It's defined by greater success in the things that we do. We're more likely to be setting ourselves goals to try and achieve things, to grow and develop. And it's about engagement. We're more likely to be in a state where we can apply our mind fully to what's in front of us, whether that is marking some assignments or whether it is the person, the student, the class in front of us, the colleague who needs our support. Can we be fully present and engaged with them in that moment? And so resilience, innovation, success, and engagement is what the RISE part of the Rust and Rise model stands for. And it's really how we define the outcomes of thriving. You can see on the top left, it says thriving despite challenge. And what this is, really powerful to remember is that we might have life throwing all sorts of things at us. But if we prioritize and put time in, and it might not be a big amount of time, but some time to look after ourselves, to do something that boosts our physical, our emotional, or our psychological well-being, we can stay in this state of thriving despite the challenges, and we will be more resilient, right? More innovative and able to cope with the challenges, more likely to get through them, and more likely to reach out and get social support to, help us get through them. So it's that top half of the quadrant that we're seeing as being beneficial, but we're recognizing we can't always have a life with no challenges, right? Maybe that would even be boring, depending on your definition of life challenges. If we come to the bottom half, you can see it says on the bottom right, surviving. And this idea of, are we in a state of thriving, the top half, or have we moved down into the bottom half? Survival might not be, loads of life challenges, but if you're not looking after your well-being, you can still drop to this bottom half. And I see this a lot of people. So they will be, doing really well at work. They'll be, from the outside, everyone thinks they're brilliant and amazing and thriving, but underneath, they've stopped maybe giving themselves time. They're staying awake at night, or they're waking up at 3 a.m. thinking about what they haven't done, what they need to do, or problems. They sacrifice social time on a weekend to do their marking or to do their preparation or to do other things that, maybe related to their work. And we can do that short term. Most of us can do that, but they perhaps are putting themselves under greater strain and stress and making the chances of them moving into the bottom left more likely if greater things come at them. And that could just be greater workload, something extra gets thrown at us, or it could be a home life challenge. We're whole people. So it could be an illness, you physically ill, or somebody in your family becomes ill and you have to look after them. And suddenly that life challenge kind of zooms up and goes further to the left. And we end up in this place where we are maybe struggling mentally or physically. And I always, personally, I've experienced this myself, but, there's so much research now and there's recognition that mind and body are not detached, right? We're literally whole people, and physical symptoms, chronic physical pain that people might experience, headaches, migraines, that sort of thing, they're not solely physical, right? There's the connection between there being a psychological element to the mental element. So we need to recognize that the mentally, physically struggling are both connected. And therefore we need to look after our physical health as well as our emotional health. And that's where we start to see that holistic approach to well-being. Take a moment, and perhaps you have been, as I've been describing this quadrant model, but where you are at right now. And if you're willing to share it, and that would be useful for you to just take a moment to reflect, then please feel free to put it in the chat box. I hope you're all in the top right quadrant, and I hope you stay there all of the time. But I know in reality that you won't be, because I know I'm not always in the top right quadrant. I do my best to try and stay at least in the top half, but sometimes we dip. And this session is that point to notice, reflect, and say, what can I do? What can I do to move up? So please feel free, as I say, to share anything you want in the chat box in relation to where you are in the quadrant, maybe whether you're in the top half, you're in the bottom half, you're in surviving or struggling, just to kind of gauge how people are feeling at the moment. And that will be useful because the next part is trying to hone in on what we might think of as a wellbeing toolkit. I've already introduced this idea of it being holistic. So we want to look at the physical, the emotional, and psychological. And that's going to be really useful when we start saying where I'm at in that quadrant model. And I can see some people have said surviving. I can see 3 or 4 people have said surviving. Some people are thriving despite challenge, which is fantastic. But there's more people popping into the chat box saying surviving. And I feel for you, okay? I really do, because I've been there. I know what it's like to, push through, right? You're doing the good work. You're there for everybody, possibly not just at work, but also in your home life as well. And so what I want to invite you to do is think about what can you do to deliberately, actively find some space for yourself. Like this idea of rest and rise, that motto of rest and rise, rest in order to rise, that is how we can sustain it. And that's how we move into the top half of the quadrant. I can see some lovely things, and there are people saying thriving's coming through, or thriving despite challenges, and that's fantastic too. And I hope even now, when we look at your wellbeing toolkit, you might be able to fill in more of the sort of the gaps and say, yeah, I've already got that. But I know when I've been in a state of thriving, weirdly, you kind of get so caught up with it. Like, it's like, I am on top of the world. And if we keep pushing, there's a danger that we then start sacrificing some of the things we maybe did for our well-being to kind of keep pushing our growth professionally. And I don't know if anyone can relate to this, but when we do that, we then start sort of sliding back down the quadrant. Like, so if I just go back, like we're sliding back down that high well-being into lower well-being. And we still look like we're thriving, and that's how often most of us have ended up in that survival quadrant. So if you're in the thriving place, that's fantastic. I hope there will still be some really useful things for your wellbeing toolkit. I'm going to introduce this, and then afterwards I can see a question in the chat that I really want to address, and it's that question around the sort of systemic issue. So if we're in a workplace that we don't feel really supports our well-being, what is it we can still do? And what I would say is, let's just take a moment first to reflect on what you personally can do, and then maybe we'll look at that question of like, okay, well, how do we spread that? Maybe how do we share some of that so we start to influence our workplaces, even if we're not necessarily the person in charge. Okay. So using my definition, which is the physical, emotional, psychological experience of well-being, I'm going to invite that now to you. So if you're thinking about a well-being toolkit, we need to cover those bases, right? So take a moment now to think about your physical well-being. And with that, we're talking about your sleep, your nutrition, your hydration, and exercise. Sleep, I mean, there's loads of research on all of this, and I'm not a nutritionist, and so I'm not going to suddenly start giving you a whole session on nutrition. And a lot of this depend on you might have allergies, you might have certain belief systems around what you can eat. But we're going to stick to some of the basics, because some of the very basic things are the things that we can let slip, and they can have the biggest impact on our well-being. So thinking about your sleep, are you happy with it? Are you happy with how much sleep you're getting? Are you waking up in general, maybe not every single night, we are only human and other things might be going on for you, but in general, do you wake up feeling refreshed? The standard, number of hours that you're supposed to get is about 8 hours of sleep. But we also hear that different people need different amounts. The optimum for some people might be 5 to 6 hours. Somebody else, it might be 9 hours. The question is, are you getting enough sleep for you? And if you're not, what could you do about it? So many people I work with when I work on a one-to-one basis, or they come on my Wellbeing Ambassador program, we go into this a little bit more detail. They're recognizing they're not sleeping well, but they're not really doing things to improve that. And there's so many different things we could look at. It could be, are we switching off from our technology a good hour before we go to bed? Do we have a sleep time routine? Are we waking up in the middle of the night because our mind is racing, or are we waking up for a different reason in the middle of the night? Like, what's the cause? It might be you've got young children at home, in which case, that's really going to be challenging. If you've got other little people in the house that may be keeping you up, waking up in the middle of the night, that's probably a time of life where you might not be getting your ideal amount of sleep. But you can go to bed 20 minutes earlier to get that extra rest. So just really thinking about what can you do. Nutrition, the same. Like, what is the smallest thing you could do to improve your nutrition? At the very core of the current research and understanding about good nutrition is variety in plant-based food. So real vegetables. That's what we're talking about. Like that picture, right? There's tomatoes and beans and peppers and vegetables are unprocessed. And I'm still yet to read anything that says eating a variety of vegetables is bad for you. So regardless of whether you're a meat eater or you're not a meat eater, or you're vegan, or whatever else your sort of belief systems bring in, just knowing that, are we getting enough fiber and variety of vegetables in our diet? So really thinking, you probably know the answer to that, and you'll know whether, is that an area I could improve, right? Like, we all know this stuff. It's implement it, and that's the bit I want to invite you to do today. Same with hydration, which reminds me, got water with me. Are we staying hydrated, or are we only drinking coffee all day? Because we didn't sleep very well, so we now feel the need to get some caffeine in us to wake us up. Nothing wrong with caffeine. Most of the research these days says that caffeine, and coffee specifically, can actually be good for our gut microbiome. So, there's no judgment there. But if you're not sleeping well and you're drinking coffee all day, there is a question there whether that's what's impacting your sleep. We then end up in a potential cycle of, I didn't sleep well, so I have more caffeine to keep me awake during the day, then I can't sleep because of the caffeine, right? So just thinking about, are we hydrating? Are we getting, the amount of water, so the eight glasses of water, or certainly liquid that's not just caffeine or alcohol, into our system? How does that, how does that sit with you? Are you close to that? Is that an area you could improve? For a lot of people, when they improve this, it improves their kind of alertness, particularly in the afternoons. So they don't need the caffeine as much. So thinking about that. I can love that someone said replace coffee number 2 and 3 with with tea, right? So pick a low caffeine choice, and that can really help later in the day. And then exercise or movement, just moving, getting up and moving around. I know if you're a teacher and you're teaching physically in person in a school, you're probably moving around all the day, which is often brilliant for literally getting some exercise. You probably get your steps in just walking around the school. But if there's anybody here that works maybe online teaching or tutoring in that kind of context, sometimes you can spend a lot of time at a desk, sometimes a lot of time at the computer. It can depend literally sometimes where your classroom is in relation to where the entrance to the school is. How far do you walk in a day, right? So are we getting up? Are we moving? All of that kind of stuff. That's, again, we could go down and go to, specifically look into physical therapy, sort of training and like what do we need and whether it's HIIT training or sit training or whether we need to be weightlifting. That's not my area of expertise. You can definitely go and seek that support from somebody who's a trained professional. But at that base level, are we getting up and moving? Are we getting a 20-minute walk in every day? Because if we're not, it's probably having an impact on our physical health. So just at this stage, just thinking about these basics, because when we find ourselves in that survival quadrant, that's often when we let go of some of the really simple things. And those would be the most powerful and impactful for us. It doesn't have to be suddenly we start going to the gym 6 days a week. It might be that's what you choose to do, but for most people in survival mode, that's quite overwhelming. So I'm inviting you just to think of one small thing that you could do for your physical well-being. Then we have our emotional experience of well-being. And this is about connection. It's about positive effect, positive feelings, experiences. Are we experiencing joy and gratitude and love and serenity and hope in an interest in our life, right? There's a whole variety of different positive emotions that we might, experience. We're not devaluing negative ones, feeling, frustrated or angry or sad. They are true and real human emotions that are important in different contexts. But in order to be in a space of positive well-being, in order to step into a space of thriving, we also need to be experiencing positive emotions and positive connection with people and animals and nature, the things around us that make us feel part of the world we live in. So this is incredibly important in the workplace. Most of us know that the impact, maybe our manager has on us or the colleagues or even the students, right? Like having a positive relationship with the students makes such a difference to our well-being. So, being there for other people, but also knowing who's there for you, right? Who is it that you can reach out to when maybe you need support, but also who can you reach out to when you want to have a laugh? Right? Like when you want to share some joy or when you want to share a success. How often do we share in other people's successes? When we see somebody else, they've had, a great weekend, can we just genuinely connect with that and be happy with it? Enjoy their joy, if you like. So it's these kind of ideas of sowing those seeds of what can I do deliberately sometimes to create greater connection? Can I reach out to a friend or a colleague? Can I send that text message I meant to send last week, but I never got round to sending to see how that friend is? Can I make time for that coffee, for that glass of water, cup of tea, herbal tea in the afternoon that maybe improves your physical well-being as well as your emotional? Maybe you decide to go for a walk with somebody, a colleague at work, right? For 10 minutes, because that's all you've got. So really think about and you can see I'm starting to tie them together now, that your wellbeing toolkit doesn't have to be separate things. It might be you do this one thing that combines two or even the third part that we're going to look at, which is our psychological well-being. And this is really about, to some extent, reframing, thinking differently, but also thinking about growth and purpose, right? So that we're expanding our mind, not just having ways to manage the challenges or the difficulties, which is really powerful and important too. But also thinking about what is it I want? In what way do I feel that I'm creating meaning in my work? In what way am I having an impact positively? In what way am I growing? Am I engaging? Like, you've all turned up to this conference. This is a psychological growth opportunity. You are developing and growing and learning, which is amazing. So it's this element of, can we do something maybe deliberately to grow and learn? In some ways, right now, you're blending by being on this conference, the emotional and the psychological, maybe making different connections with people that they're not your colleagues, but they're fellow teachers, they're fellow educators. They're on this conference, they're interested. You're here, you're learning and you're growing, and you're interacting in the chat box with me and also everybody else. And so you're building connection, right? So there's that emotional piece boost for our well-being just by being here, as well as that psychological growth piece. So what my invite to you for this is to think now, maybe just like one thing out of each of them, or it might be one thing that you go, actually, if I did this, I went for a walk with my friend at the weekend, or in a 10-minute break in school, I would get some movement, I'd get connection, and maybe we could deliberately talk about this course that I really want to do, but I haven't got around to doing yet, and I've been thinking about it for the last 3 months. And so you get some psychological growth, you get emotional connection, and you actually get some physical movement. So it's benefiting you in 3 different parts of your well-being. It doesn't have to be quite as complex as that. It could just be, say, you know what? I'm going to go and get myself a glass of water because, I haven't drunk one yet today. And that might be just that small step, that one thing that starts to improve and boost your well-being. So I'm going to sort of invite you now to kind of bring this into the context of making it more likely to be sustainable. And there was a question earlier about being in, a workplace that maybe doesn't feel like it supports your well-being. And that can be really challenging, particularly if you want to influence others and maybe share ideas about well-being and support other people. If the structure, maybe this hierarchical structure doesn't seem to be that supportive. The idea of the REST method is questioning, how can you make a well-being habit, an idea of something well-being, more relatable, enjoyable, sociable, and trackable? Okay, so I'm going to just grab the last thing that I can see that's been put in the chat box, which is walking daily for 20 minutes under the sun. I mean, that would be a challenge for me because I live in North Wales in the UK. I definitely wouldn't get sunshine every day, but the sun is up. So just daylight would count for me. But if we looked at this example of walking daily for 20 minutes, we want to know the thing that's going to keep this likely that I'm going to do it every day. We want to know what is relatable about that. Why do I relate to that as a goal? Is it because I've been told on this webinar that I should do more movement? Or is it because if I go for the walk, I know I'm going to feel more energized afterwards, which is nice. But in addition, that means I'll have more time and energy to spend with my family or to go and meet a friend than if I didn't go for that walk. And you can see how suddenly it's not just something you're supposed to do. Like, oh, I should probably eat more green vegetables. It's like, why would I eat more green vegetables? That's because it's going to make me healthier and hopefully impact longevity, but also probably make me more energized, make it less likely to have sort of sugar crashes, and therefore I'll be more alert and capable of getting all my work done. I get my marking done quicker in a more sort of productive fashion. And that means then I'll have time to go meet my friend for coffee, right? So then I get a bonus, a social element. Is why it's relatable to me. If something needs to be enjoyable, if you hate walking, hopefully nobody hates walking, but maybe it's about where you're going walking or who you're going walking with. Or can you put on a podcast that you really like listening to, or some music that you enjoy, and that would make it more enjoyable to go for the walk. Sociable doesn't always have to be someone else, but sometimes we need social support. Okay, so if we agree to go for a walk with somebody else, we're probably more likely to show up because we've made a commitment to someone else, so therefore I'm more likely to do it. But it might be that you can't do that, and instead you WhatsApp message each other and go, I'm going to go for a walk. Are you going to go too, but separately? And then you connect again and confirm that you did, something like that. And that can just be that somebody giving you a bit of accountability, somebody giving you some social support. And then there's the trackable piece. And the trackable is, if we are going to be motivated, intrinsically motivated to do something, we need to see that there's some kind of accomplishment. We're improving. So just noting, like, how many days a week did you do that walk? Yeah, did you go out for your 20-minute walk every day in the last week? And how did you feel? Because if we start to notice that it's improving, making us feel better in some way, then we will be more likely to keep doing it. And that's what we want, right? We want to pick a healthy habit that we will keep doing. We're not only doing it when we are struggling. We want to do it when we're in the top half of the quadrant. We want to stay in the top half of the quadrant, in that thriving quadrant, as opposed to find ourselves dropping into the bottom half, either in the struggling or the surviving quadrant. This is a method that I obviously use in my Wellbeing Ambassador program, and it's something for those of you who are kind of querying, like, how do we have that organizational impact? That's one of the tools that we start to use, because we need to question, how can I make it relatable, enjoyable, sociable, and trackable for other people, so that we start to have like impact and spread and support others as well, but in a way that they're going to relate to, because then they'll be more likely to do it rather than just go, can't do this. So the outcomes from that, and I've already mentioned this idea that we'd have increased resilience, increased innovation, increased success, and increased engagement. So, well, you will be able to do this. If you go away from this session and you commit to doing something, maybe even just for a week, you will, you might be able to stop and notice and track even these things. What's improved? Are you rising? So the rest and rise model, the rest method, then leading to these rise outcomes. So just sort of pulling it back together, this idea of becoming a wellbeing ambassador. If you are seeing that need in your organization, maybe you can introduce this concept of becoming a wellbeing ambassador. It's something that I've got more information on. So I just want to highlight some resources. Obviously, I've written a book about this. So if you're intrigued enough for that, you should be able to get it on Amazon, and there's a sort of QR code there. If you can't get it in your country, depends where you're based, I think, whether you'll be able to access it, but it is international, but not in every country, it seems. But you can also listen to the version that I have on Spotify. I think most people can access Spotify. And again, there's a QR code for you there. The idea is that it's a kind of audio discussions of each chapter of the book. So please, go and have a listen and see if it's useful to you. The thing about the wellbeing ambassadors is we're really bringing in core positive psychology research into the context of how can we support ourselves, but then also other people. And for me, that's the most powerful thing here. So if you've got a thought or reflection, one of my favorite exercises in the training is looking at what good things have happened. So my invite to you today, because some of you have been on this conference all day, some of you are doing other things as well, but put in the chat box, what one good thing has happened for you today? Just one good thing. And it could be really small. Like for me, it was, I went out for a walk at lunchtime and I noticed some catkins on the tree as I walked past. I was like, oh, spring is in the air, things are growing. And it just, it just gave me that moment of like, oh, yes, it's going to be brighter and warmer soon. So for me, coming to the end of winter was just like a really nice moment to notice. So I can, someone's laughed with their colleagues, nice interaction with their kids, brilliant. Keep it flowing in the chat box, because I love seeing and hearing other people's good things. And I hope you'll all also enjoy seeing it. And this is one of the smallest, simplest interventions you can do. When you sit down with someone, you meet someone, rather than saying like, oh, hey, how's it going? And they give you all the bad stuff, you could ask them like, hey, just tell me one good thing that's happened today. And it's such a shift in energy, conversation, everything. And you'll probably give them a real boost to their day too. So that is pretty much it for me. So just sort of thank you so much for having me and listening and interacting in the chat box. It's been, really lovely to see that. I mentioned at the beginning that I'm running the Wellbeing Ambassador Program live. It's sort of the end of February for 3 weeks. It starts on Friday, 27th. It's live and interactive. It doesn't get recorded. It's all about engaging, interacting with each other. So there's only 12 spaces. I keep it really small. And for this conference, there is a 10% discount code, which is live at the moment. If you scan the QR code, I think I'll be able to post in the chat some of the details. There's all the links that I just shared today. But the discount code is only there for the rest of this conference. So to the end of this week, the code will work if you would like to join me, and it'll be me delivering it. So if you've been grabbed by some of the things I've said, then I'd love to see you again. And if not, there's sort of more information on my website, and you can connect with me on LinkedIn if you want to, at Claire Martin Coaching.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Claire, for the wonderful presentation as usual. And I also would like to invite all attendees to listen to my interview with Claire Martin because we went live some time ago and we talked a lot about well-being. She also shared lots of wonderful tips there. Talking to Claire in itself is something really positive because she spreads this positivity, that energy everywhere when you talk to her. And seeing her part of the EDCast International Conference this year is so much amazing. So I think you already can see this in the comments. Everyone is thanking you, and everyone is asking about the slides to get back to the tips and tricks for managing well-being. So Claire, again, thank you for that. And we have a question here. Yeah, it is from Rina. She says, how to avoid that students' misbehaviors affect your emotions. Isn't it easy when you have many students?
It's a challenge, isn't it? Because we are only human, and that's part of the self-compassion. We have to be a little bit kind to ourselves. My experience when I was teaching is remembering that that is the behavior and not the person. They're not trying to insult us. So it's and I know Mo, you in your talk earlier, you were talking about taking a breath. Like breathing. What we often need is to take a moment to get some distance from it, and sometimes that is physically removing ourselves from a situation, but other times it's just taking a breath, just being present with ourselves. And what we're trying to find between stimulus and response is that space. And there's sort of a famous quote from Viktor Frankl. He talks about within that space, that is where we find our freedom, right? If we have a stimulus, the pupil says something not very nice to us, and we have a response. If we go straight from stimulus to response, we're just reacting. Whereas what we want to do is be able to make that choice. And often, and I know I'm like this because we're all human, we can all be reactive. Being able to hone in mind to body can be that thing that just gives us pause and remember, they're not trying to be personal because they dislike us. They're just, they're only human, and usually it's to do with them hurting in some way or protecting themselves in some way. And I know, you probably know that. The person asked that question, you probably know that already. My experience is I have to look after myself, and often it's afterwards that I have to do the work. So, I can keep you, most teachers are quite good at actually keeping like a front. I think it's after that we then, it's that piece then. What do we then do to go and look after our well-being? Maybe we need some social connection. Yeah, go and have a chat to somebody that knows and understands what's going on for you. Maybe we need to go for a run, go for a walk, be in nature, change state, right? That physical, that emotional, and that, even that psychological piece, reframing it.
Yeah, that is amazing. With that, I'd like to thank you again, Claire, for being part of our conference, and thanks for all the attendees for being engaged, for being active in the chat box. And yeah, so everyone, before we move on to our next speaker, I'd like to give you some kind of generous break. Yeah, a 3-minute break before we get back to the next talk. So thanks a lot for this, and see you in 3 to 4 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Yeah. Okay, and we are back again. Hello again, and good evening here from Saudi Arabia. And I would really like to welcome you again to our next talk. We still have four more talks. Yeah, not three, four more talks. We promise everyone to have a great learning experience because this is what we have been trying to do since the start of Educast International. So, everyone, our speaker for now is Dr. or Professor Elizabeth England, and she is right here with us right now. So, she enjoyed a long academic and um, just a second, yeah, there is some kind of technical issue as usual. That's what I've been talking about in my presentation. Technical issues will keep happening, right? Whatever we do, whatever we plan for, it will just keep happening. So, everyone, let's all welcome Dr. Elizabeth England. She is here with us right now. So, Professor Liz England is a professor, and she works right now in a university called Shenandoah. Yeah, that's right. So she has enjoyed a long academic and university-based career in teaching, research, and professional service. Having worked previously in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in Jeddah, she has also enjoyed multiple visits and short and long-term assignments in the Gulf, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Oman, and Kuwait. And of course, North Africa in countries like Morocco, Senegal, Tunisia, and Egypt, her second home. So she also worked in many countries in the Middle East, including Palestine, Israel, Jordan, and Syria. So, everyone, today we're having another wonderful talk by one of the real experts in TESOL. So, Dr. Liz is going to be talking about a new day for professional development for English language teachers. So, hello, Dr. Liz, how are you doing?
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all, wherever you are. I hope it's not the middle of the night.
No, no, it's 6 p.m. right now here. Maybe it's in the middle of the night for some people. Maybe it's some kind of earlier in some places, just like where you are right now. So how is the weather today where you are?
Well, thank God it's not snowing. It's 9 degrees Fahrenheit here in Virginia in the United States
Mhm.
where I live, and it's a beautiful sunny day.
Okay, that is great. Well, actually, we're still in February here and in Saudi Arabia, and I think that the winter has decided to say goodbye for us really early. Yeah, that's right. I even had to turn on my air conditioner. So anyway, yeah. Anyway, let's not waste more time. Dr. Liz, whenever you're ready to share the presentation, please do it.
Thank you so much, Nabil. It's such a pleasure to be here with you all. My first time with Educast, and I hope not the last. I'm going to try to share my screen, inshallah. Uh, yeah. There we are, I think. Can you see it?
Yes.
Great. And I want to be able to see the chat because one of the wonderful things about this conference is how much interaction we get with these fabulous with the speakers as fabulous speakers and the audience. I don't want you to have to look at all this, so I'll take it out. But please help me if we can perhaps make sure that we get the questions from the people who are here. Thank you for the invitation. Shall I begin?
Yes, sure.
Great, great. My presentation today is the result of the work that I've done with Nabil, and thank you, Nabil, so much for your help with it. With Blanca, who helps me with the technology, And really, I am a person who's had a long career in teaching English to speakers of other languages. My focus today is on teachers, just like we just heard from Claire and from other speakers. But I have a slightly different take on things. And I'm focusing on English language teachers' professional development. And I hope that you will leave this session with just one, very low expectations, one idea that you want to try out. Claire Martin had a really good list of good ideas, and I'm going to add to it. And perhaps you'll find something here that kind of turns you on and makes you want to do something new. One new thing that you might do. We're talking here about teachers. I want you to feel selfish. I think everybody here is a teacher of some kind, or has been a teacher, or will be a teacher soon. My whole career has been in teacher education, both English language teachers and teachers of Arabic as a second language when I was in Egypt many years ago. The idea here is to give you some ideas about your career path. I have written a book on the topic. It's called TESOL Career Path Development, and much of what I tell you today comes from it. But you know what? Today, this new day for professional development for teachers means that we need to update everything. And so that's what I'm doing here today, is providing some updates based on my conversations, my consultancies, and work with teachers, both former students, graduate and undergraduate students, faculty, colleagues, and friends. So let's just get this started. Now, sometimes we think about PD, or professional development, is what bosses tell us to do. Yeah, it is not the case that we get a lot of we don't always have anything to say about the content of the professional development. And so you come to EDUCAST and you go to other places to find what you really need and what you prefer. That was a distinction that was made earlier by one of the presenters that I loved. We need to think about what we need, but we also need to think about what we prefer. And that's what we're going to be talking about a little bit today. Each of us is an individual, different from the other, and we have different ways of doing things. Now, at the TESOL convention last year, some colleagues and I talked about the idea of teacher agency. And when I say agency, I mean that we intentionally plan our decision-making and our actions for the future. So often we get told from above what we're supposed to do, how we're supposed to do it. And I think over the course of my career, I've noticed that teachers have increasingly little agency. So our task at TESOL was to help the audience to get some ideas about how to reinvest in their own professional development. I've given you a little bit of a description here, talking about teacher agency and heart and spirit and trust. Trust was a theme that came up over and over, and I could give you a whole presentation on that topic. And we'll go into a little bit more depth now. We started our presentation as if it were a little cafe. We had coffee mugs and tea mugs, and we chatted around a little table, as we do if we are teachers. We go somewhere with our colleagues and have a conversation. So much of what happens in those conversations is interesting, and only now is research being done to address what's going on with these collegial conversations. We're going to talk more about that too. That's how professional development actually happens. It doesn't happen when your boss tells you to go to a workshop that a consultant has been brought in to tell you what to do. Really, the real professional development comes when we kind of put new ideas into a social context with colleagues, and sometimes with great supervisors who help us with those. So teacher agency, really, I wanted to define it as is my way. I like to give you the sense of trust and confidence that we're talking about something that I didn't make up. Teacher agency is, this one is a definition that I pulled out of Google Scholar, which is a great resource nowadays with the AI, but it tells you that it's the capacity of teachers to act purposefully. The whole point is intentionality. In our book, and I don't know if you can see my face or not, but here's the book I've got. This book is, the last chapter is on intentionalizing our professional development. We're kind of doing it on purpose, not because somebody else told us to do it. And by the way, if anything resonates here, if you've had experience with these issues of professional development, I really want to see what you're thinking. And we're going to do some polling in a minute, so you'll have a better idea of what your colleagues in this room are thinking. My graduate students always say, okay, Liz, yeah, so what? You talk to us about the research and the evidence-based record of teacher agency and other topics, but what does it really mean? How do I use this information to do a better job? So now we're going to move to professional development for you, YOU, not me, not Nabil, not Blanca, but you. You yourself will be thinking in a little bit more depth, I hope, about your professional development now. Think about what it is you are thinking about, how you feel about your work, how you feel about your colleagues. And we're going to get this poll right here. I think, yeah. So I invite you to consider this question. I can't move my screen. Let's see if I can.
Well, the poll is open.
Yes, the poll is open. Thank you so much. So all you do is choose A, B, C, or D. I described my years before TESOL, before you were a teacher of English. What do you remember in that experience that you describe it? Anything you want. Did you feel relaxed, bored, somewhat challenged? It was a very hard time. What would you say? Let's see if our poll will work. We have a plan B if it doesn't. Are you able to use the poll?
Yes, Professor Liz, everybody is using the poll, and we have lots of answers coming right now.
That is the best news of my life today. Sometimes I ask people, what is the best thing about today? Great. Oh, there's the next one. We don't need that yet. Sorry. So over the course of our lives, we haven't been English teachers our whole lives. We came to English language teaching with some idea that made us want to teach. We learned linguistics, we learned phonology, morphology, syntax, we learned about testing, we learned about student interaction. What did you feel about life before TESOL? I think we're waiting for the poll to finish. And I'll just sort of tell you that for me, I became a TESOL teacher of English second language in 1978, before most of you were born. And in those years in the United States, we had refugees from Vietnam, and our church sponsored a family of 24 people, And I was one of the many teachers that worked with the family on their English language needs. Prior to that, I'd been a teacher of children, kindergarten through grade 8, and I found it very boring. But then I discovered ESL, and it changed my life forever. So that's a long time ago, 50 years ago. We all have our stories, and it's fun to share those stories with each other, isn't it? Can we see the results, Blanca, or not?
Yes, we see the results so far. The first answer that is on top is that our attendees say it was somewhat challenging.
Uh-huh. My life was challenging. Yeah, that's often the case, that we move into a new field because of the challenges that we have had in our old life. And I'm looking to see how I can look at that poll, but I can't see it. Polls.
Professor Liz,
there it is. I've got it. Yep.
Exactly. Off you go.
Bless you. I finally found it. Thank you. So yeah, I was a little bored. I relaxed. This is a very common list of responses that we get. And so we have come past that, because that's the past. That's what we came to our profession with. And I'm going to be talking about sort of stages of professional development soon. I'm going to end the poll now. Is that okay, Blanca?
Yes, that's correct.
Thanks. I can share the results. Okay. The second question is this one about describing my years before TESOL. Oh, was I optimistic or not? This is the second question. That's the third question. Okay. Thank you for your patience as we juggle this. Do these results surprise you? I wonder if you think it's interesting. We've got 35 responses. Yeah, number 2, optimistic and enthusiastic is a big one there. It is, I think, normal when you make a decision to move into a new field that you're very optimistic, you're very enthusiastic about what you're doing and what you're going to do. But in these current times, particularly in my country now, many teachers are very concerned about the future, and they are taking their skills. And I wanted to stress how valuable your skills are as a TESOL professional. They're taking their skills into other fields. So they're working in corporate settings. They're working in health professions. They're taking their cross-cultural communication skills and their knowledge about language and their skills in communicating. Most of us in TESOL are pretty good communicators compared to other professions. We're taking those skills into kind of allied fields. And there are a couple of TESOL sub-organizations that are doing the training needed in order to work with lawyers. How do I work with doctors? How can I get in with the insurance business? And so on. So this whole notion of concern is fairly international at this point, in my experience. I get calls all the time from former students who are moving away from traditional English language teaching into allied fields. Technology is a huge one as well. So last one is about yourself. I want you to say how you describe yourself. Are you easygoing? I bounce back from problems. Am I steady, but I get thrown off? We were talking about sleeping problems when Claire Martin was talking about sleeping issues and anxiety issues. I get thrown off by failure. I'm very hard on myself. I take things personally. These are really three very common responses people have to the current environment that they're living through, job-wise and professionally. Do I go get that PhD, or do I just stay with wherever I am, my current job? Still getting the first one. There we go. I'm easygoing. We have 54% who say they're easygoing and bounce back. We have 31% who get thrown off by the setbacks and challenges they face. And 14% of us are very hard on ourselves. That's a whole presentation in itself, and it goes with the confidence issue that Nabil was talking about with oral presentations. We take things very hard, and we have to be careful of that. And I would love to talk about it, but not today. It's not our topic. Oh, we've already got the fourth one. Okay, let's see if we can make this work. So the fourth one comes after a couple words I want to say about career path development. We'll come back to the results in a minute. What we discovered when we did the research for this book on TESOL career path development was that we have 5 components, that teacher education is only one. I'm a teacher educator, and I always thought that was the only thing. But teacher motivation is something that's related. The Dornier work is what I wanted to make sure I mentioned. The well-being conversation that we had prior to this presentation and elsewhere, the rest and rise idea, that's part of this whole notion of teacher motivation. That is, what motivates me, what drives me to keep being a teacher. The third one is organizational development. It relates to the work environment, your employer, and the institution in which you work. Amr Mahbub and I wrote about this in a book a couple of years ago. It's also about the professional associations such as we have here with EDUCAST and TESOL and ITEFL and Africa ELTA and the TESOL conferences in Dubai that are going on. There's so much to say about how our career paths are shaped by both our institution or our employer or institution, and the professional associations that we identify with, that our identity is tied with. I'm a TESOL International Association person from 1980s. Many of us are IATEFL attached to British Council work. Others are one of the other organizations, hundreds of them now. And now with technology, we can be together while we're on a screen and we don't have to travel across the world. Though I'd really rather travel, I'll tell you that. The fourth component of career path development is leadership. How did you get your leadership skills? Those of you who are in the veteran stage of your career, maybe kind of at the top of the pay scale in your institution, how did you get those skills? Some of them came from education, from your master's or your doctoral program. Others get it from their own motivation. They're just motivated people. So consider maybe these components of career path development in terms of your own personal development. Leadership skills are very significant in our field, and I wanted to make sure not to leave that out. It's also the case in other professions that leadership is key. And then finally, life balance. And I talk about life balance in a slightly different way from Claire Martin and others, I'm sure, in this conference have talked about it. It's not so much professional and personal, though it is. We know now, because we sit at home with our screen and work, that the line between personal and professional is no longer bold. That line is perforated or dotted, yeah, because your child comes in and says, "Mom, I need to go somewhere. Can you take me?" Or the doorbell rings and you're at home and you have to leave your workspace and answer the door. so this life balance for me is not that. It is a combination of what we were talking about earlier. It's body, mind, and soul. We talked about physical exercise. We talked about nutrition. We talked about ways in which we sleep and don't sleep and those issues. Those are all what I call body issues. And then we have the mind. And we haven't talked about that much in my experience in these previous presentations this morning. But the cognitive development, study a new language, learn how to knit, to make a sweater for your sister, learn cognitive skills. So the development that is not professional, but is the use of the mind. I mean, it relates to the professional, but it's not directly about language teaching. Yeah, it's something else. So body, mind, and soul. And I'll tell you, in your part of the world, over in the Middle East, North Africa, you do a lot better job with soul things than we do in the West. Soul refers to the spirit and how you connect with your deepest inner self, as well as with others. Sometimes it's religion, sometimes it's a meditation practice that you have, sometimes it's yoga, but it's spiritual. It's not just about thinking, it's about your heart and how your heart connects with your behavior and with other people. So those are the components of our career paths. And there was one other slide I wanted to present, and then we'll look at the poll results again. Thank you so much, Blanca. We identified sort of 5 career path stages. And I would invite you to consider, it's not a poll, but I want you to consider where you see yourself to be in using this model. Are you a pre-service teacher? You're in a program where you're learning how to be a teacher, whether it's a master's or a Delta or a CELTA program or a certification program of some kind. Are you a novice teacher? You're only 1 or 2 years out and you're focusing on learning on the job. Yeah, every day is a new learning experience because you're new. The third category within TESOL, we call mid-career and career switcher. And so many teachers now are in this phase of their careers. The age is sort of, we could put ages with this, but I really don't want to do it because people are of different ages. But mid-career for many people is around, 35, 45 years old. And they decide they're not going to do it anymore. Sometimes it's about money. And sometimes it's about burnout. And sometimes it's because lately around me, people getting fired because programs are closing down in a new environment of politics and economy. So the third phase is very interesting. We could talk about that. The fourth phase is veteran. Many of us perhaps are veteran teachers where we have risen up, say, to the top of the pay scale. And we are now called veteran teachers. We're looking toward retirement, but we're not there yet. And many of my former students are veteran teachers now. In fact, many veteran teachers have been let go because the novice teacher is cheaper for an institution. A veteran teacher is more expensive. I'm semi-retired, and that means that I do some professional work, but I choose my projects and I don't have to go to work every morning. Semi-retired is a beautiful phase. And for those younger in our group, I welcome you to our, and I really want to encourage you because semi-retirement is fabulous. All right, let's look back at the poll here for just a sec. Thank you for your patience. Find it. Yeah, number 3, we talked about, let's look at self-knowledge. What I like for work. Do I like integrating with other people? Many of us do in this group. Very interesting. 2/3 of us like to work together, like in a team effort. And this is consistent with what I've seen in other audiences, where we are team players sort of by nature. We like working with other people, even if it's hard. We'd rather work with others than with by ourselves. Some of us want to be advocates, and we feel strongly that that's our job. But it's actually the smallest group. Very interesting. And thinking is more of the research side, teaching, research, and service. People who want to do research and want to be sort of thinking of new ideas and trying new things. It is a different style, according to the psychological research, from integrating and advocating. And finally, I wanted to talk about self-knowledge, needs that we have, personal needs, the style we have of meeting our needs. I want it right now. 20% of us are impatient. I'm in that club, I admit it. And I want to be loved. This is a very interesting one, and there's more to say, but that notion of being appreciated by the other is important to us. I want to be the boss. I want to be in charge. That's 30% of us. And I want to be the smartest person in the room. Well, that's not too many of us. And I want to feel safe. That looks like it might have the highest percentage. 1/4 of us want to feel safe. And I understand that I think this is very interesting that we identify ourselves in these ways. There are, according to my screen, about 120 people here. So you get a sense here of where people are. Any interpretations on that one that you'd like to share in the chat? Anything that comes to mind? And I appreciate your being so willing to share, by the way. Think about it. What kind of personality are you? Getting money is only important to 14%. Oh my goodness, that's really interesting. Most audiences say are bigger on that one, but I'm glad to know that that's where we are with that group. Self-knowledge is critical in professional development that actually works, that goes anywhere, that we actually use in order to do things differently. Self-knowledge is so important. That's why I've spent so much time on it today, because we so rarely do a kind of deep dive into thinking about our own styles, our own preferences and needs, the way we do things. And what I know about myself is going to be reflected in the way I interact with my students and with my colleagues and with my family. And we know that self-knowledge is critical. I don't remember it being part of any graduate program I've ever been a part of, whether it's my own or ones I've taught in, because we consider self-knowledge, self-promotion, anything about the self is haram, is forbidden, is to be neglected. We're not supposed to be thinking about ourselves. As you can see from this conference, and I really want to commend Nabil and Blanca and all of those who organized this conference, because it is so important that we do consider self-knowledge as we move forward. So what I like, we talked about this, integrating was the one that most of you chose. I'd invite you to kind of dive a little deeper into your choice and think about what it is about integrating, about thinking, about advocating. What are the components that you like? What are the day-to-day experiences that make you choose, oh, I like to I have an integrating style, or I think or advocate. What is it about that one that you chose that made you choose that one and not a different one? This was question number 5. I was surprised so few wanted to be the smartest person in the room. And I'm actually really glad to see I want to feel safe, because at least in the West, that would be considered, oh, kind of a weakness. That I want to feel safe would not be viewed as a good thing. And it really is the most important one. So thank you to those who chose it. That's just me speaking. It's not, that's not based on research. I'm really glad that I saw so many who said that. Last question is a little more complicated. Priorities are 1, 2, or 3. Making money is 1. Changing the world is 2. Having fulfilling work is 3. And then you can choose A, B, C, or D in that order. That's a kind of rank order response there. Most of you want to change the world for the better. Wow, 34%. And half of us want work that fulfills me, makes me feel useful, makes me feel like I'm not wasting my time. And the money one was the lowest. But really, those are the 3 things that most career counselors ask people about and help them to develop their skills so that they can meet that goal. Any thoughts on these results? I think the audience can see those, Blanca.
Yes, that's correct.
That's beautiful. Yeah. This is my first time using polls, and I'm so grateful to Blanca for being here as my right arm. We have data now, you see? We can. I don't know why that went backwards. So I'm coming to the end, really. So what's your plan? I want you to think today and now. We were talking about a positive space for well-being. You have one right here, right now. This is a positive space for well-being, and it's a chance for you to actually start something new. And I'm inviting everyone who's listening and who wants to do it to write down your plan. What is one thing you're going to add to your life that you don't do now? Is it about your body? Is it about your mind, your cognitive development? Is it about your heart or your spiritual or your soul? Body, mind, and soul. Pick 1, pick 2, pick 3, it doesn't matter. But I would invite you to write down something, because when we write it down, it makes a difference. Next to my bed, I have a notebook where I write things down that I think about. And it's for those of you who were commenting on sleep challenges, it's a great way to help yourself to put something down on paper, and then you can go to sleep because you've recorded it. You don't have to think about it anymore. It doesn't always work, but it sometimes helps some people. I wanted to offer that. In closing, I just want to leave you with a quotation from my personal favorite American poet, Mary Oliver, who asks us and encourages us to consider, what are we going to do with our one wild, precious life? We have one. We have one life. We can do anything we want to with it. And it is for us, not a boss or anyone else in our life, a family member. It's not for anybody else to decide. It's for us to decide what we will do with your one wild, precious life. I'm going to stop there because I think I've given you the message that I wanted to. I'm going to stop sharing my screen, if that's okay, Blanca, and offer a chance for any kind of, I love her too. Oh, Karen, thank you, Karen. Mind, body research. Yeah. Mind, body, soul. Latifa, don't forget soul. Thank you. And I'm looking at the comments because I couldn't do that while I talk. I'm not good at all that. More talking to people. Work on research paper, body. I think one of the things I want to say about research that your comment triggers me, and I hope this will be helpful, is some of us are researchers, and we do it as part of our job description in our employment contract. And so it is an area that has evolved, but still, it's something on the side. People feel pressured and troubled by doing research. And what I would invite you is, if you said you were an integrating person, you like to work with other people, strong recommendation. I'm working with my friend Bahar Gun in Izmir, Turkey now on a chapter in a book which I was invited to contribute. Working with another person changes the whole picture. If someone you really like and that you look forward, oh, I've got a meeting with Bahar at 4 o'clock, I'm so happy. That's different from kind of being told you've got to deliver this many articles that are published in this kind of journal this is just not a way you want to live. It's too much pressure.
That's correct.
Yeah. Other comments? Anything you want to say? Blanca, you're on, girl.
I have few questions based on what I was observing on the chat, because we are in 2026. Our conference is trying to cover current issues and current challenges, but also think about long-term future of education. So, Professor Liz, from your perspective and considering teacher well-being and educational programs, what should change in professional development programs to incorporate more of teachers' well-being?
Alhamdulillah, as we say. I'm going to promote myself. This is a new thing. I was never allowed to do it when I was a graduate student, and now everyone in my life is promoting themselves, and they're saying, Liz, you don't promote yourself. I'm going to say this. We are doing a conference in Kuwait. I'm going to Kuwait in April for this conference, and we're talking about AI in teacher education, in which we are going to raise up some of the issues that are, I think, inside of your good question, Blanca. And yeah, it's not just AI. I mean, there's so much to say about the learner's experience. My focus is teacher education and teaching and teachers. Of course, you don't teach if there aren't any learners. But the focus is on teachers. And I think one of my personal gifts or good luck is that I have been able to help novice teachers and pre-service teachers find a passion. And technology is just rich with opportunities now for teachers to do research and finding, what's your particular interest? What do you really worry about the most in your, fourth grade classroom or your university undergraduate foundation course with the students, they're cheating. And I'm just thinking of this because just yesterday I was talking to a graduate student at a university far away who asked me, they're all cheating. The students cheat, and I have to teach them how to use this tool of AI so that they're not cheating. So she's giving them an assignment to go home and only use AI to write the essay. Bring the essay from AI to the class. And then she guides them in an evaluation of this essay the AI wrote. And the kids, and they're high schoolers, they're not, universities. The kids are so eager and able to say, I wanted to talk about that Shakespearean play about the hair of the guy. They'll say something like, that's what she said, so I'm thinking of that story. But identifying what is it that you love in this world, or you're concerned about it, you're passionate about it, instead of having some supervisor say, oh, well, your students are cheating, so we're going to fire you. Or, that sort of mentality that it's this threat. It's a tool. So how can we put that into teacher education programming that makes the novice teachers or the pre-service teachers know how to handle this issue? And we have so many stories. There's so many cool things. In Indonesia, we did a flash mob. The students didn't even know what a flash mob was, but they went on YouTube and saw all these kids in Indiana and all these places doing in a mall doing a flash mob, and they got so excited because they had the tool of the YouTube. I mean, that's a very old school thing. As an example, these were remote. This was not Jakarta. We were in Makassar, far away from, it's a big city, but it's far away from the metropolitan and, international. I was the only American in the city for a year. It was a wonderful experience. But how they got turned on to this, they did this big project, and I made them write out lyrics in English, in Bahasa Indonesia, and in Bugis, their own language. And these were things they just went immediately to YouTube and could find so many things, and it was an awakening. There are many examples of how teachers can make, it doesn't have to be hard. That's the short version of my message.
Based on what you said, again, I'm going to dive a little bit deeper, apologies, when it comes to professional development and teacher training, because I think we can all agree that we are living in a fast-paced 21st century, and this educational landscape is changing so fast that sometimes it is really difficult just to stay on track. What was really new and helpful 2-3 years ago, now it's old. Exactly. That's why my question here is, you observe through so many years this market, this area, and education itself. So which teacher training and professional development approaches currently might best prepare all teachers to adapt to these new technologies, new methodologies students need, and the rapidly changing world?
So get on your own bicycle. Don't ride somebody else's bicycle. That's my message. I mean, you know what you want to do with your amazing life, in Mary Oliver's words, and you have to choose how you're going to do it. I have students do exactly what you said, where they write their own model. So somebody like Claire Martin, or Nabil, or you would say, these are, I would walk you through a series, but it would not be that you would buy a package from the British Council or from Macmillan, or, you would say, this is what and then, it's not going to match perfectly with what you're using, the materials you're using, or the test you have to give. It's not a perfect match, but what you are noticing is that you are interested in something, and you bring that to a good university or school or company or health professions or whatever it is, and you bring that piece, and somebody smart will look at that and say, yeah, that's just what we need. And that's what my former students have done. They've taken their master's in TESOL, for example, which is, phonology, morphology, syntax, grammar, discourse analysis, and testing, and so on. But they've applied it in many different ways, technology mostly now. They've taken some aspect of technology, such as Zoom, and said, the way you make a presentation on Zoom is different from the way you do it in person, and then they analyze very carefully with data how they use the language and what kinds of language the students are going to need. So they find their own place. And I really am very committed to agency, teachers taking more control over their own work. And they find things that I had no idea. I mean, I was so worried about my students, and not all of them. Some of them have, gone and had a lot of problems, personal and professional. But there is this core of probably 25 or 30 that I stay in touch with fairly regularly, who've gone off in very different directions, working for the American Medical Association, working for an insurance company in the Philippines, an American, because they use English as the language of community. So taking their own backgrounds, experience, and interests, and finding a place in the world for themselves. And my goal now in semi-retirement is to help people to get those skills they need in order to take what they have, not say, oh, I wish I'd never done that master's in TESOL. There aren't any jobs. It's such a hard job and I'm so tired of it. No, you don't have to do it. Do something else. And lo and behold, they find things that are very cool. A guy is a bicyclist. I mentioned a bicycle because I was talking to him a couple days ago. He's a big bicyclist, and he's finding a place in the world of bicycling and high-end bicycles, and he has all these communication skills. And okay, we lost him in TESOL, but he's happy, and that's more important. Than being in TESOL. I wish I could say that the world was welcoming to everyone the same, but it is not.
It is not. It is not.
not.
So you are also suggesting, correct me if I'm wrong, that apart from Teachers Agency, which I'm a huge advocate for as well, also the other side, i.e. Institutions, teacher training programs, curriculum designers, have to be open for any interpretation and any novelty that each and every teacher might bring to the table. So be ready for continuous feedback and communication.
Yes, and you left out, you are 100% right. The one I want to add is Educast and other professional communities that are feeding this whole process if they're doing it right. Yeah, and so TESOL, ITEFL, British Council, Amethyst used to be, the American ones are gone, but all these institutions that support excellence. Yeah. They're in there too, that organization thing. Yeah. And universities.
So being even more and more flexible, because the times are changing so rapidly that having fixed mindset and having this approach that we should keep on thinking about what worked a decade ago is no longer relevant.
Well, and it's not that it's irrelevant, but its place, the priorities have to change with the times, and be flexible, in your word. Be flexible for these times. And that's why Mohammed Nabil is a genius. He has taken this idea of an online conference to another level, and partly for, hiring you. There's an effort here that I'm pretty experienced in international contexts, as you heard from his nice introduction. He's taken things up a notch with the numbers, the size that we have 115 people still here. I'm so happy.
Yeah, so active since day one. That's a so important factor for us that I can just say one more time, thank you, dear attendees, because we all together create this learning experience. And without you and your feedback year by year, we might think about only our ideas, but we just really want to respond to your needs. That's the idea.
That's right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Liz.
Pleasure. My email is the best way. I'm old school. I'm on LinkedIn. I have a website. I hope to see you all again soon.
Exactly. This is what I just wanted to finish this part of today's day. However, we are not fully finishing, but slowing down, giving you a little bit moment to breathe in and out. Remember, take care of your well-being, stretch your back, air out your room, grab some tea. And of course, we do not have much time for Professor Liz and her answers, but if you have questions, as she just introduced herself, she's so welcome to get anything you would like to discuss. That let's just follow it. And we are going to see each other in a couple of minutes after the break. So one more time, Professor Liz, thank you so much for contributing to our conference and for giving a real food for thought to our attendees, because sometimes we are so entangled in abundance of opportunities in terms of professional development that we simply get lost. I don't know how about you attendees, but from time to time, I feel simply lost. Yeah, so thank you so much, Professor Liz. Hope to see you soon and collaborate with you again. And as I mentioned, dear attendees, let's all have well-deserved break.
And here we're back again. Since it's 7 o'clock here in Saudi Arabia and the break is over. Hello again, everyone. I hope that you can hear me. If you are still alive, could you please send a message in the chat box? Are you still alive? Are you still following? Everyone is good. Everyone is having fun. Everyone is learning. Hello, everyone. Hello, Zamzam. Hello, Rajas. Hello, Rina. Hello, Siri, Muhammad. Hello. Hello, Monica. Hello, Nadia. Hello, everyone. I hope that you are having fun and learning at the same time. So since we are back from the break, we are about to move to our next talk. So as I said before, we have more talks today, and we still have 3 more days. So our conference will last until next Thursday. So it's a full week conference, and it's only for you, for all teachers, not only teachers from a specific region. It's for teachers, from teachers to other teachers all around the world. So anyway, moving to our next talk and our next speaker. Of course, you have already checked the program book, and you already knew that there is some kind of change in our program. We have a little surprise, and it is that our next speaker will be Blanka Polak, my colleague, the event coordinator and the academic consultant at EDCast International Conferences. And everyone, let me just share the screen in order to introduce her more properly. And here we go. So again, guys, everyone, let's welcome Blanka Polak, who is an ESP and business English teacher, materials writer, and Delta qualified educator. She is also a certified teacher trainer. She also works as a public speaking coach and communication coach, and is currently pursuing studies in cognitive science. Blanka integrates mindfulness, critical thinking, and the science of learning and teaching into her educational approach. Blanka is a true believer in C, that education is a change, community, creative process, colleagues, creation, and continuous development. She is a neuroscience and psychology enthusiast, science and philosophy nerd, yoga and meditation geek, and jazzed about exploring the unknown and thinking outside the box. Everyone, let's welcome Blanka, who will be talking about using exit tickets for reflective writing in teachers' CPD journey and well-being. So everyone give her a warm welcome in the chat box. Hello, Blanka.
Hello, hello. I was just about to say again, but we've been seeing each other constantly since day one.
Exactly, right.
Thank you so much for introducing me, Mo. Yes, I'm going to just say that it's an honor to have such an audience and just to feel this energy and so many professionals eager to learn. That is a huge pleasure. So let me know if you still have a little bit of energy. I hope that maybe more than a bit. Because what I'm inviting you for right now is a kind of session or a mini workshop, depending on your cognitive abilities right now and your energy level. You can approach it in 2 ways. So please feel free to decide what's best for you, because it can be an active workshop for you. So you can start taking notes, because I will be asking lots of questions and giving you some things to reflect. Or maybe you would like to just simply sit down, relax, and enjoy what's going to happen. Hopefully you will enjoy. So as Maul already said, I would like you to invite you on a journey in terms of exit tickets. So my first question here is, what you already know about exit tickets? Have you heard anything about exit tickets? That's my first question. If yes, what you know? Please let me know in the chat box. Exit tickets. I know it might be an exit ticket when we leave the cinema or when we leave some kind of venue, all right? They let students sum the sessions up, all right? Thank you for the answer, exactly. What else you know or how you used exit tickets? That's the question. Apart from summing the session up. The opportunity to share ideas from their thinking. Exactly. I absolutely love the word opportunity. Exactly, because this is an opportunity. Takeaways. Fantastic. So some of you might be familiar with exit tickets when we think about students, but today I wanted to show you that they can be used also for your reflective practice, your continuous development, and at the same time, your well-being. Because very often, I don't know whether you agree with me or not, we are wearing so many hats as teachers, educators, directors, principals, that sometimes we forget about our own self-care. So today I just wanted to bring a little bit of cognitive science background in terms of few techniques and approaches that I'm going to share with you. Then we will discuss all together a little bit of reflection and well-being. And at the very end, I'm going to give you practical ways in terms of transferring exit tickets from student-centered approach towards well-being and self-care of each and every teacher. However, one thing I just wanted to begin with is something that resonates with me deeply. And this is the shift that started to happen in my reflective practice and my professional development when I allowed myself to admit that I don't have to be perfect. I don't have to keep up with everything 100% or even 300%. And here, the reflection is the tool for me that allows me just simply to notice. So I don't expect myself to perform perfectly because it's impossible. And this is the shift that helped me to take care more of myself, consider even more options in terms of well-being. And this is what I wanted to start with. When it comes to cognitive science, before I get there, on previous session, Professor Liz England already mentioned and measured some of the factors that, for instance, many of us are being very hard on ourselves. I've been there, I've done that, and from time to time, I also do it. Claire Martin covered, for example, differentiation between someone's behavior or our students' behavior that is impacting us versus the reality. So not taking it personally because it is behavior, not personal approach to us. And today I would like to show you what we can actively do with all above. Another question to you before we dive into cognitive science background, as I mentioned, is, do we have any writing passionates on the chat? Is there any of you that likes writing? No matter the form, just simply writing. While you are going to share your ideas, I have to tell you and admit that I'm a huge fan of writing myself. So I can show you tons of journals that I have. One is like a very fluffy one. Another is just for more serious reflective practice. So I have few, and they all serve different purposes. All right. Love reading and writing. Fantastic. Yes, we do have some writing passionates here. Fantastic. So Today, we're not going to dive deep into the differences between handwriting and typing. So when you write using your keyboard, because that's not relevant for today. However, I just wanted to mention that it's good, and I invite you to get down a little bit deeper into that, because there are several pros and cons in terms of handwriting and typing. In general, it's about cognitive processing, our memory, learning, also reflection and metacognition. And on top of that, these differences cover emotional and well-being benefits. So this is important to take into consideration. As I mentioned, it's not that one is better than the other. They are simply different. So when it comes to a cognitive session background for today, I wanted to ask you a question. What do you know about retrieval practice? Have you heard about this term? If yes, how is it working for you? What's retrieval practice? If you think about one or maybe two short sentences that could describe it in a very best way, what would you write? What's retrieval practice? Okay, some of you here or maybe think about it even for the first time. That's okay. That's okay. It was new to me several years ago as well. All right. First time. So in a nutshell, I will try to oversimplify it to you. Retrieval practice is when we deliberately try to recall information or any experience from memory. Why deliberately? Because this is when we say, okay, what happened last session? What happened on last webinar? What I did, how I performed. So basically, what we do know from cognitive science background is that when we actively keep on pulling this knowledge out of our memory, so from our memory box, our memory most of all strengthens learning, and it is far better than simply, for instance, rereading or passive review. It doesn't mean that rereading doesn't help you to create new connections, but it's simply less effective. So today I'm going to show you how we can use active recall for us as teachers. But before we go there, I wanted to also ask about elaboration. Have you heard about elaboration? What's that? When you elaborate, how you can think about it in terms of well-being? What can you say? Okay, you are thinking, so let me help you a bit. Highlighting or repeating this again. Thank you for that. It's a kind of cooperation. So elaboration involves the situation when you expand on a specific information or the fact and you want to explain it. Okay, so you link it to your prior knowledge. You try to bridge the gap. And this is the fundamental principle in terms of learning. When we don't link certain information to our previous knowledge, our brain doesn't get the info. Oh, it's important. I need to really remember this. That's why elaboration is very helpful, because it can deepen your understanding in terms of creating richer and better mental connection, I would say. The last thing I wanted to ask here, feedback loop. When we think about any reflecting process, any learning process, how you feel, or maybe what you already know about feedback loop. What's that? What kind of situation it might be? And there's some kind of tip here when it comes to the word loop. Elaboration, okay, we've got the elaboration again. Feedback loops, they are opinions. Okay, thank you for that. Negatives. Perfect. So feedback loops, these are cycles in which the information about your performance, your experience is used to guide any future action. So what we do know from cognitive science background is that when the feedback is effective, this feedback loop is effective, it has some characteristics. So it is usually timely, specific, and actionable. So you are very specific about the things that happened. Only then this process can allow you as a teacher and your learners at the same time to adjust maybe potential strategies, change of the plan, or maybe test changes. Altogether, it can gradually improve everything through iteration. That's why this feedback loop is very important to take into consideration. Now, as I told you a bit about cognitive science background, I wanted to link it to reflective writing and practice for you as a teacher. Here, when we consider reflective practice, so for instance, writing very brief reflection, it can help you to actively recall what happened in the lesson, for instance, or what happened during EduCast Day 1, what happened during very specific session with your students. It can strengthen your memory. And then when you want to get back to it and review or maybe connect with something you are going to do in the future, simply speaking, this connection might be slightly stronger, your neural connection, meaning. Elaboration in this context, when it comes to teacher reflective practice, might include, for instance, certain prompts that you can use. And today I'm going to show you many of these. I divided them into specific categories. And for you as a teacher, it can help to connect the experience, for instance, from the previous session, to maybe certain principles, maybe certain methodology, maybe your deep level thinking, your surface level thinking. Maybe you will also find out about certain bias that you have. As we know, not only cultural background, the way we were brought up, our education system, everything matters in terms of creating our frame of reference, sometimes potentially, very often unintentionally, creating certain stereotypes. When it comes to feedback loop that we discussed a while ago, exit tickets here can create a low-stake data point in your continuous journey because they can support a certain baby steps and improvement when you reflect step by step, you collect and gather data. So there is no high pressure. I absolutely love it because I entered into this journey from the perspective that let me collect necessary data step by step. Maybe I need to add on the go certain observation, but there is no push to understand and synthesize everything at once. When it comes to reflection, I have a question to you. When you hear this word reflection, how it encompasses into your teacher background, into your teaching profession, into your teaching expertise? Is it even alive? I would say alive. So for instance, do you as a teacher need to reflect, or maybe you think that experience is enough to improve? What would you tell me? Feel free to let me know in the chat. Do you as a teacher really feel you need to reflect, or you believe that experience is enough to improve? I'll give you a moment to think. It's alive every day. Reflection or your experience? That's a good question. Every teaching day. What's your belief here? Self-reflection. Okay. Another question that I wanted to challenge you a bit with is focusing on your well-being and reflecting on your well-being during your continuous professional development a distraction from improving teaching and being even better, or is it central to it? Let me rephrase this question. So when you think about reflecting and focusing on your well-being in your professional development journey, do you see it as a distraction from improving your expertise, or maybe central to it? We have lesson planning requires reflection application. Central to it. Fantastic. Essential. Okay, it's central. It's central to me. It wasn't always like that. It started to be more and more essential. Actually, it started in my private area and in my private background when I started to work with, for instance, Julia Cameron's books in terms of creative writing. And then I spotted what a huge advantage they bring to my own table. So I guess there must be some reason or another way to incorporate all above into my professional background. And that's why how it all started. One thing that I wanted to tell you before we are going to explore it actively together when it comes to certain questions you can ask yourself is there are tons of studies in terms of creative writing, reflective writing, from cognitive perspective, psychology, working memory, tons of them. Today, I simply just wanted to point out one of many that is an ongoing study, and the research and the outcomes is getting, I would say, more and more serious and giving us more and more information about our well-being. This is the study done by James Pennebaker and colleagues. And this study demonstrates that what putting thoughts and emotions into words can do with your brain, with your emotional regulation, that, for instance, it can reduce any psychological stress. Maybe I wouldn't, no, I'm wrong here. I have to say I'm sorry. I wouldn't say any psychological stress, but lots of situation can be reduced and this tension might decrease. Additionally, what the research is showing clearly is that it can also improve our emotional regulation, because let's think all together about this. So from a cognitive perspective, yes, and working memory, yeah, you are finishing your day or maybe even your week, and you have lots of things in your working memory, in your mind. Okay, other bills that I have to pay. Yesterday, one of my students was absolutely horrible. Last conversation with parents didn't go well. I have to do tomorrow this and that. Look, we can multiply these examples. So what you are doing cognitively, you are holding everything in your working memory. So if certain unresolved experiences and situations are still on, your brain until some moment is going to keep them alive. So by reflective writing, what we are actually doing also on this physiological level, like we are giving the message to our brain, okay, we can breathe in and out, we can offload a little bit onto the paper. And most likely, this will reduce your cognitive load. If you have any ruminating thoughts, thinking about last week's situation with the students because it wasn't nice, you are still trying to grasp what really happened. Is there something I could have done better? Maybe next time I need to really say something else. Maybe I need to set boundaries. Maybe I need to regulate differently. Again, what's happening? You are constantly drilling it like in a whirl in your mind, in your memory. So when you put things on paper, it can really decrease rumination, and very often, unexpectedly, you might find yourself in the situation when you feel that you have at least a bit more sense of control. And this is what neurocognitive research also suggests, that when we label emotions, maybe not entirely label, but at least put them on paper without judgment that this situation was good or bad, simply writing what happened, the way you saw it, the way you felt it, it can activate a regulatory brain network, and then it can really help along the process. This is what James Pennebaker's research all about. So I highly recommend it. And as you see here, as I move to another slide, there are certain ways we can approach this reflective writing depending on your needs. Of course, it is impossible to reflect on each and every situation in your life to such depth. It is impossible to finish every session, one-to-one group session, or leave your work and sit down and immediately reflect. Sometimes we do not have time for that, and that's okay. What I am encouraging you to do and consider is to think, are there any bottlenecks in your practice currently? Maybe there are some groups or teams or students that give you this opportunity to spot certain tendency in terms of behavior, in terms of your reactions, how you see the process. I have one team currently like that in one of my corporate environments. This is the team that for last 2 months has been challenging me in terms of giving instructions, in terms of my patience, in terms of the boundaries that I want to set. To what extent I would like to still remain a leader, to what extent I need to step in and just be in control. So when I know that such group is going to work with me for some time, this is my, maybe not red flag, but this is my observation. And when I'm going to get back to one of my journals, this is the group that I'm going to analyze. So here, we can think about grounding experience if your emotions are absolutely high. So you can ask yourself a question. Was there any one specific moment today during XYZ lesson that stands out? If it stands out, why? Because my emotions were absolutely overwhelming. I felt good. I felt acknowledged, or maybe the opposite. I got angry, and that was the specific moment of today. I got angry. Why? What did I notice? And here, as we know, languages shape the way we see the world. So what did I notice? Not what I'm judging right now. What did I notice about my students' responses? What can I notice about their engagement? How it makes me feel still, or maybe how it made me feel today in the morning. Is it something unusual? Then you can start thinking, is it the way, the mood that I am oftenly in? Is it only because of this group, this particular student, or maybe because it's about the topic? For example, as Mo, while introducing me, mentioned, I specialize in English for specific purposes in business English. However, there is one specific area that I am not crazy about working with my teens and students, which is financing. I'm just simply tired of numbers and graphs. I can do that, but I feel overwhelmed after this session. So, and this is what I was able to spot in my reflective writing practice, because when I was hopping and bouncing back from one session to another meeting, next call, having a break to grab some snack, I wasn't able to see the pattern. Only when I started to write it down was I able to recognize the pattern. That's one of the categories. Of course, there are many more questions that you can ask yourself. However, I also wanted to give you some piece of advice, if I may, or maybe some insight regarding your professional learning. So again, you can think about particular session that you had yesterday, or again, a kind of tendency within one team. What is one thing that worked today better than expected, or yesterday? Is it about my communication? Is it about students' mood and overall energy? I find it absolutely important to distinguish, because very often we tend to blame ourselves, and our inner critic is just banging through the wall and is trying to get into our mind and outside of it, and basically is trying to be in charge all the time. Very often our inner critic is telling us, if this lesson didn't go well, perhaps I am the only one that has to do something better. But how you feel, let me know right now in the chat. Can you really say, honestly, right now, from the bottom of your heart, aligning your mind, your experience, your expertise, and your heart and your soul, that in 100% situation, it is always you who is not enough because of giving poor instruction? Can you say it 100%? Let me know. I know it might be pretty deep question. Maybe I will encourage you by saying that years ago, I would have written yes. It's my responsibility because I am paid for that. I am called professional. I am called somehow an expert. People trust me. So the only person that I should take a closer look at should be me. But how about in reflective writing and trying to catch up with this tendency and grasp these ideas, we notice that, this is the parent or the student that has very specific type of behavior and attitude. And no matter what I do, no matter how I try, this is simply this person's attitude. The question that arises here for me is it still my responsibility to feel that I can do another 100% to make it better? It doesn't mean that I'm refusing to try, but it pushes away all responsibility that it is me who is always to be blamed. Because sometimes we are in the middle of this equation. Exactly. Your comment, there is a parent factor and institutional factor. So again, to what extent it is an institutional factor? By writing and capturing these feelings and moments, you can really help yourself to see certain tendency and certain patterns. Again, when it comes to CPD, I highly recommend some questions like, when it comes to my instruction today and my instructional design, did I make today that I would repeat? If I would repeat, under what circumstances? How I know it works? What did this lesson confirm about my teaching beliefs? Yes, or about methodology, about approach. Or maybe this lesson confirmed certain challenge that I still have. And the question is it me who might explore what can be added, or maybe it's the other side that I should look at? When it comes to emotional regulation, I highly recommend, even if you find yourself in a very busy environment and now you can think, okay, Blanca, I do not have time for that. 5-minute journal rule for your own well-being and emotional regulation. Very often, this is how I started. As I told you, I started with my own emotions. And then as I saw a huge change, I started incorporating it in my CPD. So certain questions when it comes to your well-being might focus on the central element of the lesson, your feelings, and you amidst this situation. How did I feel during the lesson? And what might explain that? Maybe I feel relaxed in my body. I feel that I have certain flow from top of my head to my feet. I just feel relaxed. Or maybe usually I have the tendency to have my shoulders stressed and tense. And today I feel absolutely relaxed. And that's the signal to me that I felt pretty good during this lesson. How I can test, because my student told me, wow, it was fantastic lesson. But here we get back to exit ticket for learners and students. And today it's all about us, educators, teachers, professionals. Another question that I found particularly helpful is, when it comes to my teaching today, my coaching, my mentoring, because these are also areas of my expertise, is there any specific part or moment that gave me energy, that lifted me up? What was that? Was it because of the communication and dynamic between me and my team or student, client, or simply despite the fact that the session was challenging, I feel like I did my best to help? Because from my perspective, ability to admit that today it wasn't my best day. It wasn't the best day for me and my team. We weren't able to accomplish previously set goals. This ability is important because it doesn't blame us. It doesn't judge us. It just describes. Sometimes we have a rough night's sleep. Yeah? Or we have very, very complicated situation at home. Our students are humans as well. They might experience certain challenges and bottlenecks as well. So how about we admit first in my reflective writing that I did my best today. That's okay. Tomorrow is another day. Contrary, because it's not all about feeling light and inspired. Today, when it comes to my emotional regulation, what part felt heavy? Yeah. And can I do something to support myself with that today, right now, or maybe for the future? And when it comes to my identity as a teacher, what does this lesson, this process with my students or clients say about the kind of teacher I am becoming? I am already. Okay, so trying to capture the process. When you think about your recent session, please let me know in the chat, what is one strength that you know you are using very often? Your one strength, what would that be? Doesn't matter if the lesson ends up being good or maybe bad, if someone wants to use this labeling. What is one strength that you know you have? Let us know in the chat. Is there something that you spotted about your performance? Activities for hyperactive students. Yes, I absolutely agree that this is a huge strength. Exactly. My strength, I have to tell you that I developed through years, and it wasn't easy for me because of my energy and my overall attitude toward people and world, was my strength started to be slowing down. That's why I try to always have Mr. Freezy with me, Mr. Snowman, to remind me that slowing down is good because I haven't been taught it. My voice modulation, fantastic. Relationship building, yes. Exactly. So your strengths, challenging students to think critically, beautiful, absolutely great strength. Again, can I write down any other traits that I have and reflect on them? Under what circumstances I know they are always helpful, or most of the times they are helpful? What has to change if it might hinder the process? Yeah. So again, me being patient and slowlier is not going to help me with one of my teams that is a team of IT developers that love giving presentations, and they are like so energetic. They want to do things fast, SAP, they are powerful. So 90 minutes of the session with them feels like 4 hours sometimes. So here, my strength of being very slow is not going to work. I have to consciously speed up. Another thing that I wanted to give you as a sort of reflection is as our inner critic very often kicks in too many times that we would like to admit and even allow it to kick in. I believe, and this is what I found also with other teachers, with other professionals that I work with or I train, that really when we allow ourselves to slightly change this shift into let me evaluate, observe, notify, instead of criticize, label, judge, very often even subconsciously or along the go, our teaching improves because we don't feel so much burden that we have to become perfect. Before I say thank you, as I have, I think, about 5 minutes of your precious time, I wanted to show you how I changed exit tickets for my students that I use all the time into exit tickets for teachers. And they are divided into 3 categories. Please let me know and confirm whether you see my next presentation. Yes, thank you for confirming that. So as you see here, the first section starts with understanding and recall. So a little bit of this I already mentioned to you. That's why I'm not going to elaborate on that too much. However, it is also a great technique if you would like to collaborate with other teachers, if you would like to reteach, pass some information on, tell about your reflections. When you think about 3 key points from the lesson, I, as a teacher, ask myself a question: what are 3 key points from the lesson that made it successful? Or the opposite, yes, let's also have a room for some discomfort. What are 3 key points from the lesson that might give me the sign that it wasn't successful? Here, it's not my inner critic. I'm just trying to be honest because I believe that when I'm going to reflect, I'm going to find out more. Can I summarize the lesson in 1 sentence in terms of how I feel or what I did? Yes. For instance, I was able to remain patient despite the chaos my students created. Because sometimes when you work with young learners, kids are the element that ignite the whole snowball effect. We try to remain calm. Okay. Ask 1 question if you still have. Do I have any question to me? Can I do something for the next session with this team that is going to protect me as well, at the same time being open for my students? That is the hardest skill that I'm still performing. This is what Dr. Gabor Mate is constantly trying to teach other people, not only psychologists and medical professionals, that this ability to be close to ourselves, taking care of our boundaries, at the same time remaining open for other side, is actually one of the most difficult one to cultivate, because we have this tendency to protect, and this is normal when we feel attacked or when we feel overwhelmed. So the question that very often I ask myself is there something I can do, I can cultivate and perform maybe more often to still be open, however protective in terms of my boundaries? The next section, sorry, I thought about session, being in the flow of the conference. Another category is higher order thinking, yes? Instead of what connections you can make to previous learning, that very often I ask my learners, I ask myself, what connections can I make to previous sessions that I delivered? Did I use the same method? Did I wrap up in the same way? Is it my habit? Is it a good habit that is really delivering the impact? Maybe I would like to change something. Or maybe it's all about the way I propose certain solutions. In terms of number 2, evaluate your participation. I change it from thumbs up, down to emojis or certain words. Sometimes I'm evaluating my engagement into the session with colors. like traffic light. Red is like it was too intensive. It's like an alert zone. Green, it went smooth. The third category and the last one for today I wanted to share is self-reflection and metacognition. Again, it covers some of the ideas that I mentioned before. Is there anything I need to practice? And try to think about the context. Is there anything I need to practice in terms of giving instruction to my students? Is there anything I need to practice in terms of my emotional regulation? Is there anything I need to practice in terms of communication between parents and other, and maybe principal? Is there anything I would like to practice in terms of giving myself a break? How can I do that? So yes, as I see the comment, we always use questions as a self-reflection in our lesson plans. Exactly. How about we go beyond lesson plans and incorporate these in our well-being? I believe that it can bring tremendous impact and change. And this is what I wanted to share with you. Maybe today or tomorrow you decide to buy your new notebook. As I said, pros and cons of handwriting and typing. I love handwriting because it gives me an opportunity, and this is what cognitive science proves, in terms of deep connection and cognition, basically how we can code certain information. So usually it goes a little bit deeper. However, sometimes, don't get me wrong, I am also typing on my keyboard because I'm in a rush. So I have also my journal on my phone. And then when I have a moment at home, I'm rewriting it to this journal just to really process it, because handwriting gives us an opportunity to process and think deeper about it. If you do have any questions, I'm happy to answer. If not, I think that we all deserve another short break, because we have another session that is coming. But before we get there, I also just wanted to, first and foremost, say thank you for being so engaged since day one, for being respectful on the chat, for being supportive. I see that sometimes some attendees don't see certain links or piece of information. And then before I even jump in and give you some insight and instruction, I see someone is copying and pasting the message. So, wow, I just wanted to say thank you. I wish we had such audience like you each and every year. I simply, this is like my small wish for today, for me and for Muhammad as well. Additionally, I wanted to remind you that please remain patient. We are going to deliver all promised recordings and certificates, famous certificates, at the end of the conference. The same as we are going to deliver a wrap up of every day, so you are not going to forget. And in terms of wrap up, I can tell you and maybe ask if you have some key takeaways from any day or from any session. Feel free to put them here on the chat, also on social media, as I was trying to keep on telling, because it's also important when it comes to reflection practice. This is something that enables us to learn better, really, because based on our frame of reference, we code different things. So thank you for being so active. And yes, I'm going to hand it over to you, Mo.
So thank Blanca, for this wonderful talk, as usual. You really give a good example of how a speaker should give a talk while showing that he is knowledgeable and he's also, or she is also practical at the same time. So thank you for that. And I think we're about 11 minutes away from the next talk. So let's give the people here maybe a 10-minute break.
That sounds like a nice break. Yes.
Yeah,
See you.
don't go anywhere. Just stay away from the screens. Stay here, but stay away from the screens. We still have 2 more amazing talks.
Exactly.
Okay? especially for teachers who teach young learners and teachers who really care about creativity. So
Mm,
don't go anywhere. 10 minutes and we'll get back.
exactly. Enjoy the sign.
Yeah.
everyone.
Hi there.
I'm Anna.
I'm Shay.
And we're the hosts of the Teacher Think Aloud podcast, a podcast for reflective practice for teachers of English around the world.
Our mission is to support English language educators in reflecting on their teaching practices and in becoming more confident, happy teachers along the way.
And we want you to be part of our international community of listeners.
In each episode, we explore a topic within the field of English language teaching, from practical teaching tips to TESOL trends, issues, and career considerations.
All in an informal, fun conversation with ELT experts worldwide.
Listen and subscribe now on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube, or wherever you get your podcasts.
And don't forget to follow us on social media. We want to connect with you.
Happy teaching
and happy reflecting.
Text Inspector is the award-winning professional online tool that allows you to accurately and comprehensively analyze written and spoken texts for teaching, testing, and research purposes. Based on up-to-date, in-depth linguistic research, it uses statistically significant metrics, including lexical diversity, meta-discourse markers, and lexical sophistication, alongside tools such as the British National Corpus and the English Vocabulary Profile, to provide a detailed, accurate, and informative analysis of language use. This allows you to accurately assess the productive skills of your language students according to the CEFR and develop effective learning and assessment materials with greater ease. Some researchers have used Text Inspector to track improvements in their students' writing skills over time, others to ensure examination materials are at the correct level. Text Inspector is trusted by organisations including Cambridge University Press and the staff and students at 145 universities and colleges across the world. Why not try it yourself? We're offering all conference attendees premium access for free.
And we're back again. Thanks everyone for staying with us, and thank you for being part of EDCast International Conference. Without wasting much time, moving to Blanca, who will be introducing our next speaker and our next talk for today.
Exactly. And this is the powerful talk, because the title of this talk is Teaching the Quiet Ones. I think this is something that, at least when it comes to my area, is still challenging, even though these are adults. So let's find out how many of Michelle Worgan's ideas we can use from young learners to adults. However, before, Michelle, I'm going to give you officially the stage. Let me quickly introduce you to our attendees. Michelle Morgan is an experienced ELT educator, course designer, and author dedicated to empowering teachers worldwide to create engaging and impactful learning experiences for their young learners. She is also currently joint events coordinator for the IELTF Young Learners and Teenagers Special Interest Group. With over 20 years of hands-on teaching experience, she has seen how taking a learner-centered approach can help every student thrive. And her mission is to support teachers around the world with inclusive teaching methods that work for all young learners, ensuring that they are well prepared for their futures. Without further ado, it's a pleasure that you are with us, Michelle, and the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Blanca, for that lovely introduction. It's always an honor to be here with Educast. I think I was here a couple of years ago, and I'm really, really delighted to be back again. And as you said, I do work with young learners and young learner teachers, but I think today's session in particular is relevant for all teachers of any age group. So I'm just going to share my presentation and we will get started. Okay, can everybody see that? Just get the chat. Yes, brilliant. Okay, so as the title suggests, I'm going to talk about some students who I think are often forgotten about in the ELT classroom. And not just the ELT classroom, but in any classroom. They're forgotten about because they don't make a fuss, they don't usually complain very often, and they just typically get on quietly with their work. And those students are, as I'm calling them, the quiet ones. So I believe that as teachers, we need to focus on the diverse needs and experiences of all of our students and make sure that all of our students have the opportunity to shine. And that includes the quieter students in our classrooms. So today I'm going to use an example student to talk about this topic, to introduce some of the ideas. We're going to think about who the quiet ones are. We're going to think about maybe their characteristics and what that means for us as teachers. And I'm going to share some practical strategies that you can use in the classroom. So who are the quiet ones? Well, I'm going to start with an example. You'll notice my slides are really, really simple for this presentation. And that's on purpose, really, because I wanted to take away some of the noise that we get often in beautifully designed slides. So they're really simple and they have some really simple drawings, not very good ones drawn by me. But this is Angela, okay? Angela is a quiet student. And here is Angela, age 4. She's hiding behind her mum. She's just about to start school. And when she first came to school, she would be doing this. She'd be hiding behind her mum, looking down at the ground. She wouldn't really be making eye contact with people. She's very wary of any new surroundings, new situations, and meeting new people. And starting school is a really big thing for most children. When she was little like this, at break time as well, she'd often play by herself. She'd be observant. Maybe she'd be observing the other children playing a game together, and maybe she wanted to join in with them, but she wasn't really sure how to join in with them, or maybe I'd say she didn't dare initiate that contact and say, "Can I play with you?" She was, I think, not willing to take that kind of risk. And then a little bit older now, she's 9 years old, and Angela loves reading. She spends a lot of time reading. She's always got her nose in a book, and she's also quite happy to play by herself. She has a few friends from school, but she prefers to spend time with just one friend, and that's her best friend, who she feels really comfortable with. At school, just like at home, Angela's very happy to get on with her work independently. But she hates to speak in front of the class. She never asks questions. She doesn't put her hand up. She doesn't volunteer answers. And she's not so keen when they have to play, when they play noisy games or boisterous games, especially on the playground. You know, those types of games that involve a lot of running and pushing and shouting. She doesn't really enjoy those types of games or competitive games either. Angela's also terrified of getting into trouble. She gets embarrassed very easily, and she's afraid of being judged by other people. She's afraid of being judged by her classmates, by her friends, and also her teachers. She gets nervous with people that she doesn't know. She prefers to avoid any type of conflict, and she tends to follow other people a bit more. And sometimes this means doing things that she's not entirely comfortable with because she doesn't want to say no. Because really, she's a bit of a people pleaser, I guess. I don't think necessarily it's that she wants to make everybody happy all of the time, but she doesn't want any kind of conflict. So she wants to go unnoticed in the background, you know? Everybody says that Angela is quiet, but what does that actually mean? Who are the quiet ones? Well, before we answer that question, I'm interested to know whether you would consider yourself to be quiet. You might feel that you're quite shy. Some of you might feel that you're introverted. Some of you might be really extroverted. And I'm not going to ask you to share this with everybody here, but if you do want to, you can take part in this poll that I've set up. And in fact, I can share the link in the chat with you if you just give me a second, if you're able to. If not, you can just use the chat. And there are a few statements here, and I'd like you to think about the statement that best describes you. Okay, so I'm going to read them out just in case anybody can't see them properly. So the first statement, A, is I was shy as a child, but I grew out of it. B is I'm more introverted and I need to spend some time alone. C is I have social anxiety and I get extremely nervous in social situations. D is I am extroverted. I need to spend time with other people. And E is I'm an ambivert. I'm both introverted and extroverted depending on the situation. So as I said, you can use the poll that I've set up, and we're going to see if anybody is taking part in a second when I change to the next slide, but you can also use the chat. Okay? So it's true, like Mohammed Ali here has given 2 responses, and you might feel that you can choose more than one of these responses, and that's perfectly fine. Let's see. Hang on a second. Where's that? There we are. Let's see if we have any responses. I can't see it at the moment. Maybe I'll give you a few seconds more to do this, but please feel free to use the chat box as well. So I've seen a couple of E's, and I think a lot of people feel that it might depend on the situation. Again, I think a lot of people are quite shy as a child, and we'll talk about this more in a minute, and then grow out of it. Feel free to keep answering if you're still doing that. I know it's not easy to decide. So thank you for sharing that with us. But I am going to move on because we have a limited amount of time. And I will be looking at the results later because I'm always interested in who is attending my sessions on topics like these. Before I asked who are the quiet ones, and it's also important to think about why the quiet ones are quiet in our classrooms. So Angela, for example, who I've used as an example here. Angela could be introverted, she could be shy, or she could be both of these things. Yeah, our quiet students can be, some of them might be shy, some might be introverted, and some might be both. We can't really be sure which she is without seeing more of her behavior and really knowing more about her feelings and her experiences and how she experiences different situations at school and also social situations. But whatever the case, Angela is representative of a large proportion of our society and therefore the classroom. It is estimated that between 30 and 40% of the population is either shy or introverted or both. And it's hard to give exact figures, I think, because there's a lot of overlap. And also, as some of you have said in the chat with your choices in the poll, it might also depend on the situation. So it's quite a hard question to answer. There's a lot of overlap between shyness and introversion, and it can be hard to differentiate between them, especially with younger learners and younger children. And in fact, most introverts will have been called shy when they were a child. But while introversion and shyness do share some characteristics, they are actually different things. And we're going to look at that quickly now. So shyness is a personality trait. This means that you're not born shy. It's your life experiences and your environment that shape your personality. It's a kind of social anxiety. It's common in early childhood, as we've already established. Now, a lot of young children are shy, and it's because they are being introduced into new contexts all the time. You know, they come from a very sheltered experience at home with their close family, and then bit by bit they are exposed to new people, new situations. And shyness is about protecting yourself in these uncertain environments and situations. It's about protecting yourself, and it's a lot of shy people actually want to make friends and they want to connect with other people, but maybe they're not sure how, or they are not so willing to take any risks. Initiating contact with people can feel a little bit risky for some people. There's a fear of rejection and things like that going on. But that doesn't mean that they don't want to be with other people. But introverts are not necessarily shy, although some are. Introversion is a temperament, and this does mean that you're born with it. It's your natural disposition, and you can't change this. So while extroverts need to be with other people and getting their energy from being in groups and talking to other people and socializing, introverts can find this type of social interaction more draining, and this makes them feel tired. And research actually suggests that during social interactions, like say, for example, at a party or a conference or something like that, you know, you're there, you're talking to a lot of people, you're listening to a lot of people. During these types of situations, introverts experience higher levels of cortisol, which is like the stress hormone, no? And the research suggests that this actually remains higher for longer with introverts than maybe with other people. So this means there's a kind of a longer recovery period required after this type of experience. So introverts need to spend time alone to recharge their batteries again. So you can see that the two things are quite different. That was a very superficial look, obviously. And that's because for our purpose today, we're not going to focus on the differences. We might not know whether our students are shy or introverted. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at how we can make our classrooms more comfortable places for both our shy and introverted students. To do that, of course, we need to understand the different characteristics that our shy and introverted students may have and how this affects their experience in the classroom and the way they learn. So for the rest of this talk, I'd like you to think of one quiet student in your class. Okay, it doesn't matter if you think they're shy or introverted or both, it doesn't matter. But it's going to be a student who maybe tends to listen more than they talk. It could be a student who thinks very carefully before they speak. It might be a student who expresses themselves better in writing rather than in speech. It might be a student who avoids conflict and just goes along with things for this reason. It's probably a student who's happy to work alone. But it could be a student who also works well with a single partner, yeah? So in pairs, for example, with one partner, but maybe in group work or whole class activities withdraws more. Okay, so I'm sure you've all got a student, at least one student, who is a bit like this, or some of these, yeah? So think about this student or these students for the rest of the session. Now, I live in Spain, and Spain is quite an extroverted country, or that's how it seems, no? Extroversion is celebrated. And I think this happens in a lot of countries, for example, in Europe, or maybe in North America. There are other parts of the world where I think extroversion is less celebrated or admired, but in my experience, in the context that I've lived in Europe, in the UK, in Spain, it's definitely something that's I think people people tend to think that extroverts are friendlier and better at certain things, and I think it's because the strengths of introverts and quieter people go unnoticed because they fly a little bit under the radar. But actually, introverts can be really great deep thinkers and actually really good leaders. So it's important to look at both sides. No, we need to think about the things that our quieter students might struggle with, but also their strengths and the things that they are good at. So we're going to look at a few characteristics, and some of these may be more true for shy students, some may be more true for introverted students, but in general, they're going to help us understand our quieter students better. So one characteristic is enjoying solo activities, and this is not just in the classroom. Think about hobbies as well. I know that a lot of extroverted people who I know really enjoy things like team sports, like playing paddle or football and things that you do with other people. Whereas other people choose sports like running and swimming, things that you do alone. So it's not just about what happens in the classroom, but our choices outside of the classroom too. Shy and introverted learners tend to work a bit more slowly and more deliberately. They take a bit more care. Obviously, this is a generalization. All of these are generalizations. But working more slowly, focusing on one task rather than rushing through things does appear to be a characteristic of introverted learners. They can have high powers of concentration. They tend to feel nervous when being evaluated, especially shy students here. And with things like oral exams, speaking exams, presentations, those kind of things in particular, but not just those things. They tend to be quite cautious and like to make measured decisions. They like to think about things before making a decision, especially if it's an important decision. They hate being put on the spot because they need more time to process and reflect on things before giving an answer, for example. They also often prefer to plan things. Routines also help because they're not so keen on surprises. Again, it's a generalization, but something worth, I think, thinking about. They tend to prefer to communicate via digital platforms like email, for example, rather than phone calls. And this last one actually is something that surprised me when I was reading about this and doing research on this because I wasn't aware of it. Environmental sensitivity. Obviously, the classroom is a place where it's quite, it can be overstimulating, it can be overwhelming, I think, sometimes for some people. And we talk about this a lot when discussing teaching neurodivergent students, for example. But there is some evidence to suggest that a higher number of introverts are highly sensitive compared with extroverts. And this means that they can get more overwhelmed by the environment or an overstimulating environment than extroverted students. This is because the nervous system reacts more intensely to things like noise and lights, bright lights. And in a classroom, I don't know, at least in my experience, classrooms are easy places, and usually also there's bright lights, maybe even buzzing lights. I've had that in my classroom quite a lot. And these things can be distracting and overwhelming. For adults, if you work in a busy open plan office, that might be a really good place for an extroverted person to work in. But for an introvert, generally, I suppose a quiet office with the door closed would be a better place. Now, of course, in the classroom, we can't do that. We can't offer that, but it is something to be aware of, I think. So what does this mean for us as teachers? I think we need to start considering whether the activities that we plan in our classroom are really helping all of our students or perhaps hindering some of them. And I've added this idea here that ELT is not designed for quieter students. And it's quite a bold statement, but I feel that ELT, especially young learner teaching, is geared towards extroversion rather than introversion. It's usually based on the communicative approach, and it includes lots of interaction and lots of speaking to other people. And a lot of the activities we ask our students to do in class require talking in pairs or talking in groups, maybe sharing personal information and opinions. Like I said, lots of speaking. In the young learner classroom, we play lots of competitive games. We do activities like role plays and acting out a story, things like that. We do lots of singing, lots of dancing. We do mingles where we ask students to go and talk to as many classmates as they can, and surveys and these kinds of things. And with older and more advanced learners, we might have whole class discussions and debates and things like this. Now, who do you think enjoys these types of activities more? Introverts or extroverts? You don't have to type the answer. I think it's probably fairly obvious. But I'd like you to think about how your quiet students feel about these activities and whether you think they would choose to do these activities if given a choice. We don't always give our students a choice, and it's just something worth bearing in mind. If you feel that they wouldn't choose these activities, what alternatives could we provide? This is something obviously not to answer now, but to reflect on later. Remember Angela? Well, Angela actually really loves music and singing, but not really in the class and not in front of other people. And dancing really makes her feel self-conscious. As I said earlier, she doesn't really like noisy and competitive games. Or those games where you have to give a fast response. Like a quiz where you're having to press the buzzer and answer quickly. Also, she doesn't really enjoy role plays or acting things out. She feels a bit ridiculous, pretending to be somebody else. And she also gets a little bit overwhelmed during mingles because everybody's talking at the same time. There's a lot of noise, and this makes it hard for her to think. She also doesn't really like sharing personal information with people apart from, her friends, her classmates, who she's pretty close to. Angela actually really likes languages and learning languages, but like I said, she doesn't really like those activities. She'd be happier if they could spend time doing quiet work independently, doing some reading, writing, playing games on digital apps. And Angela wishes that her teacher wouldn't call on her to answer a question when she's not ready. And she also wishes that her teacher wouldn't ask her to share an opinion on something that she's not confident about. So, how can we make our classroom more shy and introvert friendly? It's time to look at the strategies now. If anybody does have any questions going through, please do add them to the Q&A because I think we will have a bit of time at the end, hopefully, fingers crossed. So the first strategy is to mix things up. We need to have balance. Obviously, we have a variety of different students in our classrooms, and we need to try to cater to all of their needs. Not all of their needs all the time, but some of the time. So introverts may prefer some quieter activities where they can work independently or talk to a partner quietly. So make sure we've got, in our lesson plans, we need to make sure we've got a mix of different types of activities. So we can have some lively activities like this here, like, actions and dancing or running around or noisy games. For our extroverts, but we need to follow them up with a calmer activity or two for our introverts that maybe require a deeper level of thought. Generally, extroverted students, especially children, are going to like movement and stimulating activities and collaborative work and talking to others. They'll be happy speaking up in front of the class and leading group work, but your shyer and introverted students won't be, and they need to have a bit of quiet time. So try and make sure you've got a bit of both in every lesson. The second strategy is to offer choice, if possible. Choice can really empower our students. If we can allow our students to pick activities they feel comfortable with, then that's always going to be a good thing for their learning. So, we can provide options for how to do things. We can, depending on what the activity is, but we can allow different types of responses. Maybe if we want students to practice some new vocabulary, we can give them a couple of different activities to choose from for how they practice that vocabulary. whether it's through a speaking activity or a game or writing or drawing or something like that. Obviously, it depends on the age of your students as well. So one thing I like to use is a choice board. And this is just a template that can be used for any lesson, any unit, any topic. It's quite general, and it's just designed to give students choices in how they demonstrate what they've learnt. So, with something like this, I could add here like a checkbox, a tick box, for students to tick when they've done it, because we don't want. Although I'm talking about giving students choices, we don't want students to choose the same activity every time, because they do need to work on different skills, right? So one way of doing this is to try and keep track, or have students keep track of the different types of activities that they've carried out, maybe across a unit of work or a month or even a term. Any specified period of time, that you choose. So here they've got options. They can write something, they can write some sentences, they can draw a picture, they can act it out, they can play a game, they can record an audio saying the words or the sentences. They can make a little video. I mean, nowadays we have, especially for teenagers and older learners, we have a lot available now. We have devices that we can use, and so there are different, we can give students different options. However, too much choice can have a negative effect, especially on introverts. There's this thing called the paradox of choice, and it means that when I don't know if you've heard of this, but when we're presented with too many options, it can be really difficult to make a decision because we're overwhelmed. I know that when I go to like an ice cream parlor and there's like 20 different flavors, it takes me ages to choose one. But if there's just 8, it's a bit easier. This happens with everything. And introverts actually are more reflective, and they are going to consider their choice more, consider the options more before making a decision. So too much choice is not a good thing. So I would suggest then giving students 2 or 3 options to choose from, no more, at any one time. We could cut up this chart, for example, and we could give them just 3 options. Or maybe we cut the whole thing up into cards and put them in a box or a bag, and each time we're going to do an activity where students can choose, they take 2 out and then they have to pick one of them, for example. Angela's a bit more happy with that now. The third strategy is to provide thinking time. This is really helpful for introverted learners. Because often when someone's confident about their response and how to express it, they're happy to share it. And that's true for introverted students and even for shy students. It's when they're not ready that they're not going to want to share. And obviously we need to be aware of the cognitive load of speaking activities in particular, especially with lower level learners. And I think Blanca touched on the cognitive load in her session just before. In the language classroom, when we ask students a question, ask them to talk about something, there's a lot going on. There's a lot of things that they need to do. First of all, they have to listen to the question, understand the question or the instructions. Then they need to think of their answer to that question, and they need to think about how to say that in English, which is a language that they're not fluent in. And especially if you're asking them to use a specific structure, a specific grammar structure. And there's a lot of things that they have to do here. And this is a lot of cognitive load. And there's actually some evidence that extroverts are better at handling information overload than introverts, because introverts, I said before, they're very reflective. This actually uses up some of the cognitive capacity, and they're going to spend longer on what can I say. Yeah, they're going to be thinking, oh, okay, what is my answer? Oh, I'm not sure. Oh, let me think about my answer and then how to say it in English. So we need to give enough time for this. It's also important to think about how we talk to students about what they're doing, and the types of things that we write on their school reports. I don't know if you write reports for your students. I've always had to do this each term as a teacher. And Angela's school report, for example, had things like this on it. Oh, Angela is quietly confident. She's conscientious, hardworking. She gets on with her work, but she needs to speak up more. She should try to participate more. Have you ever written comments like this or the equivalent in your language on students' reports? Because I know I have. I have written these types of comments. But really, is it absolutely necessary that Angela speaks up more? Is it necessary that she participates more? And what does that mean? And this is the key point. Participation is sometimes used as a synonym of speaking or volunteering an answer, of putting up your hand to answer something. And it's as if that's the only way of showing that you're taking part in the lesson. But it isn't really. Our students might be learning and progressing just as well as the louder ones, maybe even more, even if they don't show it verbally. So we need to evaluate students in a variety of different ways. So I think instead of assessing participation, we need to assess levels of engagement. It's not just about putting your hand up or answering a question. And there are lots of ways in which students can engage with the material and with their classmates. Now, we can provide different tools. It doesn't have to be putting your hand up or saying something. We can provide alternative ways to participate. For example, we can use mini whiteboards, or a mini whiteboard could just be a piece of paper that's laminated with plastic and you can write on it with a marker. We can use digital resources if we have them. And even things like Kahoot, games like Kahoot, they're a way of showing that you're engaged in the lesson, but without, having to speak, for example. I'm not saying that the students don't need to speak. That's not what I'm saying, but that everything we do doesn't have to be around speaking. And with younger students, primary, we can allow them to draw as well, draw their answers. They can point to the pictures, we can use flashcards and posters and visuals to check that students have learnt the vocabulary, for example. Or we can even use mime. I think we put a lot of emphasis on speaking, and there are other ways of showing engagement and learning. We can also use online tools. Now, I've always been a big fan of Padlet. I don't really use it with primary, but I have used it a lot with secondary and older learners. And the reason why I like it is because it's really easy to use, but you can use different types of responses. So we can add text, we can add audio, we can add videos, we can upload pictures. And this is something I think with teens and adults that you could have them do from home as well. I think that we don't necessarily need to evaluate students on everything that they do in the classroom. They can also do some of it from home. And with shy students in particular, if they're reluctant to speak in the classroom, they'll be much more likely to do it from home with an audio file that they can upload, for example, because they're going to feel more comfortable doing it from their home. So I think that's also something that we can build in. Strategy 5 is to support students with speaking. For shy students, speaking can be a fear of being judged. They might have this anxiety about being judged. For introverts, it might just be they don't want to share personal information with others. So as I said before about thinking time, giving students preparation is always going to be a help here. So we can give thinking time. Students can think about the language, think about what they want to say, how they can say it, feel comfortable using that language. Maybe they write it down first. Then we can ask them to share with a partner, maybe share with another partner after that, or with a small group. And then when we want students to share with the whole class, I think it's important to make this an invitation and not a demand. Invite students to share with the group. If they don't want to, it doesn't really matter. It's not a big problem if they've done it, if they've already shared that information with a partner or with a small group. But in any case, this process of think about it first, formulate it by myself, share it with one person, maybe share it with a couple of other persons. We're gradually expanding the student's audience and easing them into feeling more comfortable sharing. And it allows students to build confidence as well, which is always important, especially with students who are not very confident speakers. It doesn't matter if they're introverted or shy or not. Reluctant speakers are going to always find this more helpful. We can also give students some written prompts or some questions to guide them. So we ask this type of question all the time, like tell your partner about your favorite sport. It's quite common that a shy student is going to say, my favorite sport is basketball, and that's it. But if we give them some prompts to help them remember what they want to say, it's going to help them build a bit of a longer utterance now, and talk about that a little bit. Also allow students to make some notes before we ask them to speak, or draw some pictures, some doodles. And it's just a little bit of support for speaking activities, which they may find challenging. It can also be challenging for shy and introverted students, again, for different reasons, because for introverts, it can be draining and tiring. Shy students might find it stressful. So I've got a few strategies for group work. When we're doing a creative activity where students have got to come up with some ideas, I like to focus on generating as many ideas as possible. So quantity over quality. And this is because if we're just saying, think of as many different ideas as you can, we're removing that pressure. There's no judgment on whether the ideas are good or bad. So come up with as many ideas as you can, and then maybe the next stage, they can then select the good ideas that they want to use for whatever task they're doing. We need to have mixed groups of introverted and extroverted students and keep them quite small, 3 or 4 people. We can structure the task and structure the roles in the group. If each student knows what they are supposed to do in the group, then that's always going to help. And I like to give them cards. So one student is the scribe, and their job is to write it depends on the activity, because it might be a speaking activity, it might be a writing activity, whatever it is. But I like to give them cards so that they know, each student knows exactly what they are expected to do. And we can help students manage participation as well. Extroverts tend to dominate during group discussions. And so one idea is to give students each the same number of counters or beans or something like that, maybe 4 or 5. And each time they speak, they have to put the bean on the desk. And once they've used all of their beans, they can't speak again until the others have also spoken. This is just a way of managing the extroverts' domination, and it encourages everybody to participate. I'm going a bit more quickly now because I am aware that I'm going over time. I have created a toolkit with some of these ideas, which you can get with a discount. But don't worry, because there's a freebie at the end, which I'm going to share with you. I've got one more strategy, and that is to consider your classroom layouts, if possible, because I know that's difficult. It depends on your context. In ELT, we love a U-shape layout, but it means that introverted students don't have anywhere to hide. I'm not saying that desks in rows in a traditional way is better, because they're not great for communicative activities. But we need to think about the layout of the desks. And I think a more flexible layout is always going to be better. If we can have maybe some tables set up in groups and some tables that are individual, that just gives students a choice. And I think if the more choices we can give students, the better. We can also have a quiet corner. Again, this depends on your classroom, but if there's just somewhere where they can sit that's a bit away from the others, or a bit away from the noise, that would be ideal. But again, it really depends on your situation. We can make material self-accessible so that students don't have to put their hand up and ask when they want something. They can just get it. It should be somewhere near their desk. So if you can have maybe just a box on near every few desks with pencils and rubbers and these kinds of things. We can also provide a system for students to ask for help and support without putting their hand up. And that could just be something visual, like a traffic light system here. If each student has got a colored cards and they can just put one on their desk if they need help, or with the traffic lights, you know, the red means that they need help, the green means that they're working well. These types of things, again, help you as a teacher see how comfortable each student is and whether they need any support. And finally, give students space. I know that a lot of the time, I'm not very tall, right? I'm not very big, but still, you know, when students were sitting down, sometimes I would like bend over them to see their work. This isn't really great for shy and introverted students who need to have their own space. So that's something to think about too. Let's give students space, personal space, and give them tools to ask when they need our help. So finally, let's remember Angela. I've talked about Angela as if she was one of my students. It's not true. She wasn't one of my students. She isn't one of my students. Angela is a version of me when I was growing up. And luckily, I was never in an ELT classroom with all of the singing and dancing and mingles and speaking activities, because I learned French at school in a more traditional way, let's say. But it would have made me really uncomfortable, especially as a teenager, I think. And I said before, is Angela shy, an introvert, both? I would say I was a bit of both. I think I'm still shy, not as shy as I was, obviously, because I like to speak at conferences now. But I am still quite shy and introverted. But you know, you get to grow more comfortable in your own skin. And I'm still quietly confident, as my school report said. But, and this is important, and it's kind of my main point, is even though I am shy and introverted, as a teacher, I forgot about the kids like me. So if I wasn't making my lessons suitable for children like me, what about extroverted teachers? No, it must be even harder. So I just think it's important to think about your quiet students. I've used these are the references that I've used when I was preparing this session. I'm happy to share this again later with you. But I just want to say to you, whether you are an extroverted teacher, whether you're an introverted teacher, a shy teacher, it doesn't matter. Just if you can, try to remember that just because someone's quiet, it doesn't mean that they're not learning, first of all. It also doesn't mean that they're happy. They might not be happy, but they might not be brave enough to show this or to speak up about any struggles or challenges that they have. So, what I'd like to ask you is tomorrow or whenever the next time is you go into the classroom, just take a few moments to look at your shy and quiet and introverted students, the quiet ones, have a look at them. Just take a moment to check in with them and see how they're doing in the best way you can. Don't forget about your Angelas. If you do want to get in touch with me, here are all of my details. You can also get the freebie, which is a cheat sheet. I am aware I've gone over time a little bit here, but I'm here for a few more minutes if anybody has any questions. Let me just see if
Yeah.
I can find.
Thank you, Michelle, for such a wonderful talk, as usual. You We're talking about something that really matters to all teachers, not only teachers of young learners, the quiet ones. Because
Yeah.
we usually, in every class, we find those students who are just sitting quietly, thinking about everything. Maybe they want to contribute to the lesson, maybe they want to learn, maybe they have the motivation, but they don't know how to do it. They don't know how to participate. They don't know how to express their feelings, how to express their ideas, and so on. So I really enjoyed it myself, uh, despite the fact that I no longer teach young learners. But of course, I've taught young learners before, and listening to you makes me feel like I really want to give back to teaching young learners again. So thank you for that. And of course, everyone here in the chat box agrees with me. Lots of thanks, many thanks, loads of thanks for such an incredible speech. Thank you. So everyone is thanking you for such a wonderful talk. And we have a question here, and it is, as a teacher, how do you get introverted or shy students to come out of their shell?
Well, I hope that some of the strategies that I've talked about today, I think they are things that do help with that. The first step is to try and make sure that you've got this positive environment in the classroom, that your students feel comfortable with you. It's not, I guess, not so easy to achieve that. It takes work. It takes a lot of flexibility, I think, from the teacher. But it's really important because if the student doesn't feel that they can trust you, they're not going to open up. So that's the first step. And then we can use these tools and strategies to try to encourage them. And like I said, you maybe not demand too much from them. So we shouldn't be demanding that they, give a speech or a presentation or
Yeah.
even say a full
Yeah.
sentence. If they're not ready to do it, they can show that they understand and that they know the language, if we're language teachers, in other ways. And bit by bit, we can encourage them. And also with use of praise, I think. Praising them whenever
Yeah.
they make the effort to say something goes a long way.
So not putting too much pressure on them, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, that is great. And we have another question. Do you know how to understand if a student is just quiet or if they are unmotivated?
Oh, well, I don't know if, I suppose it depends on your context. If you see that student, in other moments, do you see them outside of the classroom? How do they behave? If you work in a school or or even in a company, if you're teaching, if you see that person in other aspects of their life, then you're going to get an idea of what that person is like and whether it's not just, they're just not interested or motivated. I'd also ask if they are not motivated to try and work out why they're not motivated, because there might be other reasons why they're not motivated as well.
Mm-hmm. So talking to the learners maybe outside the classroom time is of a great benefit in order to understand the learners, their motivation, whether they are shy, whether they are unmotivated. And it's a responsibility on the teachers because we really need to know our learners in the best way ever, because if we don't know them, we won't be able to respond to their needs, right?
Yeah,
And we
exactly.
won't ever be able to teach them, which is great. So, Michelle, again, I'd like to thank you a lot for your contribution to the conference. Thank you for that. And guys, you can get in touch with Michelle if you click on the button called resources. You will see Michelle's photo. Click on it and you will find her biography and her YouTube channel with her LinkedIn account. So you can click on any of these icons and you can get in touch with her. Make sure you follow her. Make sure you stay here because we have another wonderful talk to finish the fourth day of the EduCast International Conference 2026. Thanks again, Michelle, for accepting the invitation, and really looking forward to seeing you in future editions of the conference. Thank you.
For
Thank
sure.
you.
Thank you so much for your insight.
And now we're moving to Blanca, who is going to introduce
Yes. I came
us
with
to
another
the next
guest
speaker.
and another
Yeah,
speaker.
exactly.
So
That's
I
right.
wouldn't say I came with a surprise because you all received program book. So it's not a surprise, but I came with another mind-blowing session. So dear attendees, let me introduce you Sylvia Breibert, who was with us a year ago. I hope you remember her wonderful session. That was a year ago, Mohammed. Am I correct? It was a
Yeah, that's
year ago.
right.
All right. So my mind is not playing too many tricks today. So without further ado, Sylvia Breibert is an educational leader with extensive experience in primary and secondary teaching, management, and teacher training. She holds degrees in law and education and a PhD in applied educational leadership and management from the University of London. As president of Argentina TESOL, she promotes sustainable, generationally responsive leadership and empowers teachers through action research. A dynamic international speaker and coach, I promise you that, Sylvia focuses on reimagining education for emerging generative AI mediated learning environments in both general education and TESOL. It is our pleasure again this year to have you with us, Sylvia Breibert. It's an honor, and I can't wait what you are going to give us this year, because for sure it's going to be thought-provoking. So without further ado, our attendees are ready, prepared from day one. Sylvia, absolutely engaged. So the stage is yours right now.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mo, and thank you, Blanca.
Always
Let
a
me
pleasure.
start sharing my screen, and thank you for this very warm welcome. I want to see if everything is running smoothly, and if you can all see my screen, I'll start from here. Okay, here we go. All right, so welcome everybody to Expanding Creativity, Curiosity and Critical Thinking for Next Gen Learners. And the idea is helping you navigate the trip from imagination to instantiation with all the consequences it has. Now, I'm also grateful to all the sponsors for making this conference possible. And now that we are on day 4 and we are empowering educators, I promise I will try to empower you with a generational framework. So, thinking of education and bringing the views from down south, trying to put together what works in my classroom with what works in your classrooms, or what may work in your classrooms, because we are dealing with global problems and global learners. So thanks again for providing us educators with this opportunity to learn with and from others. And if you want to continue the conversations, remember that this is where you can find me. Find me on LinkedIn, because that is my professional learning network where I found you, most of you, and where we can continue the conversations 24/7. So mind you, a little request. It is very difficult to speak to such a huge audience. So I need you as competent educators. I need you to adapt whatever I say before you adopt it. I need you to think of that way in which any of these ideas will resonate with your own classrooms. And if possible, please use the chat box so that you can, at the same time, help others apply the ideas to their own realities. So this is going to be collaborative. All right, so let's get started. What is it that we are planning to do? Well, I want to give you a little introduction to the present landscape from a generational perspective, of course, and we are going to talk about a generational framework for next-gen learning. We are going to mingle that with creativity, curiosity, and critical thinking, and last but not least, your Q&A moment. So let's get started, and let's see if this has happened to you. Have you been there? Yeah, definitely. And it's not just a sensation that kids are different. We have to rethink education for our classrooms and beyond. So we have to rethink not only what we teach, but who we are teaching and who is teaching at the same time. And let's get started here. Let's focus on generational identities. I started this trip a little bit, not that much ago, like a quarter of a century, when I started being fascinated by the generational power to bring people together or separate them apart. And I started, these are just newspaper clippings, my first ones. But since then, I've started a path of discovery and curiosity. So going back into this and thinking about everything that has changed, I've been also interested in seeing how technology intertwined with changes. And this is a real example of my first attempts with AI when I was in my 30s, just only yesterday. Now, going back to the main ideas, what are we talking about when we talk about generations? We talk about this, and this is my anchor slide, an idea that you should take home. A group of individuals who have similar ages, but above all, they have been impacted by the same major historical events, like COVID, for instance, like a war, like the collapse of the Twin Towers. And this has happened during their formative years, and this has developed a special way of perceiving with others. In other words, when we talk about generations, and this is a more modern development of the concept, we are talking about a shared ethos, a collective persona, a being with other that generates feelings, understandings, perceptions, and choices. So, in other ways, what I can say is that when we talk about generations, we are talking about the filters that are used to perceive reality. And have a look at the generational spectrum that we find today in educational institutions. Look at the number of generations coexisting. And we have the clear ones, the ones that are named, and also the cuspers, the ones that are like transiting from one moment or one generation to the other, those ways of understanding reality, those perceptions that are there and that are softly changing from one understanding to the other. The Gen Xers, my generation, and the Gen Yers, or another name, you can use the chat box if you want. Right, you got it right, millennials. And you have the seniors there, the first ones who started introducing the cell phones in their daily lives and for work. Gen Yers or millennials transition to Generation Zers or centennials, the ones who were born by the turn of the century, as opposed to the millennials who started work by the turn of the century. Last but not least, we have the alphas. And what is important there is that all these generations have a connection with technology that has helped set their mindsets, their collective personas, their way of understanding reality, their needs, their wants, and their perceptions. And our focus today has to do with the emerging gens, the Gen Zers that are youngest colleagues, are students at university, and the alphas, the ones who are starting secondary school. And by the way, they may be halfway as well, halfway secondary school. And there is one more thing that I need to tell you. As from the year 2025, a new generation has been expected to take part in this group of collective perceptions that juxtapose and coincide and clash and live together in any institution. So are you there? Just think about a word that resonates with you. You can write it in the chat box and get ready for more. As you can see, alphas marked by smart cell phones and Instagram and TikTok are that generation that has been impacted in their formative years by Gen I. And this is something that is affecting a lot the way in which they want to learn and the way they want to be taught. So again, we are talking about filters, ways of understanding reality. Which is your filter? How does that filter affect you? Now, let's think about this. If we are thinking about the emerging gens, well, we all know, we've been there. We have seen how visual, global, and digital they are. But let's think about the opposite concepts, the ones they are not. What happens when technology teaches you different life skills? And I want you to make this little exercise. Think about dialing a number with a cell phone like this, with a landline. What skills were rehearsed every day, every moment, every time a call was made? You can use the chat box to complete the ideas. What did we learn? And when I say we, I'm talking about just the oldest generations, and I don't want to use the word old, but in fact, it looks old as compared to the emerging ones. Like, what about that? The generations that are now retiring, or the oldest generations at school. What did we learn as we interacted with these? Perhaps to defer gratification, to wait until we could connect, to deal with uncertainty, to know that you had to solve situations without being connected and that you were alone. And like that, we can think of many other skills that were learned. Now, think about the life skills rehearsals that we have now with a cell phone. What is learned by kids every time a cell phone is used? That learning or that activities or that life implies activities done with others, that delivery when I want it and the way I want it is possible, that I can have it on demand, exactly what I meant, like when I want it, that I can do things with support, immediate support, personalized support, and that I can do it with AI and with generative artificial intelligence, creating things I would not have been able to create on my own if I hadn't counted on it. So clearly, AI and generative artificial intelligence are giving us the possibility of moving from imagination to instantiation, the possibility of having it now. And that has consequences in the same way that learning to use a cell phone had consequences. Now, on the bright side, we can create a lot and we can develop creativity, but careful, on the downside, we have infoxication, excess of information, the perception of authentical realities, realities that are half real, half created, artificial maturity. Students have access to information at the right, at a click, but at the same time, they are not prepared and they don't feel prepared to handle whatever they have access to. And last but not least, and this is affecting us in our classes, the idea of illusion, the illusion of competence. I can do it because I can do it with Gen AI. So all this is affecting us, and it is creating a lot of, anxiety. We are talking about the anxious generation, and an anxious generation, as Jane Twenge started talking about, and then her co-author in her doctoral studies developed later on, this idea of feeling unprepared for real life and the challenges of life that in many cases lead our students to tragic situations, depression, and death. All right, so this idea of gratification, how does that happen and how does that connect to anxiety? Imagine your brains, immature brains that have to deal with stimuli that is precisely dealing with that part of the cortex that really is willing to buy, is willing to get that information, and at the same time having a prefrontal cortex that is not ready to stop that urge. So that is how our students start developing that anxiety that affects them emotionally and cognitively. So let's see how we can deal with this and this anxious gen. Studies like Common Sense Media have proved that they have a real concern. First of all, 1 out of 3 cannot separate truth from what is unreal, right? Real or fake. So they make mistakes there. They believe, and this is 6 out of 10, according to this study carried out in January 2025, 6 out of 10 believe that they will not be prioritized by the companies that deal with social media. And last but not least, 3 out of 4 believe that something should be done. So it is excellent that many governments now have started to limit the access to social media, to establish ages at which social media sites can be accessed. But it is also important for us to know what happens, how that affects our students, and what can be done in between. So Houston, we have a problem. We do, but we have another way of looking at this. Let's see if you can see it. Yeah, Houston, we have a possibility. So let's see what we can do as teachers, and this is my great invitation, not only to recreate what works with the youngest generations, but to create artistically, craftfully, what works best with them, and to share it, to be participants of a unique moment in history when we are authorized to create the new theory of education. So now that you can see reality from another perspective, how does that feel? Do you agree on this? That if we change the way we look at things, the things we look at change? Who agrees there? Come on, I want to read you. All right, so this is the what. We know some whys, and we're going to go deeper into the hows. So another challenge, another visual challenge to train the trainers of a visual generation of students. Think about this. Education is now like, the Big Bang. And this clearly is a moment for us to synergize our capacity as educators with Gen AI. So, number 1, let's go for creativity, and let's think of it as connecting the dots. All right, like this. How many puns can you detect there? How much do you like the image? Super. Now that you've seen that, let's see how you can get your imagination at play. Okay, let's go deeper into that and in that way create a little bit. So I'm going to challenge you to think of a mystery word. Bianca, Mo, if you're there, you can help me and read the first word that responds to this idea. I want you to provide me with a mystery word.
Oh, Mohammed was first. Go ahead, Mo.
Then we're going to compare that with teaching in the Gen AI era. Just a mystery, any word, the first word that comes to your mind. It can be crazy.
Okay. Now I have it. Shall I say it?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Plan.
Plan. Okay.
Okay.
Right, we can make it even more difficult, Mo. You're very lenient with it. You're making it easier for our audience. But anyway, how does plan connect? How does planning connect? And we can think of planning what? Planning something, planning what? A birthday
Maybe,
party,
yeah.
perhaps?
But
Okay.
as a teacher, I would say planning a lesson.
Okay, right. But I want to make it more creative. So let's go for something absolutely out of the blue, like planning a sleepover. How does that connect to teaching in the Gen AI era? All right? So think about that for a minute, and we can use the chat box, and this may fail. This is a live experiment, so we are all part in it. How do they connect? Let's see how much we can use Gen AI to improve this. Planning a sleepover with teaching in the Gen AI era. Mo, Bianca, if you want, you can read the chat box so that we share live the concepts that are being shared there.
I'm waiting still for some comments. Let's see. The first one I see is I couldn't agree more, but what about something else, dear attendees? I just feel like everything is buzzing in their heads right now.
I know, and that may happen. But you know what? Even if we had no idea, we could use ChatGPT. So I can tell you what we can do, and this is the way in which we can expand. This is an exercise that I carry out in my classes with my students all the time to develop their creativity and their lateral thinking. Like, suppose, for instance, that we did something like this. This is not the example of the sleepover and teaching, but what about this one that I did just with my WhatsApp assistant using Llama in WhatsApp? Like, okay, I need you to help me compare teaching and, in this case, Darwin's ideas. And look at the answers I got. Clearly, this is expanding creatively. So even a WhatsApp activity like this can help our students interpret reality in different perspectives with a different view. And once you develop the skill to do it this way, you are developing the skill to reapply what you know in a different context and with a different perspective. A very useful activity, a very useful skill for the 21st century when we don't know what our skills will, what skills will be needed and how we will need to apply our present skills. So how does that connect with learning? Of course, using that principle, thinking of different ways in which we can correlate the type of activity, connecting the dots, with Bloom's pyramid can give us a great variety of activities that will increase, that will expand whatever we are dealing with in our lessons with the help of AI. And I'm not talking about a specific bot, I'm just talking about a WhatsApp chat box. Another one, does that apply for younger learners? Well, mind the rules, mind the norms. But again, we could think of creativity and applying reality in this possible way. But it is not only what we do, but what we can ask for, like to what extent, like for instance, first of all, comparing that image that was AI created to whatever you could do, contrasting with the real animal, applying the idea to a certain project and creating a whole project based on this idea that could be an art fair. Now, instantiation is the starting point. Like, think of this, learning about mummification in a social studies class. How about getting help to mummify like a real pro? Acting it out, getting the script like my students did, but at the end, having to say why the learning was appropriate or not, and rating with rubrics. So in a way, AI can really expand and help us create in a different way. And this is the skill that we need to develop in ourselves as teachers and in our students as inhabitants of the 22nd century. All right. Well, sometimes we think that technical aspects are not that easy to apply creatively. And I thought of this and I asked my husband, okay, tell me something that you have to, my husband is a mechanic. So tell me about something that you have to do regularly and that you have to teach to your assistants. And he told me about bleeding brakes. I didn't even know the word to bleed your brakes, but I knew about the process. So, well, again, I asked the chat box to, I asked the bot to create an image to express how the process was being done as a cartoon. And then I also asked for a poem. Imagine that, a poem, a funny poem expressing how to do the activity. And I cross-checked not only with manual, but also with someone who has the practical ability to do it. And you know what? It was unbelievable to see the power of this creative act to teach in a different way what has to be done. All right, so I really recommend this video, Where Good Ideas Come From. Johnson explains this idea of how creativity is developed in clusters and hunches, and how important it is to wait for great ideas to come. But above all, I want you to look at the way the ideas are presented, because that's another great way to show understanding of a topic by using RSA animation that can be created with different apps, like some simple ones such as Powtoon or Draw My Life. But it's not about the content, but how the content can be transformed, acquired, learned, analyzed in a different way and in a very creative way. So another ability that we have to use and that we need to use is curiosity. And I want to share something very, very, very interesting here. I don't know if you're familiar with the CONICET from Argentina and the expedition carried out with the Smith Ocean Institute. So this was called the Continental Slope 4 expedition. It took place in Mar del Plata, and this was streamed live in the months of July and August 2025. I'm sure that you've heard about this fatty bottom star that was discovered and that surprised everyone and became an object of marketing and real merchandise. But it is not only about this. What I want to talk about is the phenomenon that lay behind whatever was going on. I want to talk about my students and how they experienced this, and how people from all over the world, but in particular the emerging generations, experienced this. For those who are not aware or are not familiar with the situation, this is a joint venture. The continental slope in Mar del Plata's coast was being studied, and the scientists were on a boat just streaming whatever they were seeing live. And I can tell you that I won't forget the moment I entered my class and all my students were silently watching the streaming as it slowly unfolded and revealed the scenes that so far were hidden for our eyes. So they were discovering live. And there were two things that I detected there. First of all, that they were absolutely interested and motivated to see what was going on. And another thing was that they were like asking themselves questions about the situation and trying to see what was going on and what was being discovered. And I could feel and hear them whispering that way, to the right, to the left, as the camera kept moving and showing different things that were found at the bottom of that slope. So we had the chance of invite those scientists, and it was incredible to see the effect they had and the questions they were asked about that topic. But what was more interesting was what they discovered themselves. If you have a look at Valeria's t-shirt, you can see that her phrase, "Can you make Zoom here, please?" became viral because that was what students felt. They wanted to discover, they wanted to Zoom, and they wanted to have their own questions. So whenever you have a situation like this in which there is a live streaming, do not ignore this possibility for real learning for the 21st century to develop curiosity. What can you do? I'm sure that you want to know what you can do with this. Millions of things. I'll tell you what I did. Using the phrase, "Can you make some here?" I asked students to go over the houses and to try and find elements that they could investigate. And once they zoomed there, they had to think of a question and answer it to provide some very new ideas. The idea was to produce language, but language within the context of curiosity, interest, connection with reality, and connection with what they found relevant. And many things came out and were very interesting. There was one that I really loved, which was this one. Look at the border of the swimming pool and imagine making Zoom there and discovering and everything that could be discovered there, like an ammonite. So that could lead to many other activities like comparing, contrasting, asking questions, dealing with life, measuring, whatever. It's in your minds. The connection is there. Now, more examples. Well, this is funny. This went viral. Thinking about pasta, but I mean examples in which either they have to sell a project, for instance, or they have to implement a new product, selling t-shirts or creating memes with the new characters that also went viral as they were being discovered. So another idea is think of AI detection as core to critical thinking. And when we think of AI detection as core to critical thinking, I'm not just thinking of this. Have you been there? Right. Mind you, and this is not just the stamp that you need to make yourself, assume that everything that you receive has been done with Gen AI. Because there might be a tendency in students to rely on this tool just because it resembles the way they have been trained to learn through the new technology they are dealing with every day. Remember the cell phone and the life skills. So There is no moral concern there, although we may find it. So there is no intention to deceive, although there might be some intention, but at the same time, it is an urgency to fulfill the requirements, not to deceive teachers at times, and at the same time, to get rid of what worries them and to have their free time. So the debate there may be an ending. So let's simplify things. Let's think that students will tend to use it and do it with GenAI. So how can we make that useful? How can we really use that as an authentic experience or as an authentic opportunity for learning? Well, I love this challenge in which I also with which I also train my students, the real or fake challenge. Now, what do you think? Real or fake? Let me see if you're there in the chat. Okay, real. Fake? Rina, Luis is saying fake. All right, this is real, but it's not only knowing that it is real, what makes it real? In other words, the question here, the question for the 21st century, and look at the number of fakes we have here. Wow. Okay, wait. All right, so look at the number of fakes we have here. One more opportunity. Real or fake? Do you know Kaby Lame or Lam from TikTok? If you know who he is, just put it in the chat box. A couple of words to say who he is. No? All right. Yes, he doesn't say a word, says Luis. He's one of the most influential influencers in TikTok. So much so that he got a contract with the company by means of which he sold his image, his poses, his attitudes to the company so that they could be created genuinely with his permission with AI. So do you see that? I mean, I'm selling who I am to a company, and this is a contract that took place like last week, and it is an amount of money with those zeros that you'll love to get in your teacher's salary, but not. But think about that. What are the implications, and what a lovely what a lovely topic to talk about with our students. Like how, if this is happening, and this is happening with consent and without consent, how can we prepare better for what is to come through social media? How can we prepare our students for a world in which everything can be real or fake? What are the abilities that we should get them to develop in our everyday classes in English through those little exercises that we make that we really give them the tools to thrive in a world where everything can be either real or fake? Right. Thank you for that. Absolutely. And I have prepared some questions that I'm sure you want to ask yourselves. All right. So let's go on with these ideas. Are you with me? Yes? How am I doing from 1 to 5? If it is a 5, flash your 5 so I can see that. All right. 6, 5. Okay, good. Let's see if I can get higher there. All right. Good. Even higher. All right. Good. So let me move on with the next challenge. This is the question that we have to drill our students with. What convinces you? What inclines you to think so? What makes you be sure of what you are saying? And what convinces you is a whole process. Being able to understand what convinces oneself is a whole process that can be developed since very early ages and that we need them to develop. And it could be as simple as deciding whether a pot for a yogurt should be made of plastic or some other type of material that can be recycled in Kinder 5, or it can be something such as this. Real or fake? Come on, everyone. I want to read you in the chat box again. Real or fake? What do you think? Sorry, here I am. Okay, fake for one. Valeria says real. Hello, Valeria. Nice to see you. How are you doing? Luis says fake. Veronica says real. And Valeria says she waves back. Hello, Vale. How are you? This is what happens when you're on Zoom and you find a friend of yours who is living on the other side of the world. So nice to see you and thanks for being here. All right, this is fake. And it is great to know that many of you have discovered that this is fake because this is not a very elaborate image, but it is an image that I saw in real life, right? I couldn't get the real picture, I couldn't get the real child, but I saw children like this in the middle of Peruvian Andes dealing with tradition and modernity in such a way. But look at this other question that is the next one that we should pose ourselves. All right. Great. What do you observe there and what do you infer? I'll go back to the picture. What do you observe and what do you infer? And when we are training our students to observe and to infer, and you can use the chat box there, right? Use the chat box if you want to. What can you observe there and what can you infer? The first line that we need our students to draw is to separate observation from inference, right? So as to avoid bias and detect bias. And it was interesting to see what they wrote. I could just help them move from, I see a student WhatsApping to, I see an image that shows a child with a cell phone in his hands, which is quite a trip from unbiased or biased to unbiased. And look at the number of things in which they were focusing and how we got them to write what they could observe, but a pure observation, and then what they could infer through what they were observing. Interesting exercise, and you will be surprised if you do that even with yourselves. When you start going into the different concepts and going back to the basics. So again, look at the different ideas, the different groups highlighted here, and how the perceptions change when you are basing yourself on what you observe. And because of what you observe, you make a judgment and you conclude, you become convinced of something, whereas how fragile you are when you're based on inferences. And thinking about different situations that we are facing, and this is a very recent one. How many of you, and be honest, have used the prompt, create a picture of myself on my work based on what you know about myself, and used it with ChatGPT. I did it and got this. There is my beloved Argentina TESOL, the organization that I lead in Argentina. But now going back to this, how many of you use the prompt? And if you can, please tell us, did it work for you? Okay, let's see who wants to own up. Wait, let me see here. Not yet. Beautiful and just right. A few times. All right. Yeah, never till now. Well, again, that is another thing that may have to make us reflect about the choices that we make of activities, because an activity like this may be something that we choose for ourselves or we choose for our students. Now, to what extent is that necessary? What are the evils that are related to that activity in the sense of, are images produced effortlessly? What is intended there, and what is the purpose? Is there any hidden purpose behind the images? And above all, is that useful? Is that necessary? Can I balance the evils with the good points? Is it ethical? So many things to think about when we are recreating education, but above all, we are creating the new theory of education. How do we go about this? And there is something that I want to highlight here. We all go for critical thinking. Do you go for critical thinking? Now, the new north has to be not only critical thinking when you have access to so much information and you may become intoxicated, but to start critically ignoring. Where should I stop? How much should I profit from? How much should I get? What is my limit? And above all, what is my ethical limit? And the ethical teacher is something that is constructed with every decision that is made in every moment of our practice. So going back to this idea of expanding in a nutshell, go for generational traits. Your perceptions and how you understand reality, and how far your perceptions and reality are from your students. Sometimes we may have very young teachers dealing with very experienced educators, and the other way around. So where are you standing? Try to understand the glasses, the filters, the emotions, the perceptions and beliefs of those partnering with you to be able to outsource weaknesses and magnify generational potential, which is plenty and varied. Another thing that is important is just go for 22nd century skills. The youngest generations, the kids that are being born at present, are the ones that will still be citizens of the 22nd century. So this has to do with lifespan and predictions and everything. So think about that, how we will be moving on to a new century. And when we cannot predict what will happen the next week, how can we better prepare them for the life they will have to live in the next century? And perhaps in their last days, right? So a lot to think about there. And last but not least, start with yourself. Start expanding. Start connecting the dots. Start asking yourself questions. Try to see what convinces you and how you can expand on what convinces you, and how you can start ignoring those trends and tendencies that make noise more than set your practice forward. Barriers, but millions, many, but the way forward is through. So this is for you to thank you for what you do. We won't be replaced by technology, but we will surely transform the way education is perceived, carried out, and projected towards the future. We can continue the conversation here. I tend to pester LinkedIn at times, but if you need to comment on something, if you find something interesting, like send me a message, ask me a question, and I'll be there 24/7. Remember, it's my professional learning network, and there is where we will be connected. Questions, queries, concerns, doubts, whatever, I'm ready. This is just the beginning. I challenge you to move on, to take those questions that surprise you and to do your own research and your own practice according to the new perceptions and the new understandings that we are developing day by day. And well, I have some questions here, but I can go for the ones that are there ready-made for me. I have some here regarding the life stages, social classes, how do generations correlate with these aspects? This is another question I thought of. I mean, which books can we start reading if we want to start like learning a little bit about generations? If we don't want to read papers, for instance, because there are great papers and many of the papers become books later on, like Eugene, the red one in the middle, or The Anxious Generation. But these are the authors that follow the generational perception. Remember that the youngest generations, the Generation Alpha, is the generation that started being born with the pandemic and that are now starting joining primary school with a new perception, not only of the students, but also of the parents. So how important it is to understand that parents are not generic, that they are generationally specific, and being able to understand their perceptions in order to respond to their needs. Okay, this is just a summary for you to play a little Rally Robin. Have a look at the images there with some of the concepts I have developed in case you want to think of more questions or that something that you saw there like led you to think a bit further and you want to discuss that. So I'm ready. Okay, and thank you.
Thank you one more time, Sylvia, for mind-blowing and thought-provoking session. You are just following your habit. You are doing it all the time when you are invited to us. So thank you one more time. I have one question that I fished out from our audience. Apart from saying very, very much thank you for insightful presentation that one of our attendees is sending, not only one. And the question follows, it goes like, what are your thoughts on assessing learning outcomes using AI?
Well, what a thoughtful question. Now, if it depends on at what stage of the assessment process you're in. If that has to do with formative feedback, for instance, and if we're thinking about that, that is very much related to another word that I haven't introduced today, which has to do with heutagogy, the way the new generations learn. When we think about assessment, we're thinking of it in the traditional way, with our perceptions and with our framework. Now, if a generation needs feedback all the time with scaffolding, using AI is something that could be done not only by the teachers, but also by students themselves. So here comes the ethical question. Do they need a teacher? Yes. I think that here we have to separate the previous training from the real assessment, in which a human actor will interact with the power of AI that will provide the training that is needed and will use that. And I'm thinking of all the platforms that can be used for assessments and that provide training. So we do have to think of assessment in terms of formative assessment. So formative assessment is very important, and this generation is really relying on formative assessment. So if that can be machine done and can be done autonomously, right? So through autonomous students who love to learn this. And don't tell me that you don't have your students. I look at the number of negatives there, but the idea is the following. I have students that are using Duolingo, Duolingo to learn Chinese, Hebrew, or that line, Korean. I mean, and sometimes you're there and you see that their alarm rings in the middle of a break because they have programmed that. And they have that kind of assessment and formative feedback. And this is how they want to learn. And they do that not because I'm telling them that they have to learn like that, but because they feel that that is what is helping them. So connecting that evidence that we see in students and giving them the tools, okay, prepare yourself with this. This is great. Now, there should be human interaction in the programming, in the before, in the during, and in the after, or any process that is supported by AI.
Thank you for complex answer. And including some small questions just to consider at the same time. Yeah, absolutely agree.
Yeah, it is fascinating. And what is interesting, and this is what I try to empower educators with, is this idea that, come on, we're having a unique opportunity to create pedagogy. We are creating, it was unthinkable of thinking of producing. Look at the number of books I have there. Now I can create, and I don't need to go through a PhD. I can do it through action research. Fine, we are empowered because in the classrooms right now, we are discovering what works with our students. The way I did with my students, watching that scientific streaming live. And that is showing how science, and that could be, I mean, and there we need to do, of course, research and make a hypothesis and prove it and measure it and whatever. But this feeling of getting what works in the classroom is something that is incredible. And it has always been strong, but now it is essential. It is crucial.
Thank you so much for this powerful message. I think we really all needed that, especially at the end of day 4, which we are just about to finish slowly. However, stay with us because I know that Mohammad is coming with a short summary for everybody. So Mohammad, I am sure you're ready. Yes, that's correct. I see you're ready.
Indeed. Yeah, that's right. Thank you, Sylvia, for such a wonderful talk at the end of day 4, empowering educators of the EduCast International Conference 2026. We are really glad to be having you again in our 2026 conference. So thank you for that, and we really look forward to collaborating with you more in the future.
That's correct.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, empowerment is not another initiative, another framework, or another demand placed on teachers' shoulders. Empowerment is trust. It is time to think, space to grow, and permission to question. It is recognizing educators not as implementers of other people's ideas, but as professionals with judgment, expertise, and voice. Today reminded us that teachers do not need fixing, they need listening to. They need systems that invest in their development, protect their well being, and value their leadership. Real change in education does not begin with policies or platforms. It begins when educators feel seen, supported, and respected. As we move forward into the rest of the conference, let us carry this message with us. If we want empowered learners, we must first commit to empowered educators. Thank you to everyone who contributed, reflected, challenged, and shared today. This conversation does not end here. It continues in our classrooms, our institutions, and our daily practice. And of course, till the end of the week, because EduCast International Conference is not over yet. We still have 3 more days of professional development. And Blanca, what do we have for tomorrow?
Tomorrow, if you would like to join, I hope that you would love to join us and discover how intentionally designed learning environments can truly enhance teaching and empower learners and create sustainable educational impact. This is the day for you, because day 5 is all about learning environments and ed tech. So how physical, digital, hybrid learning environment, how they all together influence the quality, impact of education, equity. So how we can all move beyond the hype of ed tech just to create purposeful design and pedagogical coherence. Join us for the next day, day 5.
Exactly. So everyone, thank you for this. And again, don't worry about recordings. They will be sent at the end of the conference, and all your certificates of participation will also be sent to your registered email addresses. Thank you for joining us, and see you tomorrow at 3 p.m. Yeah, 3 p.m. KSA time, 2 p.m. Cairo time, and 12 p.m. UK
time. Nothing has changed. Exactly. Take care of yourself, all of you. Get yourself a good night's sleep, because if you plan to join us for the whole day, you need a lot of energy and strength. So see you tomorrow, and all the best for everybody. Sylvia, one more time, thank you. Goodbye, or have a nice day, depending on your time zone.
Goodbye.